we gonna put that shit on the map. Same way we got motherfuckers screaming bomb on top. Hashtag bomb on top. It's just gonna be hashtag. I don't be hearing a lot of people say that. They don't say the hashtags. They say the exclamation point Discord in the chat, but they don't really promote the exclamation point Discourse in the chat the way we do it. They don't do the exclamation point a lot of shit that we be doing. So we gonna definitely say that.
Teddy.
Ted, oh, looking official.
I wish I could figure out how to flip this around.
You can. It's in the settings. Well,
Wait,
I think if you go into the camera, wait. You trying to flip your Discord? You trying to do the invert Discord shit? You want to flip the camera so that it's not backwards for you or some shit, right? Yeah, it should be in the Discord settings, I think. Teto?
What?
How do you flip the camera so that it's not, so my words ain't backwards, so you can see the bomb spelled the right way on my Discord camera? It should be like invert or mirror images, mirror some shit, right?
I think my shit is backwards too.
I think mine is too, but I remember setting it though. I don't know if I set it. I think I set it in Discord, but if it's not Discord, is it the computer? Discord. It's the computer settings then? You might have to go to your camera and the computer. How do I invert my camera? Once in advanced settings, click the setting tab toward the top of the page. On the left hand side, click the image setup. So it might be the camera setting.
Okay.
Well, I just typed that into, go to your settings in your PC. And then go to, wait, does it matter what computer? I said inverted.
Bluetooth and devices.
Inverted camera.
Let's go with this.
I said, how do I invert? Select utilities in the mirror. That's not. I don't even want to fuck with it. I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Where the hell is that?
You on a PC? Press window key plus X and click on device menu, look for camera and expand it. Right click on camera, grab on it. Nah, that ain't it. That ain't it. This is the wrong. What was that?
I got it.
What? Mackie! Makai! Matt! Smack! Bitch! Man, what's poppin', my duty? How you feeling? Thank you for coming through with that sub. Booty to go, aka motherfucking booty juice in the building. Y'all know what booty juice is? Is my shit fucking lagging? Oh no, that's his shit. Yeah. My shit lagging? Alright, there we go. My fault. Y'all heard the echo. I'm sorry about that. It worked? It was inside the camera settings? Yo, thank you for that shot.
Rotate 180.
Oh, look, there you go. Booty juice. Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying. Y'all know what booty juice is? Booty juice is when y'all nasty, right? I remember the song, right? Before they used to call it like toss to the salad. And when you said toss to the salad, that was like a frowned upon expression, right? But then a moron from B2K came out with a song called Gotta Eat the Booty Like Groceries. So ever since booty like groceries was a term, motherfuckers started getting in the juices. That's when you make the juice and it go from the crack. We're going to get into it. This is a different type of podcast. So we got Shouka in the building. We're going to talk more about the booty juice stuff later. Maybe we can put that in the after party. Maybe not. I don't know. Y'all motherfuckers is picking all types of label. You know what? I got a lot to talk about. We're going to talk about some shit today. We're gonna talk about some shit today. Hashtag bomb on top. Hashtag bomb on top. Hashtag. This the puff too. You can't really see it. The camera don't do it no justice, but this right here feel like the little polo man on your shirt. Anyway, doesn't matter. You already know how it's going down. Without Bree, how you feeling? Short-term and long-term goals on and off the platform. I'm still working. Right now we doing the tech shit. We making sure that the cameras is working. We making sure that the mic is working. We making sure that you can see me. I can see you. Y'all can hear us all good. I need to eat some groceries. That's what I was talking about, Max. I was on some shit like, motherfuckers, I'm not mad at the term. It's just so how it's crazy how back in the days, a lot of these things that we used to say, it was like, ew, don't do that. Oh my God, you can't do that. Oh my God, And then now it's like, oh, my favorite rapper do it, so I'ma do it too. Like, we always had that mentality. You know, Hov did that. So, you know, I want to do that too, right? But now, then it kind of changed up. I don't know, it's weird. So I feel it's a lot more following than leaders out there and shit like that. But, that's another thing that's always been like that. But we not here to talk about that. I miss y'all motherfuckers, though. I haven't streamed since, like, the last podcast. My last follow was 4 days ago because I was in somebody else's stream doing the network shit. Nah, booty juice sound kind of nasty in my opinion. Booty juice definitely sound nasty, but depending on who you with, it tastes great. You gotta get the raspberry soap. So when you getting up in there, and you gotta clean your plate. You gotta do your own dishes. That's what I like to call it. Do your own dishes. Don't just trust don't trust those groceries. You don't want a ringworm in your pork. Cook your own pork. I'm just saying. Or, don't eat it at all.
Up in there.
You gotta get it.
Triangle formation.
You gotta rim it. You gotta get the rim. You gotta get the rim. Shit. Oh my God. Please. I'm just saying, if you clean your dish and then it still come out tasting more like booty and not like juice, that's your fault. You were supposed to, you need better soap. You need a better technique. You need, you need some other stuff in there. But if you cleaning your own shit,
wax off.
Word, like, you can't be mad. You can't eat off a dirty plate and then be like, this tastes dirty. Obviously it tastes dirty. You was over there eating, defective groceries. We don't do that. You got it, my fault. We working. I clean the shit out of the plate. And literally. I get it. I get it. I see what you did there. We taking notes. Let me put that in your Palm Pilot handy dandy notebook. Shout out to Blues Clues. Shout out to Steve. Yo, that's really Bill Nye the Science Guy's son? Or did I just make that shit up and we just ran with it? Is Steve from Blues Clues Bill Nye the Science Guy's son? I think so. Oh, I'm still setting up avatars. We definitely live.
I have no clue what the fuck.
Oh, my fault.
I don't think I've ever heard that one.
That that Steve from Blues Clues was Bill Nye the Science Guy's son? Yeah, I think I might have made that up. It might be true. Man, you are crazy. Nah, I'm just saying. I'm just on some shit like, I want everybody to be healthy. We were scared of fucking COVID a couple years ago. Now the monkeypox shit is happening. And motherfuckers still don't even know how to clean off the plate that they eating off of. Y'all gotta be responsible out there. Y'all can go and do your thing. I ain't mad at you. I don't judge you. I don't care how you do it. But you gotta do it right. We gonna do this shit and get away with it. You feel me? But you already know. Hashtag BoMBOnTop Podcast.
Hashtag.
Ooh, hashtag. You already know. Podcast episode 32, season 2. We talk about short-term and long-term goals on and off the platform. You already know how it goes down. We over here doing IT shit. I see y'all still joining up. We still, I think, I don't even know if I'm doing the Discord. We got Young Shocks in the building. We got Teto in the building. We're going to do proper intros and shit. Ayo might be joining up a little bit later. I know he had birthday parties and stuff going on. So he definitely rocking with the babies. He definitely sends his love. Say he wish he would be here if he could be here. He definitely say he might try to pop up if we still getting it on. You know how it goes down. But the show must go on. So we all streaming, we all live. So make sure to open up those tabs.
Sir.
Listen to the sounds. Whoever sound better, go see the sounds. Like I definitely want y'all to stay in here. At least keep me tabbed open because I do want that ad money, but I am running ads on the dollar every minute. So I feel you if you don't want to stay here and miss any type of, you don't want to miss any conversation or interruption in the conversation. So if you want to go and listen to somebody else, that's cool. But if you could keep the tab up, I would greatly appreciate that. If not, that's alright too. You already know. I'm just happy that y'all came through. At least show love. Fucking Matt, fucking Makai came through and fucking dropped all types of subs. I call him Mac though, but Mac is not how you say the name. It's Makai or it's Mackie. But I like saying Mac, bitch. Like Beanie Siegel. Y'all know who Beanie is? He kind of old and got beat up now. Now y'all listen to Meek Mills. I mean, but he didn't get beat up by Meek Mill, but he said he was ghostwriting for Meek Mill or some shit, and then they ended up punching him in the face or whatever. He lost a lung. I don't know if I do it. It's a lot going on in Philly. Shout out to Philly. You already know. New York shit. What up, Booty Man coming through. But y'all can't hear everybody, right? Y'all can hear everybody. Y'all can see everybody. We definitely got to throw up there. I think, are y'all in here?
Everyone's audible.
Y'all got me?
Yes. I think we got it.
Let me see. You the GOAT, so whatever you say is right. Well, yeah, Booty Man the GOAT. Yeah, if Booty Juice is giving you booty advice. All right, hold on, time out. Booty Juice is younger than us, though. So, I don't know how experienced he is with the booty advice, however. But I like to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. So, all right, Max. But I'm like, I like to learn from everybody. But, I know Max said, yo, you the GOAT, so whatever you say is right. I don't know. Maybe he just might be striving to be the best booty man out there. Like, ass and titties is a thing. Some motherfuckers prefer titties. Some prefer eyes. Some prefer, like, mouths and lips and shit. Like, I like lips. If you ain't got that top lip shit, I can't fuck with you. That's me personally. That little line shit, you look like fucking Bob's Burgers and shit. You see Bob? Never mind. We ain't gonna get into that. Yo, hashtag BoMBOnTop. Hashtag BoMBOnTop. Hashtag BoMBOnTop Podcast, episode 32, season 2. You already know what it is. We got Grimes in the building, a.k.a. Mr. CEO, Mr. BoMBOnTop, Mr. Bomb jump off August 20th. We got another week before it's about to go down. We're going to talk a little bit about that. We also got to my right another man that need no type of introductions. Y'all call him Mr. Platt. I call him Dr. Diamond. Y'all be like, hey. I be like, Tedo. What's poppin', Tedo? We got the fucking Twitch networking guru in the motherfucking building. What up? Mr. Curls and shit. I love it. Love it. You see it. And then another man.
Yeah, we here now with something.
The Jesus Cristo, for real. I ain't even mad at it, G. That's how it's supposed to look. But they, whatever. whatever. Right. But then you already know. Another man, the myth, the legend. Another man that don't need any type of intro. Y'all motherfuckers was calling him Shouka. I like to call him Shouka. Mr. Calm Down. We was talking this D&D shit. We was talking about fucking you up in this League of Legends shit. But more importantly, we was talking about where he get them shirts from. My dude coming through looking fly every time I see him. We got fucking Shouka content in the motherfucking building. Exclamation point merch in the chat. You heard what he said. And I ain't going front. This is another motherfucker I always see pulling up with some of the freshest fucking fitteds every time I see him too. I really want to talk about the anime fitted shit. Like, you see what the hell he rocking. I like what's going on. We're gonna talk a little bit about that too, because I like his style. Crazy. I like the flow. I like all of that good shit. Thank you for the merch in the chat. What up? And a special shout out. We're gonna really start doing. We're gonna start shouting y'all motherfuckers out in the chat too, because we know it's Saturday night. We know y'all got y'all drink. Y'all know how we get down. We appreciate y'all for coming through.
I would have to go get some six pack soon though. I need a drink.
Tell Ghost to go. Yo, Quills. Nah,
they sleep.
Yo, you gotta do one of these. Yo, tell her you gotta do one of these. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Yo, why the remote right here?
Hit that motherfucker with a fucking jump off real quick. Nah, I'm just joking. But yo, I appreciate y'all for coming through. What up, Fader? What up, Bree? Max, I know Teddy was streaming too. We going straight up into the podcast. So let's actually get into it. We do have a couple of disclaimers before we get into the podcast. A couple of rules that we kind of try to put some type of order to it. But all of this shit is Freestyle Friday. You know how we get it down. But some of the disclaimers is just, we have a time disclaimer. We try to keep the podcast 2 to 3 hours long. The first hour, we do IT and introductions. Second hour, we ask our questions. Third hour, we take questions from the people in the chat. Of course, if you say something pertaining to our conversation, if we could throw it in without cutting each other off, we will definitely include you into the conversation, and we definitely going to vibe out, rock out. That's that for, that's pretty much the time disclaimer, just because, we tend to, if we comfortable with the guests, we want to make it comfortable with everybody so that we could talk and chill and vibe out without them feeling like it's an interrogation. It's not an interrogation. We chilling on the stoop. We chilling in the pizza shop. We chilling on the porch. We chilling on the couch. We chilling in the crib. We chilling in the club. We chilling. We vibing. We having a good time. That's what we do here. And when you chilling and you having a good time, sometimes time goes a little bit faster than we would want it to be. But everybody's invited to the after party. ! Discord in the chat where you can get that behind the scene conversation. The second disclaimer. We do a lot of drinking on this podcast. So please, we got 3 rules if you fucking with us. The first one is if you are drinking, make sure that you are of age in whatever city, county, country, borough, whatever it is. The second rule is if you went to the doctor and the doctor said that drink might be hazardous to you, please don't take that drink. Your health is important to us. We want you to be around forever as much as we can, as long as you can. And last but certainly not least, if you are a recovering alcoholic or addict or had some type of substance abuse or some type of issues with drinking in the past, you don't got to drink alcohol with us. You can hold that sobriety chip up high, still hydrate with us with that water, that juice, that Check, that G Fuel, whatever the hell you drinking over, that tea, coffee, whatever you want to drink. Other than that, the disclaimers are done. I appreciate y'all for coming through. #BoMBOnTop Podcast, episode 32. Yo, episode 32, season 2, Teddy. I'm not good at math, but like we did 52, then 32, something like 84. Like, I mean, that's 16 more episodes off our 100th episode. We got some ideas for that too. Like, we got a lot of shit coming. We still running. We still doing this thing. But as far as the disclaimers, that's done. #BoMBOnTop. #BoMBOnTop. #. I'm hyped. We got fucking Shouka in the building, baby. What's poppin', son? So now let's talk this shit. Because now we got Shouka in the building. We got Teddy in the building. These are like fucking 2 of my biggest League of Legends, big time family, killing motherfuckers and having fun, not really letting motherfuckers put you down, because we know that some people are dog water, we know that some people are trash, we know some people are good, some people are having fun. It's different levels. There's a spectrum to that shit. So we're not going to jump right into that, because we do got 2 intro questions that we normally like to start these podcasts off with. The first question is, Shouka, how did you get your name on Twitch? And the follow-up question to that is, how long have you been creating content on Twitch? And you can answer that in whatever order you want.
Alright, so the Shouka Kanton name comes back when I was like 13 years old. I knew a girl in middle school who I was dating at the time who was super into anime. So I wanted to create what was known as an OC, like an original character.
Okay.
So I came up with the name, and then like she did all this stuff and just completely destroyed my heart and all kinds of stuff, right?
Fuck that bitch!
Real early stuff to remember when I was at a young age. I ended up actually getting in a lot of trouble in school and stuff, and had to transition to a different type of school system.
Oh my goodness!
Because of it.
Damn.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it was bad.
You still got you want us to Twitter finger? You want us to go crazy? I know a guy.
No.
Alright, not on the screen.
Became crazier because my sister ended up becoming friends with her like after, so she remained as a like piece of
like in
the back of my head throughout my entire life.
That's crazy.
Damn.
That got deep quick.
When I thought about it like a few years back, when I first made my PlayStation account when I was 18, I was like, yo, what do I even want to like call myself? And then it just kind of like popped in my head, like, oh, I can change this and like turn it into a positive spin. Like, hey, this is still something I put work into, still something I thought about, and I can make it and brand it into something new. It's like taking an old blade and reforging it almost, you know? So that's kind of where that came from. And then it just kind of went from onto the YouTube. Because I started streaming YouTube first, and it wasn't working out like I wanted to, and then I switched over to Twitch. And just kind of kept the same thing. And it's been like my gamer tag, it's been my Twitch, my YouTube, it's been my name in games, like.
Okay, we definitely gonna come back to that. I want to talk. I like that. I got some, I got some words on that. Well, no, I guess we can get into that because it's crazy how you kept the name that's something that fucked with you, it bothered you, and then you kind of rebranded it to make it something that's better. But
Yeah,
like in the back of your head, that shit still don't fuck with you. Like if you was to change the
no.
name completely, you feel like you would be losing the part that's important that kind of made like I could kind of see.
So like when I changed it and made it into something for me, it kind of like it put a thing in my head where I was like, I'm not gonna let somebody try to change who I am almost or mess me up that bad again to the point where I'm like not wanting to be me. You know what I mean?
I got you. I got you.
So
Don't give them that type of control.
yeah.
All right, okay, I'm with that. All right, how long you been creating content on Twitch? Let's start with that.
Oh, like I've been messing around with Twitch for a couple of years. I didn't start getting hardcore into it until you guys started like being like I made a decision. I was like, I want people to help me out. I want to get this affiliate. And then I remembered you and I ended up playing some league matches with you and then talked with you again and like, hey yo, hit me up with the Discord and stuff. And then like from there it was kind of when I decided I was like, yeah, I kind of want this for myself. It's been a dream and I want to make it happen.
I like that.
Oh yeah.
I like those words. I like the word dream. I like the fact that you use that. All right, those are the intro questions. So, all right, so let's dive into because I definitely want. I know these are the hardest. If anybody that's here, listen, these are the harder podcasts because I was just playing League with him. I've been rocking out with Shouka for a minute. I know him. I know a lot of the things that I want to talk about, but that's not necessarily what the podcast is about. The podcast is about what he wants to talk about, what he wants to promote, where he wants to go with his brand, if he wants to continue to make it a brand and this, that, and the third. I know a lot of you guys already know how I feel about as soon as I go to Shaka Content's page and I see whatever he got on as his logo, I think that's Shaka's brand. That's him. That's what he's selling. Anytime I see that, I think Shaka. So I think even if you don't call it your brand, my perception of what you do is your brand. So that being said, before we
Everybody's
get
their own brand.
yeah, everybody. But depending on how people want to promote it though, because like at the time, and the reason why the realization that brought it to me was like, because I'm Grimes. I used to be fucking talking about rosters in the chat and da 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 da. Now I don't do none of that shit. Now everything's bomb on top, bomb on top, bomb on top, bomb on top. I don't even got the roster merch on type shit because I want to promote the brand. To me, bomb on top is the brand as opposed to Grimes the individual. So whatever. That's just a whole just to let y'all dive in my head a little bit when I ask these questions and stuff like that. So now that being said, before we even get to the brand, let's talk about the content because we are talking about Twitch as of now, and I know there's other things that you got going on that I want to dive into first. But what would you say is your favorite genre or game to play on stream?
Oh, that's a rough one. Because like when I think about like my favorite thing, like the whole reason I started wanting to stream in the first place was to interact with people, talk to people while I gamed, and
Okay,
that was kind of like it. That was kind of the whole for the first part of the focus was, and then now I've kind of realized like in order to get that kind of interaction, I also have to look at it with the whole business perspective of I need to get bigger to even get into that kind of interaction, get my name out there. So my thought process of doing that is like what games kind of like would let me be interactive with chat and stuff like that when what games can I not take super serious I can like look at chat and stuff so like there's that aspect but there's also like what's my favorite genre of games which would be like RPGs like I
oh,
love role-playing games.
all right. So if it's okay for me to kind of back down and like double back rather, instead of saying game or genre to stream, what kind of content would you like to stream? Because there is in real life content and real life streams and stuff of that nature where you can just interact where you're really the sole focus is the chat and it's just you, your face, just chat and talking to them. Is that something that you've thought of doing or that you would want to do?
Necessarily. I still like playing video games. So
All
that would
right.
still be like the main focus of like playing video games. But I like talking to people while I'm playing video games too.
Okay. All right. So you want to you multitask. You want to do both, and then instead of because I did shout you out. Make sure to go follow. Shouka is live right now. Make sure to click that link. Send those follows over there. If you're not already following, send that follow. Definitely throw the tab up because we still definitely growing together. And the sound might be better over there. I'm not gonna front there. I'm not gonna lie like I got the best sound, and I know I got the ads coming in, so I don't mind if you wanna even listen over there. But I do appreciate you guys tabbing me up because the ad revenue and all that good shit, and for y'all just coming through, y'all can be tabbing anybody up. But back to what you're talking about. Now, when it comes,
you and Teddy tabbed.
Perfect. So now, as far as back to the content, so you say you do like the RP. Oh, that's what I want to say because I shouted you out, and the clip I got the Twitch Guru shit, which I love. I love the Twitch Guru shit, just because unless your chat shine and shit like that. When you shout somebody out in the chat and you see a big ass clip of them doing some crazy shit, it's just dope. They get to see the face, to the name, to the gameplay, and they can be like, oh, I like that game. Oh, I like how that person is interacting and shit like that. So, but anyway,
I don't have that.
Yeah, I can.
You don't have to hook me up with that.
I got
after.
You. It's a couple things. So I think that's how you can add. Like when people follow you and they got a picture of them doing a dance and shit. I think you can also add
I've seen that.
I think that's all from the same like a Twitch doctor or whatever the hell it is. I'll send you the link. But anyway, in that clip where I clipped you, you was actually playing Apex. I didn't even know you played Apex. Because, like, normally I see a lot of, like, League of Legends. I know we've been playing some Phasmo and shit like that. Because, so, I mean, me personally, I would call you variety streamer. But do you consider yourself a variety streamer?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I play a little bit of everything. I've touched games where I've only played it for, like, one time. And that was it.
And it was garbage, right? It sound...
Well, no, I wouldn't say it was garbage. It was fun to me. It's just nobody came.
Okay. That we could kind of segue into that too. Like how?
But
go ahead.
The whole Apex thing and stuff like that. A lot of that stuff's on my PS4. Okay. And so I try to prevent myself from trying to stream on the PS4 because I don't currently have a
game capture.
The game capture.
The Elgato or something in that nature. Okay.
Yeah, so I can't throw up I want to be able to like throw up the bomb stuff and stuff like that, and I can't do that if I'm streaming on the PS4.
Okay. Well, no, I mean, shit. If that's the only thing preventing you from streaming on the consoles, go stream on the consoles. That's all right. I'll be in the chat. I'll throw the bomb shit up in the chat.
It's also like the camera for the PlayStation's not the greatest, and I can't control as much with stuff. So,
like, I'm not, because I definitely I'm actually happy you said that shit because I started on console hitting that share button, being on my phone, looking at the chat and trying to be, and that's why. So that's the disconnect though, because when you on console, you're not really thinking interaction with the chat. You're just happy to fucking be able to go live, right? You're not even thinking about OBS and having all of these notification bots or overlays or things of that nature. So
I'm still learning all this stuff.
Me too. That's what I'm saying. So if anybody just tuning in, BoMBOnTop Podcast, episode 32, season 2. It's myself. You see my co-panelist, aka my co-D. We got Teddy in the building. Special guest is Shouka. Shouka. They asked me, how do you pronounce his name? I said, do you know who Shaka Zulu is? And that's what I tell them. I don't even know if that's true. Is that how you pronounce the name?
I have it in the introductions or whatever on the Discord on the two different ways. So Shouka or Shouka.
Shouka or Shouka. Okay, Shouka. Well, something Palooza. I like that. We're gonna put that.
I had somebody for a long time that they completely skipped out on the Shouka part and just went Conton and associated that with crouton and just called me crouton for like years.
I mean, I would be mad. Well, no, I can fuck that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. A lot of times you don't really get to pick your nicknames. Growing up, I didn't get to pick my nickname. Like I went from.
Yeah, she called me Wonton for the longest.
Yeah, that's a pet name. That's different. That's the booty juice stuff we was talking about earlier. And that's what I'm saying. Some of these things is okay. But all right, so back to the content though, because all right, so now as far as variety streaming, what would you say now if you had to? Because there was a question that was asked that I kind of liked, and I kind of want to throw it into the mix. And it was basically asked if you can be like a sponsor or like a person or some type of game tester where they come and they reach out to you to only like to get your feedback for the game as far as progression and to things they want to add to the game. what game would you pick? I like that
Ooh,
question because it's a lot of games out there, and I know you're gonna give me
like
a list. Don't give me a list. I want one
like
game that you want to interact with the development of the game.
um, it would have to be some type of new RPG that would be coming out, or RTS, like real time strategy game, like a new XCOM or whatever. Just because I feel like sometimes a lot RTS doesn't get as much love as it should because some people feel it's for a game that's supposed to be fast paced is too slow.
But wait, now break that down. RTS is real time strategy or something like that. I think.
Yeah.
All right,
So
now
you ever play like XCOM or Final Fantasy Tactics or
yes, it's kind of like turn based, kind of.
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
and then like I know we had Dev. Shout out to Dev. That's part of the Phasmo squad and shit. I know he was talking about. That's where I first heard about it, and he was playing like a. I forgot the name of the game, but it was like it reminded me of Risk. You got Germany, I got Russia, he got US, you got China. We all trying to take over, and we all take turns trying to take over the map. And we attack each other, or we collaborate together. So like those, like so really, so you would want to be part of the development team or something like that, as far as added, like, because another game that comes to mind. You ever played Sid Meier's Civilization or something like that?
No,
Well,
no.
in Sid Meier's Civilization, it kind of reminds me. You remember how Warcraft used to be before World of Warcraft? Like you gotta build your barracks, you gotta build your fucking farm so that they can eat. You gotta It was kind of like
I
Empire.
so I didn't get into like World of Warcraft until like Mists of Pandora.
Oh no, that's World of Warcraft
That's
is.
what made me quit the game. Was that panda shit,
Was
See,
Mist?
but that's
I
a
liked
different.
Mist.
But
bro?
it's a
All
whole
right, you
different
gotta
game.
understand
Yeah, I know.
how crazy Cataclysm was, bro. Cataclysm was insane. That big ass Deathwing dragon literally breaking the earth apart, all types of shit. You on the dragon's back, breaking off scales, and then the very next boss, which is stronger, is a bunny with a carrot. I'm like, bro,
Yeah,
this guy's stronger than Deathwing. Like, what the fuck is
Well,
this?
I
size.
Like,
don't.
bro,
Have you ever watched
I'm gonna
Monty
take a break.
Python? Have you ever watched Monty?
I took a break for like 2 years, bro. I swear to you. I was like, I'm good, son. I want
What
to
was that? What was
preserve
that rabbit in
those
Monty
memories.
Python?
I don't even know what that is. Monty Python. What is that? That was like,
The Monty Python and Holy Grail. It's a really
That's a
old
yeah.
movie.
It's a movie. But
oh,
no, my thing
what I
about
asked
it
you.
is, hold on. That even World of Warcraft turned into some other shit that Warcraft wasn't even. It wasn't that
Prepared
type
for.
of game. Warcraft
It was
before.
more like a StarCraft type
Yeah,
game where
exactly.
it was
Came
like
out
build your own
before
stuff,
StarCraft. It was on some shit like you had to
strategy.
really.
Well, that's a RTS game. StarCraft is an RTS game.
And that's how Warcraft was. So now when
I
I
think
used
you
to
should
play,
try that Sid
it
Meier's.
was
Throw it away.
Warcraft was like you get to pick if you wanted to be the ogres or the humans or some shit like that. Similar to StarCraft. I think they had like aliens or some shit. It had different selection. But then you would have to build up your first, like the first board would be like building a fucking farm so that you can eat. The second board would be building a barrack so that you can fight. Then they had shit on water and things of that nature. Now my thing about it is that type of game and Sid Meier's is similar to that too, because you start as like a caveman or some shit, and you work your way up to all have the technology to launch nukes and shit like that. That's why Sid Meier's was kind of cool. But the only difference is it's not really turn. It's not really turn based. You're building your shit and I'm building my shit. So whoever gets the resources first, they kind of like win. Now I'm not gonna say they win, but they get the advantage because they have more
So it's
resources.
like
They build more, and they can take over. You could go attack my base, and whoever
so
the
it's more like Age of Empires
yes,
type
yes.
stuff.
Asia Empire, Caesar, shit like that. Yes, yes, yes. So now that
Civilization is popping. I think that's the best one out of all of them.
civilization is dope
That's my input.
because of the nuke shit. Like I think because
Yeah, I
of,
think I have Civilization 5.
but like when you talk about games like that and being part of the development, what exactly could you add? You would add more resources. You would add more
I would add
teams.
more playability because the problem that I've had personally with RTS is that you play it a couple times and that's it. You might do three, 4 playthroughs of whatever, play with
I
whatever
got stuck on
faction or whatever.
StarCraft for years.
Right, but eventually that stuff dies down. StarCraft is a little whole different thing because there was people that was keeping StarCraft alive, the community was keeping StarCraft alive, and it was
See,
Wrestling
super
games
big and
crazy.
stuff. But like a lot of like RTSs, that kind of stuff. There's no communities keeping them alive anymore. Everyone's switched over to battle royales and all kinds of stuff. So like you want to talk about communities that are, there's only so many gamers, and I feel like a lot of them are really focused right now. Battle royales, the
Also
new
feel like
hotness.
there's a lot of gamers now than back then and shit.
Yeah,
definitely.
for sure.
Hell
I
yeah.
mean, we have new generations
Yep.
Hmm.
And then we
So
have we got old
even though
generations
these
that
numbers
won't
are fluctuated,
we
that
won't
won't quit.
we got old generations that won't give it up too. That's why I
I mean, they're
feel
still popping out Pokemons for us. So like,
that's true. Fucking Call of Duty, motherfuckers was playing Call of Duty in high school, and now their kids is about to go to high school, and they still buying Call of Duty. So like, I definitely get the generational aspect of it. But all right, so check this shit out. I before, cause I just wanted to get into your head as far as like what genre you would actually want to be a part of, and well, do you think now being a part of that genre, like, do you really think that's a popular genre? Like you said, even if you say that this is a game in which the community, there's one game in that genre that's being kept alive by the community, but most games, the lifespan is scarce or slim to none. It's not doing too
the,
well.
the only other example I can think of is like the Disgaea games, because
I don't know.
those are a tactics based, turn based, whatever, and they keep coming out with multiples of them because they're super big in Japan.
Oh, see, that's another thing. So, like the cultural aspect behind it. All right, okay, cool. I just want to know that because I definitely thought you was gonna say some shit more with these popular games that's on top of these Twitch streams. Whether it's gonna be Fortnite, whether it's a new Call of Duty, whether it's League of Legends, anything that because being that these games already like Fortnite always got some type of new character coming in. You can play as Spider Man, then you can play as Wolverine, then it's Magneto, then it's Thanos, then it's fucking
Dragon Ball Z
Naruto,
coming up.
Dragon Ball Z
I've
coming
been
up.
waiting. I'm not a fan of Fortnite. I'll be real honest. The builds only kind of got me back in, or the no builds or whatever kind of got me back into wanting to play Fortnite. But like, they're just doing too much.
Well, no, I
They're
get
doing
that, and
too much.
that's your personal preference as playing the
Right.
game. But when it comes to the development and keeping motherfuckers in tune and actually upgrading the
But
game on a monthly to yearly basis, I don't know how often they add characters, but like
but
let's switch it. Let's talk about League. Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
my little brother though is super into Fortnite.
Okay.
So, and is
Okay.
loving like everything. It's like, oh, Darth Vader's coming out. Oh, I
Oh,
can be
yeah,
a
Darth Vader.
stormtrooper or what and so like I understand why they're succeeding.
Like
Why they're
I see motherfuckers go like he grabbed like a lightsaber. He did the Mace
yeah.
Windu throw the lightsaber. It came back. It was dope. Like I get how they being able to incorporate all of these things into the game. What are you looking for?
Witherspoon and an apple juice.
The apple juice bottle might be down there, so it's right there on the floor. And then I don't know how phone is at. Yeah, I have to call it. Sorry about that. But my point was, yeah, see that's my oldest right there. That's what I'm saying. She used to they used to rock on Fortnite. Now
No,
she
now I
fucking
play
play
Minecraft.
Minecraft. Fortnite transition to
And
Minecraft. And Genshin Impact.
Roblox.
Roblox.
I
She
was
stopped
pointing out
Roblox.
my
She used to
girlfriend.
Roblox.
My girlfriend got me this goblet.
Oh, that's
It's
fire.
freaking
Fire.
awesome.
That shit look just like you. Did
Yeah,
she
I know,
get
right?
the she get the mold of your
Yeah,
your skull frame, your skull frame?
Yeah, all the way from the GameStop.
No, I'm just talking shit. Big Quill, hop out at your party. I'm with the giving. I'm with the GV. Alright. Appreciate you coming through, Quill. You already know. Pants. We got Shouka in the building. Alright. But like the reason why I brought it up is because Fortnite was one example that it's a lot of ideas that they keep adding on weekly, monthly basis to keep people hooked on it. Same shit, Call of Duty. They have fucking Godzilla, King Kong shit happen. Then they had Die Hard.
yeah.
Then they had Rambo. Like they're looking and actually trying to keep people involved. So I would think, like as far as development go, like Tato, what about you? Let's make this a roundtable discussion. If there was a game that you could be part of the development and as far as the future development of the game, what game would you want to be a part of? I know there's a lot. That's why there's no wrong
Probably-
answer. I'm just asking.
Probably Madden, honestly.
See, mad.
There's so like I would love to really enjoy and appreciate Madden, but like there's so many glitch plays and dumb shit that just goes on that is not enjoyable as much.
So it'll be more. You want to be more involved in Madden to kind of fix some of their fuck ups. Like you feel like some of that shit go
Hell
ignored.
yeah.
Okay.
It's like it's. I mean, it's a simulator, but you're not really simulating the experience. If you're a true like football headed individual, then you could tell the difference between like somebody who's playing to abuse the game and somebody who's playing to enjoy football. And that's the diff. Like that, cleaning that part up would be ideal. I think that will make that game blow up crazy.
And that's
But
crazy.
like motherfuckers, a football fan goes and plays the game, and you got Johnny over here who knows that this play is glitched because this guy walks up and does this animation every time. Like it's not fun. You like, bro, that doesn't happen in real life.
Yeah, but they get in trouble for celebrating dances or some shit like that. They couldn't put it in the game
Bro,
anymore or some
last
weird
year
shit.
you was legit able to run faster by celebrating at certain points than actual running because of the fatigue bug and shit like that. So like there'll be times where you just be taunting and running and you're not getting tired and you know what I mean? And like yo bro, this nigga just go all the way to the fucking touchdown. Like yo bro, it was dumb as hell, bro. That's what I mean. Cleaning shit up like that would make the like I would be stuck on Madden all day.
That remind me of fucking, what was it, Bo Jackson's Pro Bowl League or whatever, that old shit. Man. If you get the Raiders, yeah. Yeah, you do that. Running around in circles around motherfuckers, taking it from this way to that way. All right. Okay, cool. Just to dive into your head. My fault. I didn't want to get too far off it, but I like to dive into your head. I do want to have a conversation because I like that development question because it kind of makes me feel like when people are playing these games, it's not all just about the fun. Like at first I feel like it started because we played the game because it was fun. Then the brainwashing kick in. We gotta start buying this shit because we like the game type shit. And then there'll be things that's fucked up with the game, or there's things that we know that we dislike about the game, but we still play the game. And it's so crazy how nobody said fucking League of Legends, because now I want to talk that league shit, because y'all definitely part of the league squad.
About it, but the only thing I'll complain about with League is just like client issues and certain balancing. Like it's not.
I would
really...
want to be a part of the skins team.
That would be dope too.
I would slow the skins down. I think they're doing too
well,
much.
no, not slow. Well, there are definitely champs that are not seeing love in comparison to other champs.
I'm talking more about like you see how Fortnite and Go, they reach out to Marvel. Fortnite reach out to like they. I don't think League want to do that. I don't know if it's because of the country or whatever the fuck the case may be. But
League got backlash at first, and I think it's a pride thing now. Because when League first started, I don't know if you see the early skins, but you had like a browser Ramus, you had a fucking a Scorpion and Sub-Zero Shen, you had the fucking Yi with a lightsaber, like, and then they started getting backlash for that. And now motherfuckers like, bro, we're the biggest game in the world. We don't need y'all, son. Like
that's true too. Okay, so you think it's like a pride thing with it? Okay, all right, I'm with that.
Because they were trying to get lost into backlash, and it's like, bro, we don't never gotta make a skin with your idea ever, and we'll just make our own shit.
But how do you?
They got 1,000 certain skins now that is not related to nobody shit. Like yo, it's crazy.
How do you feel about? But what about all the fans and the people that play the game that do want those skins? Do you feel like they should have a voice, or it's kind of like fuck it? Being
I think it's bigger
pride,
than the fans. Ooh. The fans are gonna buy the skins regardless.
That's true too. That's true.
Like I said, it's some real pride big shit. Like, bro, y'all motherfuckers try to come and sue us. Like, bet, bro, we're gonna do everything original. Fuck y'all.
I spent $25 just to buy the Viger Monster Tamer skin and all the chromas with it.
Mm-hmm. See, but that's personally because you like. But my thing is like I heard like I don't know exactly. I can't think about it off the top of my head. But motherfuckers definitely was like, yo, it would be dope if they could make a certain Assassin's Creed skin for Talon, so to speak. And I just made that. I pulled that out my ass. I didn't hear that. But because of the ninja assassin technique and having this, that shit would be dope. I think it would bring them more money. If they could put the pride aside or spend a little bit of money to collaborate with somebody.
But then if they drop a regular Talon, fucking Guardian Galaxy Talon, which has nothing to do with nobody shit, it's still gonna sell crazy. And they don't have to cut profits with whoever the fuck is trying. Like that's true too. I don't know why.
You don't think people would go and get on League and buy the skin just off of the collaboration with the game, not even play the game? Because I see motherfuckers do that shit with Fortnite. Motherfucker got on Fortnite, buy a Deadpool skin and play Fortnite. They just wanted Deadpool. I don't fucking know. That shit is weird. People are weird. So like I ain't even okay. I was just wondering because like some people like they like even like with RuneScape. RuneScape, was kind of like that, I feel, at one point, and then they initiated those poll shits. Now you get the vote on shit. It wasn't always like that. That shit was, once they seen that the game was starting to die, they didn't have the same reputation as League of Legends. I'm not comparing that aspect. I'm just saying, as far as having the game where, yo, you on top of the fucking world, and then you do one update, and that shit makes your fucking shit plummet, my dude. Like, I mean, motherfuckers was on RuneScape. It was 1,000 people in every fucking server, from fucking 1 to like 200. I think it was only 200 servers at first.
Bro, that was like, I think they lost like 80% of their
Son,
fan base.
they lost
player base.
everybody. Now you got worlds that got one people in it, like one person in it. Nobody's playing the game and shit. So they had to bring back old shit. They had to reach out to the community and see why. What did we do to fuck up? Now, of course, RuneScape is an MMORPG where motherfuckers got to go and play the game by themselves, which is a different genre than, like, what the fuck is League of Legends? MOBA, I think, or some shit like that. I don't know what it stands for, but I think it's called a MOBA, where you buy it. It's like Smite, where you get into a game with nothing, and everything you do accumulate money so that you can buy things to do more shit. That's the best way I can explain it. All these other games, you can't. RuneScape ain't like that. RuneScape, it's an RPG. You got to go fucking mine a rock, turn that shit into a bar, turn the bar into a fucking piece of armor, put the armor, kill something, and hope that you get the weapon that's going to help you kill something else. Like, it's a different type of mentality to the game. What up, boss? I see you. How you feeling, Shouty? Take a shot. Now, we got Shouka in the building, too. Please make sure to hit these links. Got you up on my stream while I eat. Yes! Enjoy that food. Let me know what you eat. We got Shouka in the building. We just talking about,
I'm not gonna lie,
game development.
There's only like 2 people in here. Teddy's not even in here.
That's how Teddy get down. He be like that.
What's up with that, Teddy?
What up, Tedo? Get in my stream, Tedo.
Like, man, he called me out.
But yeah, let me throw the link too.
Don't get mad at
Graham,
me.
it means multiplayer online battle royale. Fucking ads. I can't hear shit now.
You here talking to me. I appreciate that.
Appreciate y'all. But like, alright, so now fuck that. Now we did a development aspect of it as far as, you know, creativity and things that we would add to these games to make them better. I want to talk more.
I do have a little addition to that.
Please do.
There is actually a game that means a lot to me, that if they came out with another, like a newer, updated version of it or whatever, I would love to be a part of that. And that would be, it was an old MMORPG called Dark Age of Camelot.
Oh.
Which was kind of, it happened right after EverQuest popped off. It went more PvP based when EverQuest was more PvE. There is a PvP aspect to EverQuest, but it's different. You kind of have to go and initialize it yourself and all that. So like, Dark Age of Camelot came out and it was doing like this realm versus realm stuff, and then World of Warcraft kind of picked up on that too and popularized that more so. But it was like, you know, you had 3 factions, you could be one of the 3 factions, and then you would be fighting against the other 2 factions. And it like came out directly after EverQuest.
But when you say it went more PvP than PvE, you feel like all the updates that were coming out was for PvP. That's what you mean? Like the progression of the game was more base PvP. Like all the future shit coming out was just PvP. It was nothing for the PvM or PvM.
So I wouldn't say there wasn't anything for the PvE, because the PvE was back then was a lot. You went to PvE to get your equipment, right? But it was all equipment so you could do better in PvP. Because how it built up was you go up to a certain max level or whatever, and then there was actually your realm rank, which was a separate leveling system for you to do more damage, get different skills, all that kind of stuff, and that was all based on how many people you were killing, or how many people you had killed, how much XP you got from killing those people. It was a different experience bar.
Okay. So I was gonna, like, even in RuneScape, I kind of feel like they did that, but the opposite. They fucking added all these fucking updates for Iron Man bullshit, but PvP is the same shit for fucking 10 years. But they tried. They just added some shit right now that was fucking, like, supposed to help. And it helped a little bit. But, like, that's why I thought, like, when you was talking about as far as the development and, like, the developers, like, it's a whole lot of bullshit that comes with that, though, too. Like, when you thinking real world trade and shit, for them to really monitor it and really try to make sure that that shit ain't happening is hard to do. That's why
Damn near
Destiny,
impossible.
like I think damn near, unless you do what Destiny did. You know what Destiny did? They said no fucking trading. Guess what, motherfucker? Go get it yourself. You had to play the game and get things. They did release guns. They had like um they had gun missions or some shit like that. That you could go and do the mission and go get the gun. However, that's for everybody in the game. So as long as you got the level, you can do it. But you can't
So
trade shit.
Dark Age kind of did something similar. They had their own player market or whatever where you could buy and sell stuff, but a lot of stuff is actually untradeable and undroppable. So like you couldn't drop it on your feet for somebody to pick up, and you couldn't trade it to them. And there was quite a few items that like for a while was super prevalent with the PvP, like the mythic legendary weapons. Like there was a DLC that came out called Trials of Atlantis, and so you would go to Atlantis and you would go and kill certain bosses and stuff and hope they dropped like the trident or whatever. And then that weapon would scale and you had to kill certain things for that weapon to get stronger because it actually evolved. Um but like you couldn't trade that off to someone.
But like, and I like it, and I dislike it because now, similar to like with the group Iron Man and I know everybody's over there like, yo, what the fuck are these motherfuckers talking about? And you know, work with we all gonna bring it back full circle. Um, Even in the group Iron Man and the RuneScape shit, they allow you to trade within the group of the Iron Man within your group. So like if games can incorporate that kind of thought to like you can trade with certain people, because I think Division did it. Division does that too. If you're in the group and you join, whatever y'all kill together in that group, you can actually share with the people that's in your group, which is kind of dope. The only thing about Division is you can't sell shit for money. So like none of that. There is no real world trading because there's no currency in the game for you to obtain type shit. So I like that aspect of it. But all right, well fuck that. I want to talk some League of Legends shit, son, because you know y'all motherfuckers think y'all the best League of Legends players in A. So let's talk about y'all being the best League of Legends players in A. I want to talk about favorite champions, favorite game modes, why the game is thriving, and why is it dying. Tell me, Ted. We gonna start with Ted. Who's your favorite champion? I know it's 158. I know you know how to use 152 out of 158 because there's some new champions out there you probably didn't touch yet. Who's your favorite champion?
I had three favorites for three different reasons.
All right, I'll take that. What's the three champions? What's the three reasons?
So my favorite champion is just Leona, but that's like for daughter reasons and stuff like that.
That's a good one. That wins.
My favorite like to play with is Katarina. I feel like she's the most enjoyable regardless of how the game goes. I could lose 20 games in a row and be happy as fuck.
I like that. Good answer.
And then the one that like you play with and you like know like I'm gonna carry these games with is Master Yi, son. Like you gotta show love to the Master Yi. So that little trinity right there keeps the game going.
All right, so let's move to Shouka. Shouka, top three and why? Or one.
Top three.
If it's only one or whatever.
No, there's a top three. My top three would be Nocturne at number one, because it was the person that I learned how to actually start doing well in League with. It was the person I popped off with, in League, and it was my first Mastery 7.
Mm.
Um, and then I learned how to jungle because of how I was playing Nocturne, and I started getting really good. Where like with Nocturne, where like I stopped worrying about like what my win percentage rate would be against certain people because I knew that like if I knew what I was doing, I could still outplay them. And so it came a lot to skill at that point, and that was one of like the pride of me, where I'm like, okay, I'm actually learning how to play skillfully. And then it would go Mordekaiser, because he was the second person I was able to actually pick up and just be like, okay, I can function with this dude. Like, it's not, I'm not like trying to figure out a whole lot. Like, I just actually know what I'm doing and feel good about it, and it hit people hard. And then I took him into jungle just purely out of because I was like, I wonder if his passive procs off of like fighting raptors and stuff, and it did, and I was like, oh, that's amazing.
I'm doing this every game. Fucking jungle Mordecai's every game. Okay.
I love more jungle. And then recently I picked up Viger and just playing mid Viger.
Viger's fun.
Because he scales, his a lot of his stuff is actual skill shots, so it actually challenges me to actually try to hit those skill shots without me playing a champ who's like, so it's like, oh, it's brain dead. You can't, you don't have to worry about anything it's playing, whatever, because all you do is point click, or it's like no,
it's more technical.
Viger actually has some skill.
With
yeah,
the button pressing.
He has some skill.
Okay.
Takes some skill to play.
Yeah, I think my three. I'm going with the Master Yi only because that was the first champion that actually taught me the game and shit. Like I really started with Ashe, whatever the case may be, or some ADC shit, and I was like, all right, this is cool because I just normally like going with ranges in games. But when I got Master Yi and I got into the role, I took Master Yi bot lane, and it was like, what the fuck you doing here? You supposed to be a jungle. So now that shit made me go look up what the fuck is a jungle. Then I got and looked up clear time. Then I went and seen, oh, I need smite. Oh, smite make me like with Master Yi. Not only did I learn how to play the game, but I learned the map. I learned matchups. I learned certain items. Not everything. I'm not great at the game, but as far as getting into League of Legends, not really knowing what the fuck to do, just being a person, seeing it on esports and seeing that people are getting paid to play this game, and then going into the game and having Master Yi versus a Lux or a Ashe, I'm thinking I want the range. I don't want to get close with a sword. But once I realized that these motherfuckers that get close with these different builds, you hit them with the sword, 3 hits. That ranger that you want to be is dead. So now it's like, you got to learn how these champions work against other champions and shit like that. So definitely the Master Yi. The second one, I think I want to go with the Lux because when I had to get out the jungle and I needed a break, I needed to get into lane. I felt like I started on my support shit with Lux and I was like, yo, fuck that. I'm better than my ADC. I had my little pride shit. I'm like, oh, fuck this ADC motherfucker. I don't want him taking my shit. I don't want a support item. I want to be able to hold some shit down by myself. I don't want the help. So I took Lux to mid lane and now I'm fucking motherfuckers up. They can't even touch me. And then he got the Kamehameha Blast. We just in the Dragon Ball Z podcast, yo. Shout out to Terran and I'm over there too doing their thing with the YouTube podcast. We was over there.
Big ups.
Hashtag. But like the Lux with the Kamehameha wave, I related to the special. I like that shit. And I like the fact that what made me really gravitate toward it because on my Master Yi, I don't got no CC. So when I got onto another champion like Lux and I learned the CC aspect of the game, that was something that I could learn that Master Yi couldn't teach me at that time. Of course, there's items that you could slow people and shit like that. But that, there's a whole bunch of things that I could have built with CC, but that wasn't what I wanted to do. So we got Yi, we got Lux, and the last one that was kind of like my newest one that I'm a little mad I've been neglected is Snoo Queen, son. My Lowy. I love that. The same scenario. I was in jungle, had to move to a lane. I went with Lux. Had to move to the top lane. Who I'm going to use in top lane? I like Garrett. I like Heim. But Alawi, Snoo. Give me your soul, baby. I take your soul. At the time, I was getting Hull Breaker by myself. I'm on an island. I don't want my team. Go do what you got to do. Get objectives. Help bot lane. It's better for you to gank bot lane anyway. They're not under level, but they're sharing XP. There's 2 of them down there. You got 2 people to help you. It frees up my jungle to go to bot lane while I'm holding this shit top lane. If I get first tower and I can split push, I think objective wise, I started to learn the objectives and proxying and all hold, freezing lanes and shit. Like everything, every champion that I was using was a learning mechanism that I used in the game and shit. That's why, when y'all said the top 3, it definitely made sense that it's hard to just pick one champion. But now, all right, that was we got through our champions and shit like that. I want to talk. So like. You guys have been playing the game longer than me, so what I want to ask y'all is, you guys being fans or addicted, whatever y'all want to call it, because I don't know, sometimes I be saying y'all mad as shit, and it's like, it's not I'm mad I'm going to get off the game, it's I'm mad, let me start the next game. So like, I like that thought process. I want to talk to you as far as like the game development of League of Legends. You guys been here for X amount of years. How do you like where the game has went from where it's at? And do you think it's actually, going to be able to keep it up? Or it's kind of like this top point where it's ever going to be? You think it's going to ever decline? Like, how y'all feeling about as far as the franchise of League?
Do you want to go at it first?
You go.
You want me to go? But you've been playing longer than I have. I think I started. I forgot who was new when I started playing. And how I got into League was with my older brother wanted somebody to play with. So I actually kind of started very similar to how you started, Grimes, where it's like, hey, I'm going to teach you how to clear lane. You're going to play bot. I'm going to play support, and I'm going to teach you how to shoot last hit minions, whatever. And I picked up Ash because it's the first one you get,
Hell
right?
yeah, absolutely.
So, and that's how. And then I found out I hate ADC. I hate have to worry about last hitting minions with ADC while trying to fight two people at once and hoping because at the time support items weren't out. If your support took your creep score, that messed you up.
Hell yeah,
There was no
absolutely.
help, or if your support KS'd you, there was no assist points that you get now or whatever. That was it. Your support KS'd you, they're gonna do ADC, and that's kind of how it was.
But what's nuts about
Because
but wasn't there a point in time where they weren't jungle or something like that? That whole two top, one mid, two
Nah.
bot thing was a
Nah,
thing.
nah.
no,
Jungle's always
so
been a
there was
thing.
jungle's always been there. There was a time period. I know what he's talking about because there was a time period where people were doing like weird support leashing for top and would walk in through jungle and do a couple things in jungle, but didn't mainly play jungle. They would play a
Yeah,
weird
like they
top
were
support
laning.
and bottom support, and the top support would rotate to like
But
mid in between mid and top.
it was like similar to the tutorial shit. You know how you
Yeah, it
start
was
your first
super
line
weird.
levels, you don't even have smite. So like I thought that came from some type of I don't fucking know game mode or whatever. I don't know. Like even in the
I
UK,
think they
like
just want everybody in the lane just fighting.
hell yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
and like
everyone
also
was in lanes.
and it was so nuts to me because I kind of like the thought of everybody in lane like you get to see everybody on the map. You don't know who the fuck is coming up. There's no ganks. There's no surprises type shit. I guess if that's in lack of a better term. But I mean I like it and I don't like it because then when you see somebody's on if we got a 2-1-2 or whatever, two top, one mid, two bot, and you see that it's only one person top, you know that motherfucker. Now it's like, yo, where's the second person? So now instead of us going to lane, now we in the jungle looking. Now it's not just one jungle. Now everybody in the jungle. We all just fighting all over the place. And whenever it's time to go and get a wave and get XP, you go grab the wave, push the wave or whatever, then you go back in the jungle. Now the fight is in the jungle. Shit like that.
I mean,
like that's what I really was thinking about when I first started to play the game. So
there was also a weird time period where like there was top ADCs.
they
So like
still
we
do
had
that. But wait,
they still, but it's not like what it used to be, where it's like you would see Garen ADC almost every second or third game. Like it was insane. You would see Garen ADC and Lux
no.
support, and it was super weird.
I thought you meant, I guess, ADC top then. Because, like, Vayne will go in the top lane, and Vayne's an ADC.
Vayne is like the only one
Yeah.
I feel like could pull that off. Like Vayne and Quinn were the only two that could pull that off, and it was because of Vayne and Quinn's maneuverability. It was them being able to jump in, do a crap ton of damage to the tanky tops at the time, and be able to get out before they could catch them.
Okay. Yo, Feach, I'm definitely with it. If you want to pull up, pull up. I mean, I'm okay with it as long as Shouka's okay with it. I don't give a fuck.
Hell yeah.
But if you want to pull in here, get in here. We talking about some League of Legends shit. We talking about being a part of development in games and things of that nature. Only because, like I told you, it's gonna be it's not a different podcast, so we're gonna get back to the Shouka aspect. But I wanted the roundtable discussion because I've been talking a lot with Shouka behind the scenes and shit like that too. We've been talking about different things that we want to do as far as community events that's coming up, and I like to pick his brain. I want y'all to see how I pick people's brain. I want y'all to see what I'm looking for with people because I know I got a couple messages like, oh, so motherfuckers don't want me to be a ball member no more. No, that's not what we said. I want y'all to be a ball member more. I want y'all to show up more. I want y'all to be available for community events that's coming up because once that member role is going to be for people that's active that want to do shit within the community. And if you don't want to be active doing shit within the community, that's fine. You can still be active doing your own shit within the community. That's not a problem. But you don't need the ball member role or the ball member prospect for that. I don't want people to feel excluded. Instead of just bumping you down to content creator or bumping you down to fucking bomb homie, I would rather you keep that bomb title. We're going to put you on the IR list. Y'all gonna have a whole orange. It's a whole bunch of y'all motherfuckers. So y'all all gonna be orange. Y'all not gonna feel a certain way. You're gonna know that you don't do shit and they don't do shit. Y'all both don't do shit to help the community. It's not an insult. It's a observation. So that being said, talking to with Shouka and Featured and Omega and Karuma, even Teddy and Ayo a little bit about it. I wanted to talk more about the D&D shit aspect too, because we definitely did a D&D game, and when we did a D&D, we did a D&D jump off. The shit was hot. What's popping? I want to, before we get too much farther in there, we got Big Feach, a.k.a. we got Young FFs in the building. Another man that don't need no type of introductions. If y'all not on fucking YouTube, get your ass on YouTube. And one of the first motherfuckers you better follow on YouTube is this man right here. These fucking reviews is there every day. I wake up looking for these fucking reviews, and I appreciate you what you're doing. Super
and
fire.
I want to
pushing them out.
I want to make a quick little shout out that I had the pleasure to meet Featured in real life.
Yep, met Shouka.
Super
cool
fire.
Ass dude. Met him in
Night of
Salt.
Grimes got some beef with Salt. We're not gonna talk about it.
Yeah, I hate that motherfucker, son. Not in real life. I hate him in fake life. No, I'm just kidding. I don't even know.
He was an okay guy to me in real life. So
No, real life people act different. But nah, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
True.
Salt was cool. I think,
YouTube speedrunner.
Yo, was Salt the dude that the power went out that day?
For real.
Or that's the one that was buying lunch? I don't know. I was jealous. That's what it was.
Salt's my 7-year friend.
That's the one that I was on some shit like I'm gonna take his spot. He said some shit about buying lunch every week or some shit for 2 years. Yeah, I can't compare with that.
He bought me lunch every Wednesday for like 3 years.
And that's why I was mad at him. That's why I hate his friend Salt. That's the reason. I don't really hate Salt. You can't be saying shit like that, Shai. They're gonna believe you. They're like, oh, Grimes is mad again. I'm not mad at Salt. Salt is cool. Alright, but yeah, so Feach, we was talking just to fill you in with some of the things that we was talking about. I'm not sure if you were saying in the beginning.
Gonna grab that 6-pack though.
All right, go do your thing. Come back. Don't disappear, motherfucker.
I need to grab a new one. Mine's empty. I've been pouring this.
All right, so wait, it's the hour mark.
I show up and everyone leaves. What the hell?
Oh no,
it's
I'm
the hour in.
No, you show up. I'm trying to get lit, baby.
Oh,
come
my
on.
God.
He tagged you in. I'm here.
Do I gotta go so you guys can stay?
No. Shouka gotta get a beer. Teddy gotta get a 6-pack. I got my beer.
I brought my beer.
I ain't going nowhere. Me too. Oh wait, hold on.
I mean, I got other like legit.
Nah, I got this. I still got this fucking Jack bottle that I'm trying to fucking.
I'm not going out to get no milk or nothing. Just
get the milk. This is an interesting discussion. It definitely is. I like, yo, my thing about it is we all over the place. Kono, appreciate you with the host too. I hope I definitely see y'all in the chat. I guess they didn't want to cut them off. Booty Juice, love you, my duty boss. Thank you. I know. Quill was in here. Quill said that he went over there because he couldn't hear me with all the ads and shit. So he closed my tab up so I don't get no ad revenue. Quill, I appreciate you for that. Appreciate you just for being here. You're an amazing individual. We had to get Young FFs in the building too because I definitely asked him to pull up earlier when I found out that AO was going to be here. So I'm happy that he was able to make it. But yeah, the party definitely gonna keep going on. I was talking about so it's a couple of questions though, because I kind of want your input on it as well. The first one, but we're gonna go backwards because pertaining to the conversation, we was talking a lot of League of Legends stuff. I don't know if you heard.
I heard.
So as far as your top 3 and why, what would be your top 3 champions that you like playing? And I mean, and new champions, old champions, you know how we get it down. The whole imagination is up to you. It could be whatever. Like, I was talking about the learning experience of the different champions of learning the game, Master Yi teaching in jungle, and then me not having CC, and then move into a support character, Lux, getting that CC aspect, taking her into lane, and then eventually going to Alawi in the top lane saying, fuck all these champions. I want to just fight by myself because my team is dog. I did the League of Legends. I'm better than that. The the fucking shit. I feel like everybody falls into that. So, you got the floor, my G.
Okay. So, my favorite 3 champions. So, okay, I'm gonna have I guess 3 with a honorary 4th. So my favorite 3 and not
changing the rules.
Always. That's why we got them.
That's how it is.
That's how you take over.
So,
I'm just...
so, when I first started playing, like way back when, I started out playing AD carry, and so I was playing AD carry and just kind of just playing like Ashe and stuff, and then it slowly kind of changed, and I was like doing other stuff, and I was not good. I'm still not good, but I'm better now than I was then.
Look at me.
And
I don't like
trying to be in a bot lane doing ranked and stuff, and I'm not very good, but like my teammates were obviously worse, and you try to depend on a support player who is just terrible when you're an AD carry. So I started switching things up, trying other roles and stuff. I jungled for a bit, so one of my favorite characters was a Mumu, because that's how long ago I was a jungler. Mumu was like the best jungler at the time, because he could just clear things instead of full health all the time. So Mumu was like my first character I fully like mained, and I was like obsessed with him. I had like every skin, and I would just play a Mumu nonstop. I am not smart enough to get out of a fight, but I am dumb enough to go into a fight. So like I play characters that would just go in and just mess things up and make my teammates have to join me, because like I'm in there messing stuff up, so you gotta come and play.
It's like, yeah, you gotta come stop the bleeding. That's what I did. Right, they made a reference of me dying so much in the bot lane that they had to come stop the bleeding. I'm like, well, if you was here earlier, I wouldn't be bleeding in the first place.
Exactly. That's on you, team, not me.
I love that. Okay.
So I did a Mumu, and then I got started playing top lane, and my one friend who shout out to Nick, he likes to run his mouth and kind of brag, and I hate people that just kind of hype themselves up and brag a ton. It just annoys me, because I'm like, fine, you think you're good at that? I'm gonna get better at that than you, just to shut you down. That's how spiteful I am. And so he loved playing Renekton, so I played Renekton so much I got better at Renekton than him. And so then now I play Renekton, and Renekton's one of my favorite champions to play. And I started playing him out of spite, just whatever. But so I'll play Renekton top lane and stuff.
What are you guys doing?
I love going in. Again, you go in, you cause problems. Your teammates have to come in with you. You're staying alive because you're healing, you're stunning people, you're doing AoE damage. You get big and beefy, and you're fucking people up. I like doing that. So that's what I do.
Thank you.
And then
oh my goodness.
my third.
You guys are insane.
Who do I want? Who was it? It was
Crow Fam. Let's go.
Okay, so I had a Mumu, Renekton. Just because he was fun and he could play both jungle and top, I like playing Warwick. I know he's not a favorite, and he's not ever really super strong. But like I play Warwick and I get OP. You've seen me play Warwick and just like tear people up in ARAMs and shit. And people are like, oh, Warwick don't work. I'm like, no, watch. And like,
Warwick works. I mean,
I'm fighting, I'm dueling people, I'm unkillable.
So, as a Nocturne maid, Warwick was probably my least favorite matchups. Like Yeez, I could kill Yeez. They do to go to the Q, I throw out my spell shield or whatever. They hit the Q, I take none of the damage. I have increased attack speed. I hit them with the fear. They start to run away, can't run away. And then they're down to 3/4 of their health, and then they have to fight me, and I'm getting constant life heal because I'm Nocturne. Warwick turns around, fears me, grabs me, and I'm just like, oh, I'm dead. I can't do anything.
Warwick fucking would jump from the river to the lane, and if you can land that jump and then fear me and then Q on top of me or whatever the hell it was that he did. I'm already low health, so then he gets the fast.
Even better. The ult used to be even better. You would just click on him, and it would just teleport you to him. You wouldn't have to try to line it up and sight it. You would just instant land on it, no matter what. You just had to get in range. So you would just be running, you'd be like, oh, blah, 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 and then they were just stuck there, and you could not miss. So
I had to learn how to play.
So whenever they change that, you're like, oh, I got to get better at skill shot in this ult. So that's how you get good at it, and
And who's the honorary man? You said a Mumu, Renekton, Warwick.
Well, Amumu was gonna be the original honorary
because
he was whatever. But like my other one that I like playing because when I played AD carry, I like playing Caitlyn. She's just fun to play. I just like getting in the bushes, getting headshots, doing big damage and stuff. And then you shoot your alt from halfway across the map and you just mess people up. It's just a lot of fun. So whenever I was, would play AD carry and stuff, Caitlyn's there. I've got other favorites I like playing. I like doing Rumble and Thresh and stuff like that. And,
I'm surprised Gnar didn't make the list. This motherfucker turned into
Gnar's in there. Gnar's in there. You've seen me play Gnar. You know I know how to play Gnar.
I seen the Gnar. I was seeing featured. Like I'm like
ARAM just jump in, throw a whole team into a wall. They're like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "You guys coming?" Like
I'm like, "Hell yeah!" I'm over here. Fuck, you know me, Shouka. I be in there with fucking Karma. Like I'm not supposed to be in there with Karma. What are you doing in there with her? She's supposed to be back there somewhere. But okay, cool. So now because that was the League of Legends talk, and I said we're gonna be going backwards. So before that, I asked him the question, and this was a dope ass question. I think I want to say it was Panda Bamboo. So shout out to the other panda. Shout out to both pandas, but shout out to that panda for this question. She in a previous podcast, she asked something similar to along the lines of if you could be a part of the development of a game, which game would you want to be part of the development in? And I asked them that question. So I wanted to add, like, as far as now, I didn't tweet. I don't know exactly how she meant it, but the way I meant it, as far as like their future. Yeah. So as far as their shit in the future to make their game better, what's something that you would do to help make the game better? So I think Teddy said Madden. Shouka said RTS. I mean, he said like a real time strategy game. Did you give me a specific game? I know you said XCOM, but was that the game? That wasn't the game.
Nah, it was kind of more of a genre.
It was like a genre of real time strategies.
I would like to be a part of either Pokemon or Digimon like series to like make those games like a little better. That'd be. Okay. I just always play those games, and so I would like to change it up
a little bit, like,
add things, improve stuff.
What would be something that you would add to? Well, all right. First of all, let's use Pokemon because I know they just kind of changed it up with the Arceus game, and that's kind of different from the typical RPG.
Yeah, and they're changing things up a little bit more with this new one coming out, Scarlet and Violet.
So how would and first, I guess the first question is, did you like that change with Arceus? And the second question is, what would you, out of whichever one you like better, which one would you continue to work with to change to make better?
So
I got the questions. Where's Ayo? Son, I miss Ayo.
Yeah. so if I had to change one, I guess I would change Pokemon.
Well, which one do you like better first? Arceus or original Pokemon? Fucking Yellow and Crystal and Blue.
Oh, which version do I like?
Yeah, which one? I know they're different.
Yeah. This is probably gonna be a little blasphemous, but I think Arceus. I like the additions and changes they did to it. It's got like the feel of like the original with like the turn based and like doing stuff and everything, but like it also added a lot of new elements that were really cool. It actually made it feel like you were out there adventuring, trying to like
fucking dodging
catch
shit.
Pokemon. Yeah, and you're like, and you actually felt like a reason why you didn't want to go out into the grass and stuff, because like they would mess you up, and then so it I think I liked Arceus. Just a lot of what they added and changed in that was really cool. So
Arceus is your favorite Pokemon.
About favorite Pokemon, but it's if I had to choose between that and like the original or whatever, but like if my favorite one to play, that's a tough one.
I have my answer, but I want to kind of
how are y'all not saying?
It might have been my favorite was probably either Black and White or Diamond and Pearl.
Okay.
Yeah, they were just really fun. They were like big additions to the series at the time, at their own times or whatever. And like the games are really solid. Black and White was like a cool ass story and like added a lot of kind of strange features and stuff. And
and Diamond and Pearl was like downright almost revolutionary on how they did things.
So
I started with Silver. I actually started 2nd gen Silver, and then backtracked and was playing Pokemon Yellow. But then I ended up getting a Game Boy SP.
Okay.
And around the same time, Ruby and Sapphire came out. And as far as like my favorite Pokemon game, it has to be Ruby.
Okay.
You guys are bugging. Pokemon Yellow was the best Pokemon game. Anybody that was everybody that was watching Pokemon on TV, right? Pikachu.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, wait.
I can only afford one version. Okay, I got blue.
Pokemon Yellow.
I couldn't get the other. I didn't
have
yellow
blue
version. I couldn't get yellow version that came out.
I had
like a year later.
I had to steal blue. Allegedly.
My blue got stolen by my own damn cousin.
You still featured blue?
Yo, I think. Wait, this is in Ohio? I think it's your blue. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Well, no, I didn't have blue.
That would be wild.
I didn't have a Game Boy. So what ended up happening is I ended up getting a yellow Game Boy, and then I got the yellow to match. But when I was watching the show, and Pikachu being a dick in the beginning and shit like that, then you get the game, and Pikachu is a dick in the beginning of the game. Like, yo, it was like I was Ash Ketchum. I was the dude. I was in the show. So, like, that's why I kind of like Pokemon Yellow. I'm not gonna front, 150. Then, that was, like, blue was kind of, because, like, I mean, all would be blue and red, because that was when I was introduced to Game Shark. And you had to, maybe you had to surf along the coast to get the Mew in the cave or whatever the fuck it was. It was like, it was a way that you had to surf around the coast to go to that island to get Mewtwo at the end of the game. After you beat him, you go get Mewtwo. But then the glitch of the Game Shark code or whatever the fuck it was is if you go along the coastlines, it'll be like a random Mew. Well, at least that was the code. And then I got the Mew. So, like, I remember that shit. And I didn't really play all the other Pokemons. The other one after that I played was, I think, Sapphire. What had Lugia on the cover? That one.
That would be Silver.
Silver was
or Crystal.
Crystal.
Well,
on the cover,
Crystal had Suicune.
Yeah.
So then it was that. It was Crystal.
Silver was Lugia.
It was Crystal. Yeah. It was Crystal.
Or it could have been Soul Silver. But
yeah, and I think it was Crystal. I remember. I definitely remember because they normally like to do fucking black, white, and then like gray or gold, silver, and then fucking whatever. That it was like that.
Crystal was like clear blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. That it was Crystal. I remember Crystal. It was Crystal. But okay, all right, that was all right. So now back to the development of the games though, because I'm not gonna lie, it kind of sounded like you like the new Arceus because it just was switching it up from all the old shit, but. Well, when it came to picking a game that was your favorite, you went back to the old shit. So now I'm a little on the gate.
Well, there's nostalgia there, right? So there's like a little bit of nostalgia for that.
That's true.
But like I think there's nostalgia, but also I liked the story of those games and not just like the gameplay.
Okay.
I like the gameplay and stuff of Arceus. If they like did that, but with the other games, I would have been happy. You know what I mean?
I got you.
So look at like Pokemon too. Like Pokemon has never been like a lot of people be like, oh, we'll go back to old Pokemon or whatever. It's like if you look at old Pokemon's never been set in stone. It has constantly evolved through every version of Pokemon that came out. I think the only two big differences are Black and White and Black and White 1 or Black and White 2. And that's because it was just a sequel of it. But even that added on to stuff.
See, but now, all right, real quick. So if you had to further the development for Pokemon, so you would work with Arceus and try to use the different type of the game mechanics that they have now and further that development with the game, or would you like to even make your own shit with the older version?
I know I'm a little.
I would probably stick with like Arceus and add and modify some things, but the bottle. Was that bottle massive, or was it just like the angle of the camera? Like,
it's brown water.
Nah.
Okay.
Brown water.
Yep. You can sponsor us if you hit us up. Like, let us know. Uncover the labels.
Angry Orchard.
F those. No, I'm just kidding.
Not a sponsor. It's just really good. Sponsor me if you want.
One of the things I think I enjoyed a lot is like obviously with like the Switch and stuff, everything's kind of sort of gone back to console, even though like Pokemon has always been on a handheld, and the Switch is kind of handheld and portable. One of the things that like the DS and the 3DS had is that like there were functions to where like if you were in an area of other people with their 3DSs or whatever, your systems could communicate, and some games had like different things or whatever. And I always thought it would be nice if like you could just set up like a whole like list or box of Pokemon that would be available for trading, and you could just be out walking around with your shit in your pocket, and then like when you like go to check your stuff or whatever, you get back and all of a sudden you got like 30 trades that like you just were out walking around, and you just people out on the streets just like your guys' stuff just all swapped, and like I just thought that'd be kind of cool, like because then you just like trading with people
what if you
on the
get
block,
some
whatever.
Bullshit? I'm big on IVs. You know about IVs?
Yeah.
I don't want no
Yeah,
fucking
of course I know about IVs.
two IV
IVs.
Pikachu
No,
all of a sudden getting traded for like you know what I mean? It would have to be a strict ass system.
you airdropping shit? Like airdropping Pokemon?
In my system.
I'm just gonna walk around the block, stand everybody's full IVs and shit. Like I'm good.
First off, in my system, you select which Pokemon you're putting up for trade. So if you are giving up like extras that are like 4 or 5 IV, like good motherfuckers, like that's on you because you selected them to be up for trade.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody ever put any 4 or 5 IV. Just put one junk shit in there and hope that you get something good.
No, not at all. There are people. The best trade fodder is people. Whenever you're breeding Pokemon, you'll have like 60 gigabytes left because you're trying to get a perfect Garchomp. And so you take those little gigabytes and you start trading them on Wonder Trade until you get some other random. You're like, oh yeah, I got a Spanish Ditto with like 5 IVs. Like, and then you're like, let's fucking start breeding. And like, you start breeding with your Spanish Ditto, so that way it's got like, you got a higher chance of getting shinies and stuff. Yep. Like, there's all kinds of shit like that. People trade all their like random excess stuff from breeding or catching all the time. So. Like, I've come across and got some decent stuff from it. Like, at least good, like, starter stuff. Things that'll have, like, 3 IVs that are, like, set. And you're like, okay,
I'm just
cool.
Getting on I'm trimming all the armor and polishing all the buttons type shit. I'm taking everybody's shit, bro. I'm put up my 1 and 2 IVs all day.
I mean, you can do that, but, like, whatever, man. Like, but, yeah, I think that'd be cool is, like, you do that type of stuff. There's other random features. I think, a lot of people like having the option of having Pokemon follow you. I think, if you had that as like, oh, I could have my Pokemon out or not. I think there's just, I think that HMs should not be like moves. Like you shouldn't be like, oh, I have to teach him Surf, and because he knows Surf, he can't know Thunderbolt or whatever. So like you should just be able to have like a separate move set to where you can like just teach them HMs or whatever, or like certain moves will give them the ability to be like, oh, now he can do Rock Smash as well as a side effect of
take out HM slaves altogether.
Yeah, I hated having to waste a 5th slot or 6th slot.
Rock Smash and Surf.
I don't want to have HM slaves. Like I don't want to do it. I don't want Bidoof on my team for the entire fucking party, or like until I get to like the Elite Four. Yeah,
that's what they're called.
That's what they're called.
That's 100%
because you would teach. They would be able to learn most HMs. So you learn Serve, Rock Smash, Cut.
But no, but it was like what? It'd be like
Pokemon.
But it's like that. You'll have a Blastoise, and you're like, I don't want to teach that shit. So
no,
I'm gonna have an HM slave.
I'm not teaching my Blastoise Waterfall, so I'm gonna put it on this fucking Bidoof, so I can climb this fucking thing. So your Bidoof knows Rock Smash, Rock Climb, Waterfall, and fucking Surf or whatever, and you're just like, okay, this fucker is just gonna sit in my team, never be for battle, and he's just gonna get me up these fucking walls and over these obstacles. That's all he does.
That is his function.
Have they not made a Pokemon that can use all the movements?
There's a couple.
All the HMs? They don't even have enough room.
There's some of them. So Mew and Mewtwo can learn every move in the game. Ditto.
I mean, you're gonna put get every Mew as a transporter on your team, like
no, God no.
I mean, I'm just saying you can do
walk around.
Also, you can do it with what's his name?
It would have to be what normal Pokemon.
He learns Sketch and he can copy moves. What is
the Chameleon.
No.
Oh.
No, the painter Pokemon. What's his
Smeagol or whatever it is.
Yeah, Smeagol.
Oh, hell no.
Smeargle.
We're not doing that.
Smeargle. Smeagol's the dude from Lord of the Rings.
Yo,
Close.
hashtag BoMBOnTop. Sorry to cut y'all off. We got another special guest host. Come here. Come on down. All right, never mind. He's a little shy. Never mind. He's not here. Hold on, wait.
Who is it?
It's me. I was kidding. Nah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Wild. It'd be crazy if like future Grimes was in there and just like he just has time travel. He came back to do the podcast. Like, that'd be some wild shit. But it would be some Grimes shit.
Alright, the stream can hear y'all. They can't hear you.
So, yeah, just stuff like that. Like, I wouldn't want the HMs to be on Pokemon. I think I'd make it easier first. And they've progressively made it easier to give effort values and initial values, so EVs and IVs on Pokemon. Like, it's way easier to do that stuff now than it used to be. I would make it just even easier. I would just like let you be able just to like go into the fucking battle thing, and it would just be like, okay, what do you want your EV spread to be on this Pokemon? And you can select it and set up, and then just be like, boom.
My thing is, what's your opinions on the permanent HM or EXP share?
I don't think so.
So it was nice for Arceus, but other games made it way too easy. Arceus was still difficult with it. The reason they did it is because people, people who typically play the Pokemon games are bitch ass pussies, and Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 were too difficult for the fans.
Top, baby.
The fans literally couldn't. Most people were complaining on the internet and stuff that they couldn't beat Black 2, White 2. It was so hard. They were losing constantly.
A fucking Pokemon game?
Yeah, Black 2, White 2.
You can literally just spend like
the only thing that's harder.
Teddy, I know you can take time to train and get to the. They didn't want to do that. They just wanted to blitz
1 hour,
through the game.
bro. It's not even take time.
No, they
just
wanted to
spin in
blitz
one fucking circle for an hour, and you're ahead of the game for the next like 20 hours of gameplay.
They wanted to blitz through.
They wanted
the entire game. No, because Black 2, White 2, the level jumps were big, so it would take time to like get there. It was actually like for a Pokemon game difficult, and you had to think the AI was smart and like would be using strategy and shit, and you had to be like a little bit smart about it. People who played and beat all the other games played Black 2, White 2, and
in the future.
Got their asses handed to them.
The only
blind run for y'all.
Do it.
Fuck it up. Watch
Do
it.
it. Load an emulator, play it.
Yeah, the only thing that's
With
been
this
proven to
shit.
be more
The music's
difficult
fire though.
is-
Black 2, White 2
is-
music is fire.
The only thing that's been proven to be more difficult is like a Nuzlocke run of Platinum.
They never go.
And that's only because
long as
of
the
how
movie come out,
they implemented
always
crit
have
rate
something
in
to put
Platinum.
in Fortnite as far as a skill.
Well, that's
That's
because
RNG
you're doing
based then.
Nuzlocke challenge, so you're kind of Yep. When you do that stuff, like it's a little bit more.
You let me know what's the
RNG
hardest
and
Pokemon
stuff.
game so I can blind run it on stream.
Without any additional modifications, it's definitely Black 2, White 2.
Yes.
the hardest game is the one that you can fucking make different Pokemon, right? What is it called? What the fuck Saber was doing? But he could change it so that
Auto
you
lock
could-
shit. That was
he was
that's
like
the randomizer Nuzlocke.
Yeah,
That was
he
crazy.
That shit is hard.
That shit is dope. But it's hard to like strategize that. It's literally just randomized.
because he just goes into a bush and doesn't know what Pokemon.
You don't know what the hell. That's what. But that's so hard. Like once you get up to level 50, level 60, level 70 Pokemon, and it's a random Pokemon with them moves that'll kill your ass.
I mean, I don't know. It's still tough if like at level 5 you come across a fucking like I don't know a Ho-Oh and it just like fucking
but it
annihilates you. You know what I mean?
But it won't have the move. How does the moves work? They still got to learn the moves.
So, I mean, not necessarily.
Oh, the moves, and now if the moves are random too. Now that's some shit.
Yeah, it'll be a
That's
Charizard
crazy.
doing water blast.
Yeah.
Yo, bro,
Yeah.
that shit was all over the place. I was like, yo, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. So
Alright, that shit's kind of crazy. That's hard.
You don't know what's coming where. It's wild. But I'm pumped for this new stuff they're adding to the game with the Terra stuff, where they're changing like the types and so like you can have like a Charizard that becomes water type or whatever, and it's gonna be pretty sick.
What?
Yeah. So in the new game, there's a new thing called Terra, which is like your Pokemon, like you know how like they had like Mega Evolutions and like the Dynamax stuff, like where the Pokemon get giant and stuff. So instead of doing that in this game, there's a new thing called Terra, where your Pokemon becomes like a crystal, and the crystal form of your Pokemon is like a secret
It was like
type.
a super move.
It kind of, but it changes its typing. So your Pokemon could be a dragon Pokemon, and all of a sudden you use your Terra and it's a dark type Pokemon or whatever. Like you do crazy shit. So yeah, it's gonna be wild because you're gonna be out there with like
It goes in 10 minutes.
I don't know, ghost type Dragonites. Like it's gonna be
crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna. You're not gonna know what to expect because you're gonna be like, what the fuck type is this Pokemon gonna be? You won't know. So yeah, it whenever I saw it in my video, I did a reaction over at YouTube.com. Never mind, the like Terra thing was nuts though. I was like, holy shit! I like lost my mind because like at first I thought it was just like a new form of like shiny Pokemon, to where like instead of like getting sparkles, it would just be like crystal or whatever. No, it's a full up like thing you select. Your guy uses a special move. He transforms. He gets a weird like little like headdress thing on, and it changes his type and stuff. And, like you can have like grass type Eevee if you wanted. Like I don't know why, but because you could just evolve it into a grass type. But yeah. So that stuff's gonna be wild. That stuff would be fun. So I don't know. Those are the stuff my Umbreon is, but that's okay.
No.
Yeah, Umbreon. So
Famous Blast Dragon sauce.
I mean, yeah, but you could just get other better fairy type Pokemon.
No.
Give me 1 second. Yo, I hear y'all. Yo, hashtag BoMBOnTop. Hashtag BoMBOnTop. Now y'all motherfuckers gotta be over here wanting to get these goddamn drinks.
That's what I would change in Pokemon. I don't know, just like small things like that. I like most of the stuff in.
Cause no, that was the tell him we hit him with the development question that I asked everybody else when Feature jumped in. So he said he wanted to fuck with Pokemon and fucking make that shit into what it is. But ultimately, the reason why I was asking this shit is because I do got to run downstairs and grab some shit. Don't disappear. Well, I mean, we had an hour and a half, but I wanted to initially why I'm asking these questions and trying to get into y'all brains and shit like that is because when I was talking to Shouka definitely told me that he was a dungeon master. He'd been doing this Dungeons and Dragons for quite some time. So when we start talking about development of certain games, it was kind of cool to hear him go with the RTS aspect of it, because I wasn't thinking that as a genre that anybody would have said that. Like Teddy went with Madden, you went with Pokemon. Like I touched on the Fortnite aspect of it because I like
Feature, you missed the Madden stuff. Can we touch on that real quick?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, go back.
Dungeons and Dragons is next.
Just to sum it up.
Yeah.
Just to sum it up real quick about the Madden shit. I wanted to touch on it because like I want to know your opinion. Madden has a real big disconnect with like genuine football fans and people abusing the game.
Yeah.
And I think if they was to fix that right there and actually make it a simulated game, because it's not, bro. It's about, if I do this fly route, the corner's gonna fucking creep up every time, and it's gonna be glitchy animation that this guy gets open. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If they fix that shit up and make the game about like, do you know football better than me? Like that shit'll be fucking insane, bro.
Yeah, I think that like that type of stuff would definitely be good. I haven't played a Madden game in a long ass time. Like, are you able to customize and make your own playbook?
No.
They should add that.
You could
like that's what I'm saying.
Take plays from other playbooks and make your own shit type shit. So like it's all default plays. You're not making your own plays.
Okay. Well, you should be able to do both, I think. Like make your own thing, but then also like make your own play, like because I think that type of shit.
Implementing this year, that's a groundbreaking implementation, I think. You can finally control where the ball goes. Crazy. Wow, after 30 years of Madden, you can finally choose where the ball goes. It's not like you just press X and it throws it in the area where he does whatever animation, and you know what I'm saying? Now you can actually be, okay, I want a back shoulder throw. I'm gonna put the ball right here.
You're gonna be able
now
to do
you
that.
on the curl route. On the curl route, instead of when he curls, the corner is gonna be able to jump whatever. No, I want it in the bottom right, so that way if he's coming across, regardless, this dude is, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo,
they're adding the strike zone into football. What?
My biggest
Bro,
problem
that
with
right there is gonna make the chess game
that
go
is fire,
crazy.
yeah.
my
Yeah.
biggest
Like,
problem with Madden and why I really couldn't get into Madden was because they kept like every year they would take some feature out that was in the one beforehand, and then like the next year they would re-add that feature back in and call it something different. And that kind of made me mad as a consumer. I was just like, oh, they think I'm stupid. Like this is create your player, except now it's called my career or whatever. And
So,
it's
like with that like corner stuff, like that example, like when they throw the ball, like are you like when you throw it, like how do you choose? Like you is it like a box and you show where you want it? Like
it's kind of just like in the air direction. So like before you kind of had like the lead option and like the comeback option. That's it.
Right.
If you press X, he'll throw the ball to him. If you press X and aim up, he'll lead him. If you press X, it'll make comeback. That's it. Those are the only two options. So now it's like after you throw the ball, if you drift to the left or whatever the fuck, then he'll try to put it like in that corner, like. So it's more after the throw that you get a little control of it, and it's like real minor. It's not like you're gonna fucking make this shit go all the way.
See, what I think would be
play wanted, but with the football or your curve.
Yeah, like you're not doing none of that shit, bro.
What I
it's
think
real
would be,
minor, but you know what I mean.
What I think would be fire is if they added in like the hell they have for like baseball games, like the strike zone, like whenever you throw it, once it's coming to your receiver, like you in the corner, you or whoever's playing the corner or whatever, like
that
you each get like a separate,
moment.
it like slows down. And like,
but then what happens if you're the defensive tackle? You don't give a fuck about that shit.
You each have a box that like you can like move like the little ball icon, and it's gonna like throw it there. And if you're the corner, if you select like within a certain range of his thing, your hand will get on the ball, and but also you want to place the ball in a good spot for your receiver as like the QB, so you're selecting whatever. You can't like throw it behind their back and they're gonna miraculously still catch it. You know what I mean? But also you could choose like down low or up high instead of like whatever to try to juke out the corner. So I think that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Are they gonna add like a thing where you can like guess as the defensive line too, where like, oh, he's gonna throw it to that right corner, so my character, I can kind of move to that right corner and hope to get a interception easier or a better chance for interception. Are they gonna do that?
I know they added last season. They focused on the line itself, so defensive and O line. There's a lot of additions there. So if you play the line, like you'll be able to do the swim moves and all that. You'll be able to battle with these guys for blocking and you know under over shit. So that was dope.
That's cool.
Addition there. When it comes to the corner stuff, I don't know what they added this year. I know that they're doing it more so that you could choose whether to play the ball or the person. You could choose whether to like try to strip it, whether to go like
so
me
Teddy,
hitting at the high points.
Because you play it often, and typically these games are like, you know, 1-on-1 or at most like 2v2. Would you do like if they were able to like select it and you could have a lobby of like 11 on 11, like actual live players, 11 on each squad, and you all pick a position? Would you play that?
Yeah,
like there's there's 11 people, like someone's got to play your like right tackle, you know what I mean? Like someone's gotta be
who's
like,
my QB, who's my wide receiver.
Yeah, like so like
I think the skills position would be best. I don't think you need the line work that much. But
right, well, I mean maybe like, you might have some like phenomenal like right tackle who might be able to beat out all these DNs, you know what I mean? Like that'd be kind of like dope, like something like that. Like I don't know.
It'll be like
back,
imagine
guys.
waiting to find O linemen while you're in queue and like nobody's queuing up for fucking O line.
Yeah, but those O linemen, you make it like league. You gotta select a certain amount of things, but like the linemen are gonna be getting in games like nonstop. Boom, boom, boom games.
If you go for O line, you instantly in the games, like no wait time.
Imagine though, if you're like, oh, I'm gonna play kicker, like you just chilling. Like, yep, I'm just sitting here on the sideline watching the game. Like, I go in every, 5 minutes and I kick a ball.
Crowded. First time. Chat for crowd. Hashtag BoMBOnTop. Baby, what up, Crowded? How you feeling?
I think that'd be dope. Like I said, with some skilled players.
Crowded, how you feeling about you? Yeah, definitely talking about you being a ringer.
Pick the tight end, pick the quarterback.
In that Smash Bro tournament and shit. In the whip, so I have the podcast in the background. Be right back. Yes, Booty. That's what we're talking about. Juice.
Do you think, do they ever add in, special modes, like 7-on-7s or anything like that?
Yeah, they got like knockouts and all that shit. They got all
Okay.
those little fancy modes. They're fast games, like
Yeah.
no kickoffs. You know what I mean? You got 3 chances to score, then it's your turn, and it's back and forth. Like they got those modes.
You
And
know
those
what they should
modes
do?
are like with the Snoop Dogg and shit, and all these
Yeah.
people, and like that's the hype stuff.
Yeah, they should do kind of like, not like Mario Maker where you're making like an obstacle course, but like where you can make like a game mode with like rules. Like you could set all your custom rules and stuff. That'd be kind of cool. Like, and then you could share like your own like lobby like rules and stuff online, and people would like play.
It'll be
like,
2 downs to cross 5 yards.
Yeah, now, you could go to franchise mode, right, and like be a general manager or just the commissioner of all everything.
Yeah,
and fucking set all the rules and shit through that. So like you can kind of already do that, but
well, I mean, you can make. I'm talking like make like weird rules. You know what I mean? Like you just like change up like a ton of stuff. I think it'd be interesting just to have weird, fun like game modes for people just to play like that. Because I mean, that's kind of how like League of Legends ARAMs came about. People were just like, "Fuck it, we're gonna play like these lobbies, and we're just gonna go in. We'll go only down the middle in the regular old fucking Summoner's Rift, and like that's it. Like, and so that was what it was."
We're back, Grabs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My fault. I didn't want to jump in. I wanted to jump in, but I was here, I wanted to let y'all talk too. My bad. Y'all talk. Y'all got y'all Madden out?
Yeah, yeah. Welcome back.
Okay. So I wanted to talk because again, thank you for y'all patience for everybody that's here. # BoMBOnTop Podcast, episode 32, season 2. You already know what it is. We got Mr. CEO, Mr. BoMBOnTop. We got Young FFs in the building. We got the Twitch Guru. We got Teddy, and we got Shouka as our special guest today. I did want to touch on the Dungeons and Dragons aspect though, because we were talking about how long he created content on Twitch, and he said that he kind of just got really into it when he kind of like met with us and fucked with us. We kind of skipped the intros too. I don't know exactly where the hell I met Shouka, but when I've seen Shouka, let's go back to that real quick. I thought you came with wings, but come to find out, Shouka was fucking with Centauri, who came through like AO. So when I seen Shouka the first time in Wings chat, I was like, oh man, I hate this guy. He's another Wings friend. Just off of who he knew, because like Wings is terrible. So all the Wings friends are terrible people, right? Shouka proved me wrong. He wasn't a terrible person. He left the Discord 3 times or whatever, but it's okay. He's back.
Whoa!
He's back.
One time.
Oh, all right. I didn't know. I was joking. But no, Shouka, he pulls up or whatever the case may be. We was talking about it, and he was like, nah, yo, fucking, he actually know Ayo, Cuzzo, and shit like that I don't really fuck with like that. And like, it was cool to have somebody talk that Destiny shit that we was talking about back in fucking 2014 or whatever the fuck it was, when Destiny 1 was kind of like a thing.
Yeah.
So that being said, as far as creating content, he says so. He's been on Twitch on and off for a while, but really started. Go ahead.
Now that I think about it, did you ever do a raid with Centauri at all?
Yeah, I did.
I might have played with you. Yeah, I might have played.
We definitely did. I definitely think I have you added on PlayStation, and we played Destiny.
I think we definitely.
But that was before
Discord. I remember
Discord.
doing a raid with you.
I definitely remember. It was definitely before Discord. This was years ago. That's why I like, but that's what I mean. I would go into these raids with fucking you, D's, Centauri, Speedy, fucking all these other cornball dudes that I didn't really like.
We did Oryx together.
Yeah, it was one. Like I think we were stuck on the sisters though. I don't think we completed it. Because that's what Deez was talking shit about, and I'm like, Deez, you don't never get shit done.
Deez was getting mad, and then I remember that the next day I was just like, son, let me just go ahead and lead the raid, and I led the raid the next day, and we did it successfully.
Yeah, that makes sense, because Deez suck. Yo, what's poppin', Snowbody? Thank you for the biddies, appreciate you. You know we're going to be taking those shots. Godmother biddies in the building. We already in here. We got Shouka Content in the motherfucking building. Please make sure to go and click that link right there. Give the homie a follow. For anybody that's just tuning in, this is episode 32, season 2, BoMBOnTop Podcast. We're talking about these goals and things of that nature. You know how we get down in this Discord. Y'all know how we like to give back to our community.
Hey, thanks for the biddy, Snow.
So, woo, Snow Bunny in the building. I remember when I didn't even want to call you Snow Bunny because I thought it was going to get me in trouble at home. It still does. But I appreciate you for coming through, mama. For real. Now, but the D&D aspect. So now, shout out to Featured, because
This shit going.
I love it. Featured was, I want to say, the first person to actually
I'm on
introduce
2.
me to somebody who
It's
actually
that, huh?
was a dungeon
Let's
master.
count like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you still taking your time though. It's
I'm
supposed to
on
be
2.
done.
I mean, bro, you don't.
Yeah, why you doing that?
They doing shit like this. You gotta do this, Teto.
If I would have popped open 2 or 3 beers, y'all would be like, chill, slow down.
No. Who's you guys? I don't give
the biggest one bottle.
It's like it's a 40.
Hey, yo, that's it. That's all you got.
Only one.
That's it.
He's gonna come back with 4 locos, and he's gonna open 3-4 locos, and that's a bad decision. It's a bad decision.
He's over here drinking a 64-ounce like fucking
Hell
bottle.
yeah. I doubled up on the
like,
40s.
I already passed y'all. Like,
No, Feature is not. I don't think Feature's live. Feature, you're not live, right?
No. Nope.
But okay, my fault. Yeah, stop drinking. Well, I ain't gonna front. We did that drinking and disclaimer in the beginning, so I no longer care about your alcohol and I mean that was why I said it in the beginning. No, I'm just kidding. We always care. So, but I do want to talk about the Dungeons and Dragons. So now, shout out to Feature introducing us to Haphazard. He was a dungeon master that hosts his the fuck is his shit? Something and something. What's his YouTube? Taverns and Cabins. There you go. Boom.
Yeah.
So he allowed us to play Dungeons and Dragons for one time. We did a demo. It was a 3-hour demo between the 4 of us and the bomb shit. I loved it. It was dope.
I think they just started a new campaign recently too. So I think like if you check out their stuff, they're at like, kind of like a new jumping off point. So you can jump in now. So might need to catch up on like 1 or 2 episodes, but my dude Haphazard, check him out now.
So if you do have that link featured, please feel free. You know how we do. We promote everything over here. But the reason why I brought it up is because I definitely wanted to do our own kind of bomb Dungeon and Dragon thing. Now, of course, you know me. I want to make it BoMBOnTop Dungeons and Dragons. So I want fucking lowriders, guns, GTA. It's a different type of Dungeons and Dragons. It's going to be on some shit like, the hood in the jail or whatever. We can make it whatever the fuck you want to call it. But the thing about it is the aspect of being able to think outside the box and come up with this totally new playing ground of creativity, that role playing aspect of boom, you're up at you come to the block, you see that motherfuckers is still in the car. Thank you. You see motherfuckers still in the car. You see other people breaking into the look at it. I got this right here. Look. I gotta show them that now. Yo, Photoshop. Bing, it's a magic. It's magic.
Whoa.
How did he do it?
It
Hey,
came out with a little
Mikey.
baby.
Yeah.
A baby on stream.
Bottles having
Bloop.
babies.
No, I'm just kidding.
Bottles having babies.
Yeah, bottles having bottles over there.
And then we got this. Thank you, my dude.
Bottles on
Appreciate
bottles.
you, my G. So, alright. So that being said, I do. But when it came to Dungeons and Dragons, some things that I kind of liked about it was the creativity. For a dungeon master to be able to sit down and come up with scenarios for people to go through and kind of freestyle reactions off of their action. Super duper dope to me. But I definitely want to make it more of a BoMBOnTop thing. But that's later. As of now, I was talking to Shouka about putting a team together. Anybody that is interested into Dungeons and Dragons that want to participate, I do want to set up some type of demo or set it up so that we can actually play some Dungeons and Dragons. It'll be more of a real life stream. We can have it on Twitch. We can get into character. As much crazy stuff that you want to get going with that. Now, Shouka's definitely going to be on the front line with it. I definitely want Featured involved. Teddy, you already know. Teddy, whenever I touch Teddy, get to touch. That's the admin privilege. Even though Ayo's not here, he's probably down too. But the point of it is, I want to delegate different community events to people that want to do these events. So if I know that let's say Featured is passionate about this shit and he really wants to do this shit, I want him to be able to fucking run this shit and have a go-to person to help him out with it. If Shouka's gonna be that person, that's how we're gonna be doing the community events. That's why we need ball members. That's why we need bomb prospects. I don't need motherfuckers with red and gray names to look cute and lurk and do all of that shit. It's dope. I love the numbers. I like how it looks. But in all reality, I need people to show up that have the time to show up. And if you don't have the time to show up, that's fine. I love you all the same. But I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to specific people. So now, that being said, Shouka, I want to talk to you about this Dungeons and Dragons stuff. and see if we can actually set something up in the near future. We don't have to come up with it right now on the spot in the podcast, unless it is something that you want to tell me. But
I mean, yeah, whatever you want to do.
all
Sure.
right, so
I can
my
come up with some freeform ideas.
all
Let's
right,
go.
now, well, what I really want to get into is as far as how long have you been? Because you told me you was a dungeon master. Like I know a little bit about it. Let's talk about your history with Dungeons and Dragons. How long have you been participating in the game?
So my first session I ever played was probably back when I was like 14, 15. My older brother originally got me into it, and then I found out my dad used to play like OG Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, back when he was in high school. So that was super cool. And I actually have some OG original Advanced Dungeons and Dragons books too.
So wait,
that's a
whole
way more complicated.
You said
thing.
14, 15 though. How long? That's 15 years ago, right? Roughly.
So 14. That would be 12, 13 years.
About 13 years ago. Okay.
Yeah. So that was when I first played, and then I kind of like kept making up my own games from there, and it was more free form, and it wasn't really strictly anything. It wasn't any rule books. I think I made a weird Resident Evil, like you go down a corridor, gotta keep track of your ammo type weird thing. And I was using like a bar graph paper and stuff too. Like it was super cool. But like I've been doing that kind of stuff since then, and then I got an actual chance to run a session, and I ran a session for about 8 months to a year.
I got a shout out for you right now, Snow.
I don't know the exact.
Thank you, appreciate you for coming through, Shouty. Hold on, wait, let me get you your shout out so we can see your clip.
I did that when
appreciate you, mamas.
And that was with we picked up.
Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for being a part of this community. Thank you for rocking out with us.
Have a good night. Multiple different games, played in different games.
Crossbow.
It broadened my understanding of just how tabletops are. I'm talking like I played Vampire the Masquerade for a little bit. That's super confusing because none of the books go together. White Wolf was very like, oh, this is this book, and then there was this book, and they're in the same universe, but they don't connect. And then you gotta connect them and come up with custom rules and stuff like that. Feature shaking his head. I think you know what I'm talking about. White Wolf was very scatterbrained about trying to interconnect things.
See, but wait, I'm all over the place. Feature shaking his head because he know what the hell you talking about. I'm over here like, hold on, all right, that's a lot going on because I know we definitely had a conversation about it's called homebrewed, I think, right?
Yeah.
So now
homebrews usually follow some type of book though. So like you could have a homebrew D&D session, you could have a homebrew Vampire the Masquerade session, you could have a homebrew whatever. It just means that it's your world coming from the rules of these books rather than something the books are already telling you. But there's different tabletop RPGs. There are different rules that go with tabletop RPGs. So like D&D, for example, Dungeons and Dragons has has a set of dice. It's 20 dice, right? Or it's the D20 system. So you have D4s, D6s, D8s, D10s, whatever. Vampire the Masquerade goes on a purely D6 or D10 system where you roll a bunch of D10s and stuff, and anything that's a 6 and above is a success.
Okay.
So like they play very differently.
But now if it's a continuation of not a continuation of the book, but it kind of is. You said like it's based off the book, and then let's assume that the book is about a bunch of adventurers that go and they just do wild shit. They go on a whole bunch of different quests. The continuation would be just one of the quests of those adventurers going on those quests, but the adventurers itself, coming up with your own character and things of that nature, that's where you get to kind of change it up and homebrew it up as well, right? Because you're not going to use the same 4 characters.
Yes,
or would you?
Yes and no. Because so there's like homebrewed classes and races like in D&D. There's homebrewed classes that you can find on the internet. Somebody's like, I made this class, or I made this race or whatever, and it's different than like your normal like the orc or the halfling or whatever. And then because like D&D has set races and has set classes, like, and then they come in and they include new ones with different books and stuff like that. But homebrew is a little different, where it's like, no, this is this item that I came up with all on my own. This is this class I came up with all on my own. This is a spell I came up with all on my own. And when a DM is talking about like a homebrew world, he's talking about that or she is talking about uh, their world does not necessarily follow the rules of the world set up for D&D. It's their own kind of custom thing that came off of their head, whether it's a winter wonderland or you're on this island and now you have to move from island to island almost or whatever.
So,
but,
all right. So hold on, Featured. I want to hear a little bit from Featured though too, because Featured, I know he been in the mix for a little bit. Featured, how long you been messing with Dungeons and Dragons, my
dude? So when you guys brought that up, I had to start thinking back. When was the first time I played Dungeons and Dragons? And it was probably, if I remember right, it was my freshman year of high school. So that would have been 20 years ago.
Damn. Nah, I'm just kidding. That's what Kevin Hart did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
No, that was
what was that? What was that?
Yeah, like what you mean? He was like, nah, I just said.
Oh, just, I said,
damn. How he said it softer and softer every time.
That's not how I said it the first time.
That's not how you said it.
How did I say it? You say how I said it. It was like, damn, they stupid. But anyway, okay, so about
shout out to Don Cheadle.
Yeah, Don Cheadle, I love it. They fucking hilarious. Because the reason why I asked that is because I played a game called Tiny Tina with Featured, which is kind of Dungeons and it's a dungeon. It's like Dungeons and Dragons. Is that based off a book or whatever? Or that was just some freestyle new shit from Borderlands, or like it had no backing.
So a lot of little things in it were like, inspired by Dungeons and Dragons, or like, nods to the games and stuff, but that was all basically like their own stuff. It was basically like Borderlands,
like a parody
characters,
kind
of, because it was basically just the Borderlands characters sitting around a table playing Dungeons and Dragons, or at least their version of Dungeons and Dragons, and like the Tiny Tina, she made up her own like stuff. So basically, Tiny Tina made up her own homebrew, and they were all playing her homebrew.
Okay,
that was kind of how that basically was worked out.
All right, because I kind of want to do something similar to, because there was magical bullets in that shit. It's fucking all types of meteors falling from the sky, ice spikes coming from the floor. I mean, it's kind of the characters that you get to use. They fucking, you can enter, make two races. Well, they have two combat skills and one adventure, whatever the case may be. It's a whole thought process going into it. So like,
you can multi-spec in classes and stuff usually. So
things.
But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. But yeah, my first, I was playing back in 3.5 was the first time that I played, which is basically an edition of the rules books and everything. And so yeah, that was much more less like tabletop stuff than it was more like imagination and using stuff on pen and paper than it was like the new ones. 5th edition is very like
streamlined,
player friendly, and like video game-esque, and there's visual representations with your characters and moving on the maps, and they kind of made everything simpler. Everything back in the day was measured in feet, and you had to be like, the feet had to make sense. But like now you're just like, oh, I'm next to this cube, each cube is 5 feet easy. Like it wasn't like that back then.
It used to be a huge math game, and now it's much more streamlined. Like, we don't even want to get into like what that code was, which was advanced D&D.
Yeah, I want it as simplified as because the easier it is to teach the people, I feel the more people we can get to play it. So now, if I tell you
that was Wizards of the Coast's idea as well. Was like make it a little bit more easier for just the general public to get people into it. They wanted to bring more people in and modernize stuff, and I think it worked. But there's a lot of like old guards who are just like, no, that's not what you do. And
you're ruining the game.
They still play their like old school, 3.0 or whatever, like the old shit. They still play those rules. They got those books. They play with that shit. They can do that. That's fine. But the new people, like, they definitely brought in a whole ton of new people by making it a little bit easier. And
I think
at the same time, they made themselves a lot of money because then they could start selling miniatures and figures and whatnot and new books and all kinds of stuff. So
that's what I want to
played out.
Like we gotta.
I got a little miniature here right now. Boom! I gotta paint it at some point.
Me too. Hold on, I'm not gonna paint it, but I got a miniature right here. It's already painted.
I got my paints. I got my paints.
I don't have a whole lot of the miniatures, but I do have a lot of the books.
See, but now let's talk about Roll20. Now, Roll20 was a browser, a website. Yeah. It was a website that we use to actually play the game where you can illustrate your map and I guess upload it or use their tools to make a map, move shit out the way, and use that. I want to incorporate that with what we're doing as well. And the reason why I wanted to wait to the pod too to actually bring it up because I wanted Shouka to have some. I wanted him to talk his shit about his Dungeon and Dragon experience, his DM experience. I want to bring him on to the squad. Now, I got a couple of people in mind, and I already named a few. I think they might be in campaigns and also like I get it. I understand that it's a huge commitment. This Dungeon and Dragon shit is it's a commitment. You have to show up on time. You have to fucking be there for the duration of the time of the game for the day. And if you can't make it, that shit can be detrimental to shit. If you don't got a good dungeon master, that shit can fuck up everything. They might want to cancel instead of going on without the person and things of that nature. Now, I think a good dungeon master, and this is just me just talking shit because maybe you shouldn't even be... This shouldn't be the factor what makes it a good dungeon master or a bad dungeon master because people can't fucking show up on time and on the place. But at the same time, I feel when I say a good dungeon master, they'll be able to be like, okay, cool, Teddy can't make it today. Fuck that. That motherfucker baby moms call him, so he's stuck at the cavern. But Featured and fucking Shouka still go off to the event, whatever. He don't have to sit there for that campaign. Feature and Shouka go fuck some shit up for 2 hours and they make it back home unscathed. And that way the next week, Tato is good money. The babies is in college or whatever the fuck, whatever. That's the dungeon. The dungeon master aspect gotta be able to fucking do shit like that.
There was something that was introduced to me early on in my GMing career that my brother's group of friends ended up actually coming up with. And he called it was shadowing. And basically what it was is not necessarily the person is there, but also not there at the same time. They're kind of running on autopilot. So that way you don't have to control the character and you can catch the person up. So it's like almost like everyone's aware of this person still here, but for some reason it's always out of the corner of their eye. And that way you can catch the person up and they can still be with part of the party without having to do, because real life stuff happens, and I've always been understanding of that. Like there's real life stuff that happens that makes it so you can't always be there. So we do shadowing where it's like they were there but they're not there, and that way they're still included in without having to backtrack. We have to go back and find Teddy or whatever.
But now my beef with that, and we talked about a little bit about this too. So Tato, Feature, please jump in whenever y'all want. Y'all heard what he said. Now with the shadowing though, and now I'm not sure if every time you meet up every week it's a fight. I don't know. Maybe it's not a fight. I don't know exactly how it goes down. But if there is a fight and people go to battle, the person shadowing, that's one less attack. And if we all die, what happens to that person that was shadowing everybody that dies? How
they dead too.
That's what I mean, and that's kind of fucked. I come back next week, and now instead of postponing my character dead, I would hate that.
So sometimes, it kind of. I usually talk to the person individually about that too.
Oh, all right, okay.
Where it's like a lot of people have chosen to just be like, no, that character's dead, whatever. But there's also people that's like, no, I actually like my character. And so what I will do is I will be like, all right. So what happened is you remember this fight happening. Your friends are getting messed up, and some reason, something in your consciousness told you to run. Okay. So you ran. And now your character has to live with this guilt of understanding that
being a coward. Okay, I see
understanding, not a coward, but like you knew that your friends are now dead, and that's gonna haunt you because there was something you could have done about it, and you didn't.
That's the dude from 300 with the one eye. Horatio, whatever the fuck his name was. The one that he was like, yo, go home. He said, give it to my wife and tell the story. Now homie dead and shit. He telling the story. Yeah, coward! No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. He was told to do that. He was following orders. The only reason why I bring it up is because, like, I think about video game shit. Video games, you think about it, you never really die, right? Dungeons and Dragons, if you have a character that you like, level 20, been in 5 campaigns over the last 3 years, motherfucker Brock, and then he dies, you can't use that. I mean, ideally, you can't use that character with them same group of people. You can still keep the character and start all over from level 1 with another group of people, whatever the case may be. He's not dead forever, but like in that specific campaign, there's no way to get that character back unless you have a dungeon master that's creative enough to actually think about some fucking Fountain of Youth shit or some type of revival.
There are actual safety nets in D&D. There's like the Wish and stuff like that, and True Resurrection, and there are ways to actually bring back dead characters.
Oh, see that I didn't know.
Or like sometimes just DMs will just like,
it's okay. We gotta go back.
Find a way. He'll find a way to like, but like, oh. I've had people who are like, oh, and then his twin brother arrives in town. And you're like, wait, like.
Not only does he do everything,
it's just the same dude, but instead of like, I don't know, his name being like David, it's like David or something, like, you know what I mean? Like it's just like a slight change of the name. You're like, oh, really? Like.
See, but that's kind of cool though. Like, I'll take that. Like, or you can put a spin on it. Instead of him having all these fire attacks, now he got to be water based or whatever. But at least it kind of it doesn't feel like, damn, my time is done and I can't play anymore.
Whenever I first started playing, obviously playing with friends in high school, kids, teens will be teens and just be ridiculous. The one dude who was the DM. Thought it was hilarious to just constantly kill me in the game. Like I would die like once or twice a session, and he just made special items called Scrolls of Resurrecting Joe, and like they would have to get so far and find and open up chests, and they would sometimes get extra scrolls. So I would die from like the most ridiculous stuff. Like I would check and see if this door is booby trapped, and like I blew up and you're dead. Like,
oh, that's so up.
Like just like random shit like that. So I would die a lot, and so like it just became a fun thing after a certain point. But like my character also just became like everything because I didn't want to die, but I died a lot.
Here's the thing too: as GMs, we mess up as well. There are sometimes it is not always the best scenario where we will try to make it as even a fight as possible. And completely look at the CR and be like, oh yeah, no, that the CR is reasonable, and forget that Wizard doesn't always also. Some CRs are not treated the same as others.
What's a CR?
Challenge rating. When you're looking at the GM book and you're looking at monsters, each monster has challenge rating, so you have to progress. And some challenge rating 2s are very different. Like Rust monsters are like a CR 1/2 or whatever. And you're like, oh, okay, Rust monster, super easy thing to kill. It turns out Rust monsters have a weird ability where they can destroy all of your equipment if you're wearing anything metal. So all of a sudden, you no longer have armor, so you've reduced CR.
I was a barbarian, baby lion cloth. My thing was hanging out.
Sword you were using to try to fight this thing. Now you have to punch it for like 1d4 damage versus the 1d12 that you were swinging the sword with, and stuff like that. So it's like, sometimes it's a balancing thing, and there are like monsters that DMs will just be like, yeah, I'm not throwing this at my players.
But
Because I've had a total party wipe with it, like Umber Hulks. You know, Umber Hulks seem like the super thick thing, and then they have all these weird resistances and stuff, and you find out that like 2 Umber Hulks just took out your party of level 7s by accident.
See, but like that now, right there, that's where I want to get a little bit more creative. Now, I get it where it's based off of these books, and these, I guess, enemies or creatures are from the books. But when they're from the books, that means they have all these resistances. They mean they have all of those reactions. We can make up our own shit. And once we make our own shit, and it can be the same, it don't gotta be the same name, but a goblin, let's say that, I don't know what the fuck you would call a goblin in one of the books, but if their goblin got all that shit, our goblins won't. Our goblin would just be a piece of shit ass goblin. We can have different level of goblins if you want. You can have the adolescent goblin, that ain't shit. And then you got the one that's a fighter goblin, and you got the worker goblin. We compare these shits to ants. That's how I'm thinking about it. Like stuff like that. And once we can start our own little character, like I guess our enemy base, then we can start our characters. And now, of course, I've been getting a little bit crazy talking about trying to compare it to Grand Theft Auto, but that is going to take a lot more creativity and a more devoted team when we act. But right now, we just talking out loud. We're trying to make ideas. I do want to just get a couple of demos in so that we can get people that actually want to show up on a weekly basis to play. And then
there are actual other books and stuff that do kind of like what you're looking for better than just D&D.
And that was like, one thing we did talk about. We was talking about other you called the tabletop. There's other tabletop. I guess game was it tabletop games or did you say something else?
Yeah,
it was other tabletop games that it still has the creativity rolling. Like you was talking about, some was like the 6-sided dice and don't go all the way up to 20. Now I want to make our own shit though. We make with Roll20. I think we can make something fucking great. The only thing about it is we just gotta find people that want to actually incorporate themselves with the D&D thing. The only reason why I'm bringing it up is we are talking about content. We are at the 2 hour 15-minute mark. God damn shit. We ain't talk shit about Shouka. We gotta talk more about Shouka. But that's why I want to talk about this. This is Shouka. Like when I was talking to Shouka about D&D, because he heard me talking about Haphazard and playing D&D, I think. He was like, yo, y'all motherfuckers play D&D? And I was like, yeah. I was like, I'm better than you. And he was like, oh, well, I got a level da-da-da-da. I was like, oh, shit. He really plays D&D. I was just talking shit. This motherfucker knew what he was talking about. So I want to see if we can actually put a team together to actually play D&D. And we can make and that's going to be more content that we could create for our streams. We could go on Twitch. And we can fucking stream every fucking Monday from 8 to fucking 3. I'm sorry, 8 to 3. You hear me? What the fuck is that? That's way too long. But 3 hours. No, it shouldn't be longer than 3 hours, right? 8 to 11. We do 8 to 11.
I already have the name Photoshop too. Instead of bomb on top, it's bomb on the table.
Oh shit! I was thinking bomb tabletop because it sounded like bomb on top. I could put it in a rhyme, intro vid, whatever. But I like where this is. I like where this is going. My thing about it is like, I just want motherfuckers that's going to show up and we can put that D&D content out there, because I feel a lot of people come in here, they see us fucking getting crazy and we wilding out, and we talk our shit, but we got that creative spin on shit too. We could get creative. That's not the hard part. The hard part is motherfuckers actually having the time to show up on a weekly basis. That's what I think our biggest vices. Huh?
Did you want me to run it, or did you want Featured to run it?
I want Featured to run it. Well, no, I didn't talk to Featured about this. I don't know what Featured want to fucking do. Featured is pumping out 16 YouTube videos every 3 days on average. Like, I can't, I don't know. I don't know.
A goal for myself. I said last month I did 13. This month I want to hit 20. We're on pace. So.
If Featured wants to run it, I can get
it. I'm recording videos and sending them to drop while I'm at the bomb jump off.
See, that'd be dope. Now, by the way, that'd be dope because we'll be here drinking. You're like, hey, look, go on YouTube. 5, 4, 3. No, shit like that. That'll be dope. We're gonna talk about that shit too. But as far as running it, I definitely want my admin and my captains involved with it. But as far as DMing and being a dungeon master, I'm not sure how much Featured is really dived into that, which is why I want to give him a team that he could work with to kind of make it happen. Now, I didn't talk to Featured about this specifically. Only thing I told Featured was I want to play fucking Dungeons and Dragons, and Ayo want magical bullets. That was it. That was how this shit started. Like, that was literally the conversation.
100%. Like, if Featured wants to run, I can 100% just be like, hey, I can handle some grunt work for him or whatever too, and just
But
try to come
it's
up with
not just.
brainstorming on how he wants to do it.
But it's not just feature. When I did that 3 hour demo, it was me. Haphazard was a DM. It was me, featured Karuma, and Ayo. Ayo had a couple of shit they had to do, so he was kind of in and out. But as far as featured and Karuma, motherfuckers was in their characters. They already had characters already pre-drawn up. They already knew what the fuck they wanted to do, and like they had the knowledge of the game. So it wouldn't be you just doing this shit by yourself. It would be somebody to host the game. But then the Omega, shout out to Camden, you already know. Shout out to the Camden squad. He also was on some Dungeon Master, but he's already in another campaign. But as far as a 3 hour demo on a day off, I'm pretty sure he'll pull up if I ask him to. Now, I don't know if we need that. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is there's a lot of with DMing and running one of those sessions and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that has to be written down for the DM, and the DM has to have a planned what's going to be happening throughout the session. Now it could get derailed or whatever, but it's always important to have that planned out, and that's what I was more talking about. And then like the objective would be to like pull people to the side and be like, hey, what do you want to do with your character? And then have that be put into with the plans versus, but there's also all this other stuff that goes into it too, with like figuring out the world, figuring out what the big quest is, who's the big bad guys, all that stuff.
Well, hold on real quick. Sorry to cut you off, because I want to talk more about you a little bit, because this is about you. That's what I'm saying. Ideally, my thought process was to still keep you the DM. So you would still be able to do all this shit and reach out to the characters. The only thing is, as far as like admin that had knowledge of the, like if we was talking Call of Duty shit and I wanted you to host a tournament in Call of Duty, that would fall under my fucking category shit. If we was doing League of Legends shit and I wanted you to host a League of Legends ARAM shit, that would fall under Teddy category shit. This D&D shit is falling under Feature and Karuma category shit. So as far as I haven't talked to Feature and Karuma about it. So we are going to talk more off stream about it as far as specifically what we would like to do. Because I don't even know, to be honest. Karuma been MIA for a minute. That motherfucker is at some convention taking pictures in Jing Chat. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I liked it. Hashtag BoMBOnTop. I hope he's safe. But I don't know what the hell Karuma doing. But as far as Feature pumping out these damn videos, they might not even be interested in playing as of now. Me personally, I want to pull up, and I'm down to pull up once a week and put in the time, and I'll talk to you, and we can set up some characters. Like I know that they already have characters that, I don't know if they got a list of characters to add to the glossary, so to speak. I don't know if they have a list of characters to add to, you know, adventurers that you could be and monsters that we're going to go against.
Hey, Bam Bam.
What up, Bam Bizzle? However, I do know that they have characters that they made for them to be as they participate and role play with us while we're doing Dungeons and Dragons. So I definitely know that they told me that they had a good time when we did it last time, and they was willing to be a part of us doing it in the future. Now,
if we were doing something that was like just totally homebrew, we'd probably be making entirely new characters. I'm gonna be real about that.
But that would be up to us, right? That would be up to the person, right?
Yeah, it would have to be some weird because if we're doing something from the ground up, it would have to be some type of conversion, because it wouldn't make, depending on what rule system we go with or whatever, it wouldn't make as much sense to just have a random like just goblin in here or whatever if we won't even want magical creatures in this world.
Oh no, you know I mean? Yeah, it'll definitely have some type of yes, I agree. It's not just gonna be fucking goblins and vampires and gangsters and bloods and crips. I get that. If that's what you were talking about, it ain't gonna be blood, crips, and goblins. It's gonna be goblins.
So
with
if I had this level 7 goblin written up, and I'll be like, okay, I'm ready to play this level 7 goblin. And you're like, okay, cool. Why is your goblin in my hood?
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck they doing in Crenshaw? I get what you're saying. We not in Crenshaw.
I saw that Will Smith movie on Netflix.
Yeah, that terrible movie.
Was it Bright or whatever?
Bright, yeah, he had a wand or some shit, and he turned into that was
there was goblins and orcs and shit.
There was some hilarious moments, but the movie itself was not a good movie.
You mean you never looked around the like any hood and just been like,
He looked like a goblin. It's definitely.
Yeah, these people are
The
definitely
goblins living out in the sewers out here.
Like, you goblin-looking motherfucker, like, oh, look at that,
they got leprechauns in the hood.
A bunch of goblins over there, like.
They definitely got leprechauns.
I've definitely been over to a trap house afraid that somebody's going to randomly bite me. I wouldn't necessarily call them a goblin.
Oh, my bad, kobolds. Like, they're like weird lizard people, yeah. Like, I know. They don't look human. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is Grimes even there?
Yeah, no, my bad. I went to go grab this.
So we would just have to set like the ground rules for like what we're doing, and we would make characters, and whoever's doing the home brewing shit would have to figure out how certain things apply and transition and certain stuff. But we couldn't just be like, okay, we're doing a homebrew, and you make up your own rules for your own.
Yeah, there has to be some type of set ground rules of some sort, because otherwise the thing just goes into chaos.
So now, well, check it out, just to give you a little bit more insight of how it actually went down. When he went to Haphazard, the first hour he was just sitting with all of us and giving us our characters and learning our characters and shit like that. He talked to Featured. Featured said, I got this, this type of race. This is my class. This is what I do. This is what I like, whatever the case may be. And once he told him that he was a fucking archmage or whatever the case may be, they referred back to that book, I'm assuming, or whatever the hell it was, and he knew everything that the archmage did. Or he gave him a certain, because what is it called? Character sheets. That's what it was. Yeah. That was what he had before we actually went into it. So yes, there should be definitely character sheets or some type of discussion of characters that's on a list of characters on a sheet that we could pick from.
Now, for me, I don't want you guys to pick. Like, as a GM, I'm a very strong believer is I don't let people just pick off a random NPC character sheet. I want you to make your character for two reasons. One, it gives you a better attunement on what you possibly want to do with that said character. And two, it feels a lot better playing a character that came up out of your own mindset, your own mindscape, whatever, and you feel more like this is my character, this is what versus this is a character somebody gave to me, I'm gonna make it my own. But it's a little different to this is something I came up with.
The reason we were kind of mostly just handed characters is because it was a one shot and like half the people
we're
not
learning, talking about a one shot anymore. We're talking about something that would happen on an almost bi-weekly
Well, no, hold on. Time out. It's starting off at one shots though. That's what I mean. Like we have to get people. I'm trying to get people involved that don't play the game, so they're not really familiar with the mindset of actually creating the character. So I wanted to get, even if think of all these other video games we play. Even though you can go and pick how you want to make your character, they still have certain classes. You have this warrior with more health and that can take more damage up close, but they can't be in range. You have these sorcerers that's more mage based. You have rogues that's more fast. Yeah. Like having these certain classes and making up default characters in the beginning kind of help people play the game. Because what ended up happening is in this demo that we did, Featured and Karuma already had characters that they already had made up. Me and Ayo had Hap give us characters. Now, Hap asked us, he was like, he did it on stream, we all did it with it. He was like, yo, what do you want to do? Do you really want to be more like in their face? Do you want to be more of a far range fighter? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? And you asked like, where's the background coming from? So we had to come up with our own story and it kind of dive into our head. But at the same time, it was like, yo, it'll take a long time for me to try to put this creativeness in you when I'm just trying to let you play the game. So when I'm saying the one shot, just let me finish my thought and then you got the floor, my dude. Because I get what you're saying as far as for longevity, you want people to get this character that they have a lot of pride into, that they keep using every time so it levels up. That was one thing that we was talking about too. Like he said, if we continue to make the campaign go on and we came back and play with the same characters, now those level 1 moves get upgraded and now we got level 2 moves and shit like that. Like there is an aspect to longevity when it comes to that. I get that. I love that. That's awesome. But as of now, I just want to be able to have people come and play different scenarios of Dungeons and Dragons, just different campaigns, somewhat like the way that it went in that demo. It was 4 fucking adventurers that just happened to pull up on the same time, and the dude that was offering us 100 pieces of gold was to go and investigate where the missing mine workers were or some shit like that. Then when we went to go investigate where the mine workers was at, we ended up finding goblins, and me myself single-handedly saved the day. Because I'm good at everything that I... No, I'm just kidding. I didn't single-handedly do anything. But I definitely was fucking shit up. But anyway, my point is, it made me feel good just to get into the game and get into character, as I had a character to start with. And then the next time, now I know, like, okay, I kind of get that he's going to ask me a question, and me and Feature going to have to talk shit to each other. Me and Feature definitely could have talked. Like, me and Feature wasn't the best friends. I was trying to get the money. Feature told me I couldn't get money until I did something. And I'm like, who the fuck is you? And he's like, who the fuck is you? And, you know, it led to the whole...
We were stuck in a cave, and he's trying to get paid by the guy while we're in a cave, so I had to talk to him.
I'm just saying.
Make him understand, we got to get out of the cave first. He's like, oh, yeah, that's a good point.
No, but I was like, what if the dude is dead? And then we not getting paid.
Dude was not in the cave.
He showed us where to go. He ran. He ran out the cave.
He pointed us, and we fell. Like...
Oh, yeah, we fell.
Yeah.
We fell. But yeah, at the time, I'm like, yo, fuck this shit. I'm not working for free. But anyway, the thing about it is, once I feel people actually get into the game and start talking that shit, they're gonna want to make their own character. But before they want to make their own character, it just seems like a homework assignment. So if we have some default characters for them to pick, I think they could get into that, and then they could kind of change. Even if it's because, you know, we can still ask them to make the character and tell them that we have character sheets. And we'll let them know, if you don't have a character, we're going to give you one because we need it for the campaign. And then we'll give them a fucking warrior character sheet. They'll look at that shit and be like, oh, you made me mad dumb. Like, you made me an ogre and shit. I'm mad, just all brute force, but I fucking walk into traps. They might not like that, and then that'll give them the incentive to actually make their own shit. But anyway, we can talk about all of that shit like later. We'll definitely have it. Right now, I want to think more about availability. Are people actually going to be able to show up for, let's say, if we wanted to do a month campaign, which is going to be 4 encounters or whatever the case you want to be, once a week, can we set something like that up? And then once we can find 4 people, that's 3 people, however many people that's going to show up the 4 times a month, then I feel we can kind of get more into it. And we can use one of the books or whatever. We can do whatever the hell you want to do. That's what I'm saying. The creativity is definitely going to come from the GM. It's definitely going to come more from, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, Feature, if you got time and you with it, let's do it. If not, like, really, I want to do all this shit going in like, September. We got the bomb jump off next week. Like, I want to just have fun. Let's rock out hard for the rest of the summer. Like, I mean, heads up, we might actually be having it here. We might have just switched it up. And we might just do it here because it was easier. I want to fucking sell shirts and shit like that. I don't know. We're going to see.
That's going to break Street Tag's heart.
We're going to see. Because, well, fuck around. We might be able to send him here in an Uber and he won't have to do much. So,
I don't think
I had a slight.
Oh, that wasn't the issue? He just wanted to be in New York?
He can't leave the state.
He not.
I gotta use the bathroom.
All right. My thing real quick was that I had a slight.
You got 2 months left, bro. You could count the days. You know what I mean?
We can do both though. We can go. All right, I got you. Go ahead, Shouka. What's on your mind?
That's why
we'll talk
this
about
motherfucker
it.
brought
My thing was like I had a miscommunication, a misunderstanding of what you were talking about. For me, like when I was talking about like building characters, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, so this is how you build your character, and then you have to look through a whole bunch of material and stuff like that.
Oh no.
Like I would be sitting there, hey, what do you want to do? What would you like to do? What would you like to see your character do? That kind of stuff, and go by building blocks of that. And I would probably end up writing out the character sheet to fit the descriptions on what people are saying. But I'm not. But I also want you to feel like you have a part in it. And that's what I was more meaning. Like,
I get that.
There are NPC, whatever. I can look online for a character sheet right now, print it out and hand it to somebody, but I don't feel that's going to be personal to them.
I hear that, but I don't.
That's what I was saying.
I can't unless we could. If Teddy tell me right now that he's down with it, he really want to do it. Feature tell me right now that he's down with it, he really want to do it, and then I show up and you show up. But that's another thing. Like I would like to have a couple of dungeon masters though. That way, Shouka don't always gotta fucking be the dude, the bad guy, or not really the bad guy, but like the narrator, or whatever, however you want to look at the dungeon master. I kind of want you to get in the character and fight with us. That way, we can switch off between you and Omega or whatever the case may be, and there's no confliction of it, whatever. Yo, you do this week, I'll do this week. Y'all can switch up dungeon master goals, and we all participate together.
I kind of like that idea too, because that way it's not a huge amount of pressure on one GM. You guys get to pick and choose on what GM you like and what play style you like best.
Fuck
but
that.
Also,
hashtag bomb on top. These are bomb on top GMs. No, I'm just kidding.
But also in that aspect, you get to also see the difference as well with people that have the set experience of playing and running and stuff, and kind of the difference on how they play the game. So you can kind of see also like what it looks like, kind of like from a different, from just a bunch of newbies running.
But like, to be honest, we would still be involved though. Like, I think the GMs will still be talking about. So like, you guys could probably be picking maps, because I do want to use the Roll20 thing. The Roll20 is dope to me, and I mean, until we can find something else. But like, what was hot about it is it takes a.
There is something else eventually I would like to go into, but that requires some money that I would end up gifting a bunch of people. But there's a program called Tailspire on Steam.
Okay, and that's a fucking. And it's like Roll20, but more in depth.
Yeah, but more in depth. Like, you will have your miniature in there. And you get to move your own miniature and stuff in like a 3D thing. And you can see the walls around you and all kinds of stuff. Like, you get a chance to look at Tailspire on Steam, it is super cool.
DM that. And what's dope about that is I wouldn't mind getting a couple accounts and actually sharing. Like if we was to host it, and let's say is me, Teddy, Ayo, Feature Karuma. That's 5 admin captains. Then we got Shouka, Omega, and Booby, whatever. It was a couple of people that said they wanted to play. Let's say we got 8 people that's down to play, and we have 4 accounts, so only 4 people could play. I wouldn't mind sharing the 4 accounts with the 8 people. That makes sense? That way everybody could go. Can you make different characters, though? You have to be able to make different characters, because you're not going to stay with one character the whole time.
Yeah. Just I don't know how to share on Steam.
Well, no, yeah, don't even worry. We'll talk more about, because basically what I'm saying is I want people to be able to play the game, and we can fucking rent it out so everybody, you don't have to get it, but we still have it accessible to you to still play with us. BoMBOnTop, it'll be like a BoMBOnTop private server kind of thing, and you will give access to the server. We can change passwords as frequently as we need to, or whatever the case may be, to allow them to play the game. But if it's on Steam, that might be a little dicey or whatever. I'll think about that, because I'll invest some money into that.
I mean, it's only $25, and if I have to save up money and just gift it to everyone that wants to play, I'll do that.
But I don't want to gift it to motherfuckers that's coming for a one shot.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about for when we get to, hey, we want to run this one particular campaign for a couple months.
See, and that's what I want to do. Like, I don't mind taking breaks. Like, if we not gonna do it, if we can do 4 consecutive weeks, I'm good with that. Then we can take 2 weeks off and then do another 4 consecutive weeks or something along that line. I'm okay with that. If y'all want to keep it every week, I'm okay with that. But I have to look at the availability of everybody, because that's the biggest thing. That's our biggest problem.
And something too is just like when I was looking at Tailspire and stuff like that, I would be like, in comparison to how Roll20 looks, it would be really cool to stream that.
Hell yeah. And that's the point. The whole point, the reason why, and that's why I want to bring it back. We're going to talk more about this. I didn't mean to take over the whole podcast with the developmental ideas and the Dungeon and Dragon ideas, because I'm not in no rush neither. We're not going nowhere, but we are at the 2.5 hour mark. And I know that, I get into my feelings and I want to talk about this shit a lot. I mean, I tried to kind of divert. Y'all motherfuckers kept bringing it back. It's just, this one's on y'all.
My bad.
I'd rather not be talking about it, but
Well, no, but in all reality, no, and I was just kidding. I was joking. In all reality, I want to get some Dungeons and Dragons shit situated. Anybody that do play Dungeons and Dragons or are interested in getting into that role playing tabletop aspect, Bomb on Top, we're gonna start hosting some shit. I wanna I definitely wanna extend the invite to Shouka, have him be the GM. And I would like, Feature and Karuma to work together on it or whatever the case y'all want to do because Feature said, fuck that. It's going to be straight Karuma. He's tired of Karuma.
I'm not going to work with Karuma on nothing.
All right, so fuck that. Would you be...
That man is too much of a control freak and I'm not dealing with his ass.
So, but wait,
Karuma, I hope you're in the chat. I want you to hear this. I'm not talking shit. I'm just letting... shit, no.
Well, the only reason why I said that is because I know that he had a character.
You can do
fuck
it.
that.
I'll play the game.
But
you can DM. It's probably gonna be awful, but I'll DM.
No,
DM.
That's what I'm saying. Now, as far as but it wouldn't even be DMing though. It would be more as far as trying to get motherfuckers to show up. And because if Shouka's gonna DM and we're gonna participate,
oh, I know how that's gonna go.
It's gonna be terrible.
Yeah, Karuma would do stuff week 1. And then after that, it's all me. And so I'm not doing it.
All right, so I'll do it, Shouka.
That's what happened with the last attendance bullshit. It was Karuma started it and threw it on me. Like, no.
Yeah, fuck that attendance shit too. That's another thing. We gotta find motherfuckers that actually want to play the game. So and they gotta have the time to sit there for. I mean, is 3 hours too long? Like I keep saying 3 hours and motherfuckers can't sit still for 3 hours.
Honestly, 3 hours is kind of on the shorter end. Yeah.
All right, so we just gotta find.
I've had entire campaigns that last or entire sessions that last 8 to 12 hours. Yeah. And then you go old school where you had
a lot of people
friends over for an entire weekend.
You said a day. You said a day.
You need a day.
That's the day you play. You show up at noon. You leave
at noon.
You leave when you leave.
You leave when you leave.
You leave when everyone's just kind of burnt out, and you'll get lunch in between. There will be a lunch break.
Yeah, friends of mine that I know had a session, had multiple sessions take part because they were just feeling it, where they were buying pizza and stuff like that for 3 days straight, and just playing, sleeping over, and drinking tons of Mountain Dew and eating pizza or whatever. And somebody was paying for food one day, somebody else paid food for another, and it was just a whole 3-day thing. And that's all they did.
D&D often becomes a potluck at some point.
I was about to say that, motherfuckers ain't doing it. Well, I mean, now that brings me to my next, thing that I would like to talk about. The recruitment drive for the D&D. Finding people that actually want to play the game with us. Do y'all feel like Reddit is a place to go to promote this Bomb on Top shit?
No. Because you're going to get gatekeepers.
I mean but you're also gonna get weirdos who just want to come in here and just ruin shit for whatever.
Oh man,
that's weirdo ass trolls coming in here.
It's a whole.
We planned this for 4 weeks, and this asshole comes in here, blows shit up, and just tries to ruin shit for immediately. I'm no,
it's a whole bunch of
the other person. No,
somebody comes in and just be I shoot Grimes in the back of the head. Why?
If you're not in the Bomb Discord, you ain't playing. And if you are in Reddit, we're not recruiting you from there.
All right, I get it. So we don't want any AP mouth fights. All right, I got it. So,
have you ever played a game called League of Legends? You know how it's fun when you play with your friends, but then when you got 4 friends and you get that one guy who's terrible, and then he comes in and he fucks up all your shit, and just ruins the whole vibe, and sitting in spawn, and not doing shit, he's yelling at all you. That guy,
okay, so
is who you're gonna end up recruiting 100% of the time.
So fuck Reddit. Sorry for even bringing that up. Cause I don't use Reddit, so I ain't gonna front. I don't really know much about the Reddit shit. However, where do we go to find people that's looking for D&D freestyle campaigns or homebrew campaigns?
I mean,
so my thought process
if there is a place, that exists, I don't even know if there's a place.
Technically, you can kind of do stuff like that on
Roll20,
Roll20 or whatever, but I don't want to recruit some random people. Like, why would we want random people?
Yeah, I
Well,
kind of
we
agree.
want.
I want to kind
we-
of keep it inclusive to Bob. I
I
would
would
say
rather
make
have
a mass
nobody play than
general.
random ass people playing. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know them, and like,
Well, I
don't know,
kind
it's
of.
weird.
Okay, I get what y'all saying. They're gonna fuck up the game, so fuck them. But I want to use it to try to get people in the like. I want to use this as, oh shit, these motherfuckers is doing this D&D shit. This shit looks
They
super
can come
dope.
watch the podcast.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, watch it.
That they
They
can
can
come
watch
into
us.
that.
But no, but
Yeah,
like
they
I want them to watch it, see the videos, join the Discord because of it, and then participate. Like it don't have to be like, hey, come play today. I'm just saying like as far as them coming because motherfuckers come because they see people playing Call of Duty. They want to play Call of Duty with people. They see people playing Apex. They want to play Apex. They see Teddy playing League of Legends. They want to and I hate all the Teddy League of Legends friends. Most of them. Sorry if y'all here, but most of y'all are terrible. A lot of y'all are cool. Some of y'all are cool. But most of y'all are terrible. And that's because of the high elo thing. I get it. But when it comes to like, I want that same thing. I want to be able to use this shit to have people come that want to participate. That's not gonna fuck up the game though. Like I don't want people here fucking up the game. But damn, that sounds like a toxic ass community. So I feel like damn, I didn't know it was that bad. Like you compared it to League of Legends. Like League of Legends is pretty toxic. Call of Duty is pretty toxic.
I follow a group on Facebook of like D&D, just random stuff because I came across them when I was looking up like random homebrew monsters, right? And like one person will throw up like a piece of art they made of their character, and you will have so many people arguing just random stuff, and then some random dude in the corner licking the wall talking about he doesn't understand why gnomes aren't elves. It's just it's super weird. And then it's like, oh well, what campaign is this for? Oh, 5e. 5e is terrible. Only real people play 3.5 or 3.0. And then you got somebody else like, oh, you made your character too sexualized. I don't like the way you drew that. It's super diverse. There's a lot of just super weird people.
Or they all just want to play bards and they want to come into your role play and they just want to fucking try to fuck everything. They want to just try to like, you're like, I'm trying to play the game and have fun, and you're just over here trying to constantly fuck everything. And
wait, why do bards fuck? Don't they play music? What the fuck?
No, because they have to have high charisma. Every bard is
charisma.
Every bard does not play music. Every bard just fucks. That's it. That's all they do.
Oh, they want to fuck.
They all want to play
trying to
Dandelion from The Witcher. That's all they want to do is play Dandelion from The Witcher.
Every bard is just every person trying to live out their high school dreams being in a band. And like they don't want to play, they just want to fuck, and that's it. Like it's terrible. It's terrible. Then they're gonna come in and they're gonna constantly try to set fire to everything.
That's what I heard.
I've had multiple people in many games try to set fire to everything constantly because they thought, ha ha ha, I'm being random. I'm gonna be chaotic, and you're like, just fucking stop. Like I'm chaotic. I'm gonna like. No, everything's fireproof. Sorry, everything's fireproof. Like, yeah.
Don't mess up my bed.
There's a lot of terrible people.
I play chaotic good characters, and my chaotic good character is very different than how other people play chaotic good characters. Because a lot of people want to play, I'm chaotic, so I can just do random stuff, and my chaotic good character is more like, yeah, I don't think this person needs to be alive anymore, so I'm gonna go outside the law and try to do some cleanup or play because like that's how I usually view.
Well, no, but that would be easy to me if you set a fire. If I'm the GM, I'm like, oh.
So like, if the party is agreed like that, we need to let this goblin go, and my character is like a chaotic good character, and I'm playing with a bunch of lawful paladins who are like, no, they have to be prosecuted. I'm like, this goblin just killed like 13 children. Like, no, they don't need to be prosecuted. They need to just be put in a grave out back. Eventually, I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna kill the goblin.
I would be like, oh my goodness, the cops spot the fucking, they spot the fire starter. Roll a 20 or higher. And then, if you don't roll a 20, he dies. What the fuck? You can't do that? I would do that. I would call them the fucking, they wouldn't be regular cops. They'll be the FBI of Dungeons and Dragons, or whatever. The DEA they be the CIA of Dungeons and Dragons. Fucking rogue mercenaries. Grand Theft Auto calls them Merryweather. That's what they would be. They'd be hired mercenaries to fucking kill people. And I would let that shit be known before we even start the fucking campaign. You can't come in here just fucking shit up. And if you did fuck shit up, I would make a scroll called Time Revival or some shit, and it goes back. And it goes back to before they were born, and their character's dead. That's it. Everything else is fine. They're just gone. Like, I mean, I think like
my thing was always like, if you're gonna derail the campaign for some reason, you have pissed off some type of god or whatever, and that god has decided to smite you now.
I'm with that. That's
so
what used to happen.
All of a sudden, you take a random lightning bolt from the heavens, take 528 points of damage. Does that kill you? Oh, you're dead? Okay. Go ahead and turn your character.
Haphazard did it. So I'll be on some shit like, oh my goodness, a sudden mist fills the air, and everybody in your party becomes possessed and stabs you. Roll a 20. That's it.
I mean,
if you roll a 20, you deserve to live. Like I ain't gonna front. If he rolls a 20, no, kill him.
Roll a 20 with disadvantage. Like.
Damn, son, it's only a 20-sided that he loses. That's it.
Yeah.
He dies.
Yeah. But with disadvantage means if whatever he gets the lowest number on, he's got to take. So he better roll 2 20s in a row.
Yeah, no, my first campaign, I had a character that featured us talking about exactly to the T. I had this dude that was playing a monk. He's not playing a bard. He's playing a monk. Randomly wanted to go around just punching random people. Wanted to go off on his own adventures. I was leaving clues about stuff, and he's like, I'm going to follow this person. I'm like, okay, you follow them into an alley, and they disappeared. You don't, and he's like, okay, I'm going to sit in this alley, and then ended up rolling weird rolls, and he's like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and have sex with this barrel. And I'm like, all right, dude, at the end of the session, I was just like, you're doing random stuff, you're derailing the campaign, I'm going to ask you not to come back.
Can we add, like, acid rain? So whenever somebody starts doing some stupid shit, we're like, oh, it starts fucking acid raining outside. So now you in the alley, fucking a barrel and acid rain, where it takes away from your health every second that you're there. What do you do? He's gonna say, oh.
No, the barrel breaks open and it was full of acid.
Your dick is gone. Your dick falls off.
The barrel was a mimic.
Your dick falls off. You got no more. You can't fuck. You can't fuck no more.
Right.
Like that'd be dope. See, like that, I didn't see that. I guess because we had such a good demo or whatever. But like, I guess I gotta look into some. I hope they should put that on YouTube. I want to see like the most terrible D&D sessions or whatever. Cause I'm pretty sure it's pretty comical.
There's a reason people don't just like play games with random people. Like people are very specific about who they bring into their game.
But then
most of the successful DMs you'll ever hear that have all these amazing stories or whatever have been playing with the same set of friends for the last 20 years.
All right, so let's start these bonds then. I mean, the only reason why like everybody I named, their availability is a little bit all over the place. Like the people that I named was fucking Feature, Karuma, Omega, myself, Ayo, and Teddy. So now I don't know.
There's at least 3 people there that like won't be able to ever show up.
Gotta boogie, I gotta go pick something up.
Oh,
all right.
My fault, Teddy. Look, see, as soon as I said Teddy, he leaving.
See?
Yo, hashtag my dude. I love you, my dude. Yep. I'll take a drink to you. Yo, holla at me. Appreciate you. Shout out to Teddy for coming through. Hashtag BoMBOnTop Podcast.
I'll be in the lower for a little bit. I'll be right back.
All right, my dude. Episode 23. Sorry, 32. Episode 32, season 2, my G. Because we are 32 season 2.
84 combined.
Words. Like, this shit is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. That's a lot of fucking podcasts. But I wanted to talk that Dungeons and Dragons shit because I wanted y'all to know, like, Shouka's about that business. When we on this podcast.
Teddy.
Hey, let's go. When you go and you see Shouka on his stream playing whatever the fuck he's playing, I want you to see and learn about the things that he also do in the background that he's not streaming. So Dungeons and Dragons, I don't see that being streamed. Is that something that you might think about actually streaming on Twitch?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I feel like there's a wide market for it at this point in time, anyway. And there's a lot of streams that are out there for this, but they're not all good.
All right, don't be talking about my dude like that. I told you, Haphazard was amazing.
I don't know Haphazard. I've never watched the stuff.
I'm
but
joking.
I know that there are definitely some like people that are trying to be like role or trying to be Critical Role and stuff like that, and just aren't.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's
I don't like Critical Role personally. I don't like Matt Mercer as a GM, but that's a whole other.
What the hell does that mean?
It's a super popularized D&D podcast / TV show where dude's name is Matt Mercer. He brings in a lot of celebrities and stuff like that and play D&D with them. And there's some amazing voice actors. There's some truly talented and amazing people there. I just don't like Matt Mercer as a GM because I don't like the community that has been built for Critical Role in general, because everyone seems to think Matt Mercer's a god and that, you know, D&D wouldn't exist without him.
That's true.
And I hate that. No.
Before him, it will exist after him.
Yeah, it didn't exist before him, and when he's done GMing, it won't exist no more.
Yeah, that's right. I know people who like are very obsessed with like whatever D&D podcast thing that they're like they listen to. But it's a big thing. But Critical Role is the biggest one out there. But yeah, I don't know. I've seen some clips of stuff, and it's just
I know this guy. I think I seen it. Like, I definitely went there. He streams on Twitch. It's on Twitch. Is it on? He's on YouTube and shit too.
I think he streams on his own website now or whatever.
Oh no,
right?
so maybe not.
They're doing it on their own.
I mean,
but Critical Role is the name of like the show that he hosts, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I see that. I thought Critical Role was a fucking Critical Role. That's a 24 on a 20-sided dice.
It is, but like also it's the name of their
pod
show.
Or the show. We gonna beat that. We're doing the BoMBOnTop Critical Role. And we should take their name, the Bomb Critical Role. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. But I definitely want to get into the Dungeons and Dragons scene. Not only because I feel there's a lot of people out there that want to rock out with us that do that shit. Like, they see us and we play these specific games all the fucking time, and Dungeons and Dragons is not one of them. And I think we do have a lot of people that do play it, and we don't promote it enough.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, let's get into it. But we can kind of shit. And again, to for anybody that's just tuning in, we talk about short term and long term goals. If Shouka has been a dungeon fucking master or GM for X amount of years, and he does have a streaming platform, and this is one of the things that he could use to further his streaming career, I don't see why he shouldn't do it. So, like, as far as to bring it full circle, as far as why we're here and why we're talking to Shouka and on, you know, as far as short-term and long-term goals, I'm not even sure if you even thought about streaming Dungeons & Dragons on Twitch. But I hope maybe you did or you do or whatever, because I think that should be dope, because I didn't know. Yeah, and that's what we try to do. There you go. That's the point of the podcast, everybody. Go home. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. You are home. So basically what I'm saying is, like, and I want to help that. We have a couple people that's involved with it. I don't know exactly how much hands-on they want to be in it, and I don't know exactly how, like, you know, the longer the campaign, I think is going to be, the harder to have somebody actually devote the time to. And that's just my own pet peeve, because working with...
Yeah, I mean, D&D is literally known, like the memes around the D&D movie is that halfway through the movie, they should just stop it, and then everyone in the theater has to find a time that they can all get back together.
And why rewatch the movie?
Yeah, to finish the rest of the movie.
That's funny.
Like, that's like the meme about the D&D movies, because like to be an authentic Dungeons and Dragons experience, you all have to work around 5, 6, 7, whatever different lives that are all chaotic, and you're living, you know, stuff as an adult, and it's insane.
Yeah, because anything can happen, you know.
Right.
You could have the most vigilant person who's always shows up 5 minutes early before everything or whatever, bringing snacks for everyone, and all of a sudden he's not there one day because his grandma died or something, you know?
Well, no, I'm all for it, and that's why I kind of like having I just don't want grandma to die and then when I come back next week, my character die. Sounds devastating to me. Like, what if I'm...
Look, I mean, when it rains, it pours. You know what I mean? Like
that acid rain, barrel acid, dick grabbing tactics.
Like, I don't know if your DM will call slack. You know, like, oh, his grandma just died. I should probably not kill off his character. I mean, we'll see. But,
I ain't gonna. I would write that shit into the story. Oh my God, Paw's ill. Homie went to go check on Paw.
But
and then whatever happens.
That happens, yeah.
The only couple times I've ever suspended a campaign where like, no, we'll pick it up next week is when like 4 out of the 6 people aren't gonna be there. And I'm like, that's most of the people, and I have stuff scaled for 6 people.
See, but
I can scale it down, but then at what point are you actually enjoying anything?
Because it's just you and it's just the dungeon master and one other person or some shit. Right? Or 2 other people. Like, even if 2 people will show up, I think you could definitely still do something. I don't know if you would want to, but I don't know if they would want to. I mean, like, the whole point is so that you got a fucking team to go in there and do team shit.
Right, but I mean, like people like Critical Role. Like, that's their job, you know what I mean? Like, when they go to play, they're literally going to work. So, like,
that's true too.
That's easy for them to constantly do shit. So you cannot, like, set your standards to internet, personality people. Like, so,
I'm not saying that at all.
You just have to kind of work around the schedules of shit and do the best you can. Like,
and that's what I mean.
But like, my thing was like, if you have 6 people playing, and then like all of a sudden 4 of them caught COVID or whatever,
and
then you're like, okay, so they're gonna be out for the next couple weeks at least.
Nope, you still keep playing, and you just hope everyone doesn't die.
I would leave them off. Like, and that's why I kind of like the fact of kind of putting the real life in this fictional shit. If these motherfuckers is sick in real life, your character is sick in the game. And
but then you're like, oh well, it's just me this week. And,
it's 2 people.
And there's I have to go do stuff, and there's this super powerful, deadly boss. I guess I'm not doing shit because I can't fight him myself.
It would definitely be on some shit like some side quest, damsel in distress. Oh my God, my sons were missing in the forest. And then those 2 motherfuckers that go get those, they go. You could still make it fun for the people that want to show up.
I've definitely done that too, where I've taken a detour away from the main story.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What's planned for the main story requires
6, 8, exactly. That way, the 2 people that do, I don't feel like the 2 people should be penalized because of these other 4 people. That's kind of fucked up. No. Even if we just do a demo, random freestyle shit, I would rather do that. We could do totally new characters and kind of switch it up, and then come back to our original characters as well. If that's
I definitely left it up to people too. It's like, hey, with 4 of you gone, there's only 2 of you here. I will let you know that I don't have a whole lot planned for there just being 2 people here. What do you guys want to do about it? And a lot of people's like, well, if you don't have a big plan, you're just going to be spitballing off the top of your head, then maybe we'll wait for the other people to come in. And there's been a lot of that. But there has been a couple times too where I have also been like, hey, I need to take it this week off because I'm dealing with stuff.
See, now that's different. When the fucking GM's not there, the show can't go on. That's why, Feature, I don't know if he was there, but I was trying to get him to alternate. I was thinking about Omega. I got to talk to Omega though, but I know he liked the DM too. I wanted to have him alternate with another DM, a GM. That way it's not just all Shouka. And, if we have a GM that can't be there, we have somewhat of another person that can. I don't know exactly how it would work, but I don't think it'll hurt.
Yeah, I don't know either. Let them figure it out, I guess, because you could be in the middle of, like, a point in the story or whatever, and then all of a sudden the next week you have a different DM, and he's like, he's just gotta change up everything, and he doesn't know what's going on, and your entire story changes for everything,
like that's a little different. I didn't even think about it that far into that. I was thinking more like this GM do this first campaign for the first 4 weeks, then the next month will be a different GM.
That
alternate.
Yeah.
But now that you said that,
you were talking like I thought you were talking like switch every week. I'm like, oh no.
Oh no, yeah, that sounds.
No.
The
Different
GM would
GMs
get
doing
pissed off.
different campaigns. Yeah, it makes sense.
But like BoMBOnTop motherfuckers though, that way it's like you kind of give, like Shouka will take a break and he can actually participate and not have to fucking be the narrator. And then Omega will take a break and be able to participate and not be the narrator or whatever. That's what I was thinking with that. But of course, you know, there's a lot of thoughts. I just wanted to have the fucking conversation and see if we can actually get it done as far as getting people to show up and actually do it. Like, even if it's demos for now, let's do some demos. Let's get some content out there. Let's see who wants to watch it. Let's put that shit on. I know Shouka said that he wanted to go and set up some more social media platforms. Maybe this is something I could give that, you know, give him that extra edge, set up the YouTube. We put out some fucking D&D videos once a week. Now we got a YouTube channel or whatever. You know, this is how I'm thinking of just future. How can we grow?
YouTube, I just don't use it anymore because I'm so switched over to Twitch.
And sometimes people feel like they don't use it because they feel like they don't have the content to put on. This can be one of the things.
I don't know how to edit videos.
So neither does Featured, but he puts them out there anyway. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
I asked Featured, I said, Featured, how do I edit a video? He said, motherfucker, make the video first. And I was like, wow. It was like words of wisdom. Make the video. And then put it out there. You gotta make the video first. And then you can edit it. And then you add the thumbnail. Like, all that shit come from playing a different champion. Like we said with the League of Legends shit. Lux.
Shouka has 454 subscribers last stream a year ago.
Wow.
He played some League of Legends a year ago.
450 fucking subscribers. Yo, that's more than me.
That's his link right there for those of you that want to check him out. You should.
I'm so mad at Shouka. I thought he had like 2 people. He got fucking 4 times the amount of people I got on YouTube.
Look,
he
my favorite thing is finding people's YouTube channels and then being like, hey,
get on it.
You should make some YouTube videos. And then, like, you know, you try to convince them to get back into YouTube, so that way then they're on YouTube again, and then like
I love
you know, you can support them and they can possibly come and support you. Like, that's my favorite.
I definitely love that shit. But no, okay, D&D, we got some shit coming out. Y'all see we in the midst. Y'all see we got some ideas. We're gonna bounce it around the people, see where they at, see who we got. Worst come to worst, we'll fuck it. We'll fucking play League of Legends. Like, the fuck? I mean, worst come to worst, we won't do it. And we're going to play up the games together. But as far as trying to fucking get shit done, I definitely want to do some D&D shit. I definitely have some ideas as far as side quests. If we do have a group of 4, for whatever reason, we cannot continue because one person doesn't show up, we'll do a little side quest so that we'll have things to throw in the mix that doesn't kind of dry it out and it doesn't stay away from the main gameplay. But let's talk about more of that later. Because we definitely hit fucking 3 hours, and I feel like I don't know enough. But the last question.
We keep talking Dungeons and Dragons. That's why.
Hell yeah, that shit'll be forever. That shit is like. It was the day we didn't even do the far left question. That's another fucking hour. But like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like I said
this
that.
Whole podcast has been far left.
Yo, I said that. Like I said it in the beginning. I was like, yo, this is gonna be a kind of crazy podcast because I'm sitting down with motherfuckers that I talk to on a daily basis. Most of the time, we sit with people that I talk on a daily basis. It gets more of a regular conversation where I'm sitting in the fucking Discord with them for 4 or 5 hours and, you know, time is flying, but, you know, we're not really talking about the person. So I do want to ask the question. I normally ask this around the 2.5 hour mark, and I'm not ending it, but I definitely think, you know, I see, you know, Teddy disappearing. I know you have been here for 3 hours. We're not even doing check-ins. So I do want to ask this question or statement, which is, if there was something that we didn't discuss that you did want to discuss, or if there was something that you have in the future that you want to promote, please use this time to talk to the people that's here, because people did come to the podcast to learn about Shouka, learn about what the hell you're doing on your stream and things of that nature. Even if it's a schedule or emos or anything, let us know. Please use this time, because if I missed the question, I still want you to be able to promote your idea.
My thing is eventually I plan on redoing my branding. I'm keeping the Shouka content name, all that. I'm going to be changing my icon because the icon was done by Centauri. I like what he did with it.
Oh, I mean, yes. Oh, I didn't know if we liked it or not. My bad. I'm sorry.
I liked it. I liked it for the time being, but I wanted to look more of a professional, like how Hey Teddy
He said
has
it
his.
sucks.
He said it sucks. He said he wants a professional.
Okay.
He wants a professional logo. Hold on, wait. I just wanted to get this. I'm here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But like how Hey Teddy has his, where it's like, you know, he has his logo and it's in his emotes and then it switches over to his like be right back screen and all this stuff. And I'm over here thinking like,
okay.
how can I make a Shouka Kanton that's in purple and emote? There's not really a whole lot.
Shaka.
There's not a whole lot I could go with that. But I was thinking about like an icon that I could have commissioned, and Teddy sent me where he got his from. So I was thinking about talking to them about possibly doing a commission at some point, where I could get paid to get what I wanted, and I thought my idea is pretty.
Later, Booty. Thank you for coming through, my G. I see it. See, but when you're talking more like rebranding, like see. The comparison.
I don't want to view it as rebranding and more as evolving.
Okay, all right.
More professional.
So, no. I get what you're saying. I get like you want to get it because I looked at the flyer, so I know what you said featured. I know what you put on the flyer. I get it. But what I'm saying is there a character or a mascot that you have in mind?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Okay, cool. So we got something. Don't tell us. Make sure that y'all click the link. Y'all gotta go check on Shouka content. We're gonna throw the link up again. That's the YouTube. That's the Instagram. I mean, Instagram. You hear me? That's the YouTube. That's the Twitch. Make sure to go click on the links and follow next time we live. Ask him about the rebranding. Ask him about the new emotes to come. Ask him about the new logo because I do want them to kind of. You want to give everything away. That's why I want to talk about the D&D shit. We could give that shit away because I like it because we're trying to involve our bar members and prospects and the shit that we want to do with our bar members and prospects. That's why I wanted to give that away. But now, as far as the personal aspect of it, they know what games you play. They know what type of games that you involved with, what your favorite genre is. Even though you're a variety streamer, you do have a preference. Fatal with the motherfucking raid. Appreciate you with that, my G. You already know. Make sure to go check out Shouka. My name is Grimes, a.k.a. Mr. CEO, Mr. BoMBOnTop in the flesh. My co-D to the left, one of our bomb captains, a.k.a. Young FFs. You've been seeing those YouTube videos. What up? We got feature film in the building, and our special guest today is Shouka Kanton. Fatal, appreciate you with the raid. We were talking about as far as something that he's going to be giving back to the people. Make sure that you go check him out when he's streaming. He wants to rebrand the logo a little bit. Not rebrand it, but he wants to evolve. He wants to evolve the logo so that he wants his logo to kind of symbolize him. The reason why I said the character or the mascot is because if Hey Teddy is the example, motherfucking name is Teddy and he got a teddy bear. So like shit like that. Like me, I ain't gonna front. I really, when you look at Grimes, to be honest, there's no Grimes. I had to make the fucking decision to be Grimes or BoMBOnTop. And I made the decision to fucking be BoMBOnTop. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the BoMBOnTop shit is the BoMBOnTop shit. But when I first started and BoMBOnTop was just on, it wasn't BoMBOnTop. It was Grimes. It was rosters in the chat and fucking all types of other shit. Let's take these shots. That's why the drinking aspect is so like overpowered over here. I was always fucking drinking in the stream. That wasn't a BoMBOnTop thing. That was Grimes getting drunk on stream. And then it kind of transferred to, take a shot, take a shot, take a shot. So now everybody's taking shots or whatever the case may be. But Fado, appreciate you for the raid. Make sure, I know you're already following Shouka. And if you're not already following Shouka, please hit that link. Go follow Shouka. He is live right now. Go show some love over there. And, as far as this is the segment I like to call Grimes' idea with a grain of salt. Alright, Shouka, bear with me. This is basically where I talk my shit, and if you like what you hear, you can take it. It's yours. If you don't like what you hear, fuck it. Who gives a fuck? It's not that important. This motherfucker's just talking shit. So, I just want to, I definitely want to see more Shouka streams. I know that also, we didn't even really get into it as much, but Shouka got a 9 to 5. This is kind of like the side hustle and shit like that. So, I definitely know time management is a thing. He got his lady, got a whole bunch of other responsibilities as far as juggling, like I said, time management is a thing. So I definitely don't want to sound insecure to that idea, because I understand that while you're not at work, you do have to spend some time with your lady and real life things that do occur. But at the same time, if you're really trying to grow the brand, you got to dedicate the time to the brand. So as far as evolving the brand and getting the logo, that shit is dope. But also an involvement and evolvement of the content is a thing too. You don't have to go and play these fucking games that everybody else is playing. You can do something a little bit different out the box. And that's why I think that the Dungeons and Dragons shit is a great outlet to do that. I'm going to see if I can find some people that's dedicated to and devoted to actually show up. And I think if you get those people to show up, you could do crazy fucking immaculate things. You already got a whole bunch of shit. We already talked off stream. So I already see the potential. And I want to show that to the rest of the team. So that's all I wanted to say about that shit. That's my segment. If it helped, if it helped, cool, keep it. If not, like I said, who gives a fuck? Hashtag BoMBOnTop, baby. Any other hashtag. And I love it though, and I definitely appreciate you for fucking being here. I feel like we didn't talk. I want to talk League of Legends, which we did. I want to talk Dungeons and Dragons, and it was a little bit biased of me. But fuck it, I don't care. That's what we do on this podcast. And sometimes, like, if I know you, I know what the fuck I want to talk about. Now, if you have other stuff that you want to talk about, that's why I asked that last question, so that we can get that out there. Do you have any questions for us? Oh no, wait. The only what? No, say what you're gonna say.
No, the only other thing I could possibly think of is like, I had a different vision too at one point. I wanted to bring into fruition, and that was to kind of spread more awareness of what it's like to live with it. Like, this is gonna go like a little bit into like mental health stuff, but like, kind of like to see like what's in the brain of somebody who's grown up as an adult now with autism.
Now that was another thing that we didn't touch on too, as far as the mental health, and I didn't want to lead with that, but yeah, I know that you are, you're willing to discuss it and stuff like that too. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, yo, fuck that, spread that wisdom, because like we was definitely talking about the autism aspect. Like we was talking about words, I think. Like, I think that's how it started. We were talking about offensive words that people say. So we got the N word, we got the R word, we got the F word, things of that nature. So, like, when we was talking about the R words, that's where it came to light that you do suffer from a mental illness, if I'm not mistaken. So now
I suffer from autism, depression, ADHD, and anxiety.
So now that, and I ain't gonna front for Ayo. Shout out to Ayo. I gotta ask the question, because we are strong advocates when it comes to mental health, and I know I kind of leave this question for AO all the time, but like as far as when it comes to mental health, how do you deal with the struggles of these mental ailments and still being able to get on and stream on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis?
I kind like, even if I don't feel like I have done it, I have to get on myself to do things at times where I'm like, I know I haven't done this in a while, and I need to do it in order to continue to progress. Because a lot of times I'll get in a slump, and I won't see a way out, and it feels like, and a lot of times I'm stonewalling myself. I'm putting myself in my little comfortable box, shutting everything else out, and I just need to not do that. And I've worked a long time through a lot of different scenarios that I can get into, I cannot get into. That's just kind of what everybody's comfortability is.
Yo, I got the station, son.
With growing up in the system and stuff like that. The government system, for I don't know if I need to elaborate that or not, but I have obviously I've lived with my parents and stuff like that, but I've also, since the age of 13, had to have moved it from anger management, correctional facilities, stuff like that, because I didn't get diagnosed with autism until much later than you're supposed to get diagnosed with autism. Like, autism's supposed to show around preschool age.
But that's only. I didn't find out until I was 14. But how'd you find that out? What made because when it comes, and from my understanding, because I did work in mental health for 5 years, autism is certain. It's like a spectrum. But before you can even be put on that spectrum, you have to talk to a psychologist or somebody of that nature before they can even diagnose you. So what made, I guess the question is, what made them want you to talk to the physician that diagnosed you with autism?
Well, so I was in oh god, there was a program of schools called Child and Adolescents or whatever. It's up in Canton and stuff, and it's called CNN or CNH or whatever.
Feature was in there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. He wasn't in there. He's the only Ohio dude I know. It's him and J40. J40 was in there. I'm joking. Okay.
But like, so there was that, and I had a therapist at one point. Growing up, I had multiple doctors and all kinds of stuff.
So, but hold on. All right. So wait. So this
they bounced around, but I'm getting to it. So they bounced around a lot of stuff. Where a lot of that was thrown was that I was bipolar, and I had what was known as authority defiant disorder or something like that, where I just didn't like authority,
like the roles,
and they kept bouncing me back around and stuff with multiple different things. And I became so depressed and stuff like that I ended up having to go to some place called Belmont Pines, which is also known as Bipolar Pines. It's a mental hospital because of some stuff when I was 13, and they diagnosed me bipolar 2 and stuff like that. And finally, we're just like, we're done with trying to figure out what you are and having you take random pills for random things, and everyone's just doing guesswork. So I ended up actually eventually going to see a neuropsychologist.
Okay, all right.
And I did a bunch of tests and stuff, and they were like straight up like, no, he has autism. And there's like a 30-page piece of paper. And I don't know if you know anyone that come out from a neuropsychologist, but they'd be like, hey, this is the symptoms, and this is what it looks like living with this kind of person, and so.
See, but what's great, the reason why I asked about it, I shouldn't say it's crazy about it. Well, that's a bad choice of words. But what I'm saying is, what's crazy about it, in lack of better words, is so there was behavioral issues or anger issues or something that made them want you to talk to these specialists that then sent you to the psychologist that made the determination of that gave that analysis. I got you. Okay, cool. I was just wondering, I'm like, because when you're 14 and you get diagnosed, that shit ain't just like a random. It's not random. It's not just one day you fucking throw a book and they send you to a doctor. Like
it is life changing though.
Oh,
especially with like you gotta think about like 14 years already have passed where people just thought that I just didn't like authority and I was just angry all the time and stuff like that.
Is not liking authority a disorder?
Yeah, look it up. Exactly. Look it up. It's crazy. It's what they slap on the people when they're like, "We don't care enough to figure out what's wrong with you."
It's the role. It's like, yo, it's not that I don't like you. Just fuck all principals in all schools and fuck all guidance counselors in all schools. I get it. I get it.
But like my dad had to deal with. My dad had to deal with that up until 14, and it was super weird, and it was like life changing. Where it's like, no, your son has a cognitive social disability that really interpacts how he thinks, his thought process, and in that aspect, how he reacts or acts to things is very different from what normal. I'm gonna do it like that because I don't think anyone's fully normal.
No one, son. It's impossible. Everybody got a kink. I told you, booty juice. That shit ain't normal. That is not normal. I mean, whatever.
But like that so and that changed how he interacted with me. It changed me because 14. What happens when you're 14? Hormones. You start going into your teens and stuff. Like that's something heavy to drop on somebody who's going into hormones and stuff like that. Who's going through some stuff, and now all of a sudden I'm thinking I'm mentally handicapped or whatever, and that I'm too not cognitively there to do certain things. Like we were worried that I wouldn't be able to even hold down a job or any of that stuff, hold down a house, that I would need an aide to watch over me 24/7 as an adult. Like we were worried about all kinds of stuff. But I around the age of 16, 17, I kind of did a lot of self-exploration and figuring out how I can better myself as an adult, and since then have just taken steps to surpass what everyone else is saying my limits were.
Okay, so in a way, when you were diagnosed, it helped you understand and move on.
Yes.
As opposed to not knowing and like, okay, dude, that's dope. Like I okay.
If we had not found out when I was 14 that I had autism, I am 99% sure by the time I was 18, I would be in jail for a felony.
See, but no, but wait, but why? Okay, and the thought process behind that is because, all right, cool. I know that this is how I deal with things because this is how my mind works. This is why I made the adjustment. I get that part. The part is of how do you know that? Because I don't know that, I'm just going to continue to be angry and have these behavior issues and go, like, why is that the automatic opposite? It was just how you looked at
because that was the path I was already.
Just because
that was the path I was already on.
Okay.
For not unknowing.
Oh, all right. Okay, I see that.
Because I was already getting into fights. I was you know.
You was a gangster.
My mental health was.
You was listening to fucking Snoop Dogg and you was twisting up your fingers. Rap music. I get it. I get it. Like I hear all the stuff Donald Trump is talking about. You was playing fucking Grand Theft Auto. You was gonna go out there and beat people up and steal their fucking cars. Like I definitely understand. I understand when you put it in that perspective, it's on some shit like, yo, fuck it, because I don't understand and you don't understand, I should punch you in your fucking face until I understand. Like I can kind of understand that is the derailment, but instead it went to. I'm happy that it wasn't that, and I'm happy to be fortunate enough to even to meet you because that right there, a lot of people I feel don't even understand what you just said. Being able to identify what's going on with your life and make the adjustments needed to understand that like things are not everything, because you know me and Shouka, we had a couple of conversations of like I want to say like I want to call it is it worth it conversations and shit like that. Motherfuckers and you know the Boondocks, and lack of better words, and you know I'll say it for you guys. Y'all don't repeat this, but in the Boondocks they call it a nigga moment. And basically what that is when somebody fucking step on your shoes, you gotta shoot them in the face. So like that being said, not all the time you gotta take it to that fucking extent and shoot people in the face is what I'm saying. So like when we had these conversations as far as is it really worth the, like, you know, when you burn in a bridge, is it worth losing that connection? That's what I think of. Like if I'm fucking with Featured and Featured happened to say something that I dislike, is it worth me saying, yo, Featured, I don't never want to talk to you again? Or is it on some shit like, yo, maybe I should keep him at a distance? Maybe we should have a conversation about what was said that bothered me. Like, there's a rational thought process that happens. And so when you telling me that once you was diagnosed, clinically diagnosed, because I'm pretty sure there's a whole bunch of people telling you whatever the fuck they wanted to tell you at the time. But, like, once you was clinically diagnosed and you got that 30-page report or that psychosocial, whatever the case it is, what's it called, and you use that shit to actually better yourself, you know, I commend you on that. I don't think you get it. I don't know if anybody ever told you, but it's a good fucking job. You're doing fucking good. Keep doing what the fuck you're doing the way you're adjusting and continue to adjust. Like, I don't think the fight is even, like, these aren't things that just disappear.
No, it's a lifelong, it's going to be a lifelong thing. It's going to be something I'm going to battle every step of the way and continue to have to keep fighting. And
you got a team behind that's going to help you fight. If you need to holler at me for whatever, hit me up. And I know it's a whole bunch. Usually Featured is down with it too. Featured's actually fucking closer. If motherfucker need to give you a hug and shit. I know you got booty juice in the background. He got his own booty juice in the background to give him a hug. But what I'm saying is, you know, you got. I shouldn't say that. but what I'm saying is, I know you got the love a little bit closer than I am. But on some real shit, keep shining, keep grinding, because it being an adult, it gets worse. So for you to have to deal with that shit in high school and then become an adult, it already got worse.
So you want to hear something remarkable, right? Because this is something I pride myself on kind of amazingly. Academically, I've had maybe a year and a half of actual schooling, and the rest have been through anger management schools, schools that specialize in dealing with people with autism. And then just schools that they dumped me in because no other school would take me. Through that, I still passed my Ohio graduation test. First time in order to graduate high school.
Well, no,
with an actual
I mean, but
diploma.
I'm not surprised though. You're a very intelligent being. Like, it's not an intellectual thing. It's a behavioral.
No, but
thing.
it was
It's
something
like
like even with that minimal amount of schooling I had, I was still able to continue to try to learn and stuff like that in order to pass that stuff.
No, I get that. That might have led to the frustration. You might have been in there knowing what the fuck they was telling you, and they kept telling you what the fuck you needed to do, even though you wasn't there because you didn't understand the material. You was there because of behavior. What I'm saying is, the work may have not been hard for you. It was dealing with people around you, or people tell, like you said, that whole dealing with authority, those roles. When the guidance counselor come in and start talking that shit, it's like, oh my god, this motherfucker's in here talking that shit again. You didn't need to hear that shit, but he still told you that shit, and you may have reacted to the shit. I don't know what happened. I'm just painting a picture. But like, oh no, I'm very good at what I do though. But what I'm saying is, I'm just saying, like, all of those little encounters made you who you are today. And for you to realize that at a younger age is dope. Because me working in mental health, I wasn't working with, I mean, when I was in the hospital, we did have the kids section, which was from fucking 7 to 17, which was kind of crazy to me to see 7 and 8-year-olds come in diagnosed with all of these disorders, and they were like little kids, and they were, you know, put into the system as far as ACS cases, and it was nuts because their parents want to come and see them, but the parents is not the guardian, so you got to get ACS involved and the foster parent. It's a whole shit show in the psychiatric emergency room. And then on the other side, you have the adults. So now, my focus was everybody because I'm just a clerk doing registration and things in the hospital. But as I transitioned into the adult residential housing for only adults 18 and older, and seeing people that still don't recognize that it's an illness or an ailment or a handicap or something for them to work on, it's good that you was able to even distinguish what it was at such a young age so that you could adapt. There's a lot of older people that still, I don't want to call it denial because it's not my place. What I'm saying is they haven't accepted that it was something to work on to adjust their lifestyle to continue on to be in the community or whatever. I'm not gonna start hitting y'all with all this mental health shit. It's not even. It's not that far into it.
I realized by the time I was like 16 that like if I'm gonna sit here and ignore it, it's not gonna go away by ignoring it. So like, and obviously, it's kind of what I had been doing was ignoring it for 16 years or whatever, and it's just getting worse. So I figured I need to do something myself to try to change my probabilities of what could potentially happen in the future for a better future for myself.
Exactly, and that's the realization though. What happened, and that's why I think it's better at a younger age. As you get older, you start to see that you can get Social Security and you got a check coming in every month. So you don't have to adjust. You don't have to change. You're already taken care of. You're in an apartment residential program. You're not losing your house. You got income coming in.
And I still, like, I was getting SSI and stuff like that.
Of
and
course,
my dad, and I talked to my dad about it. I was like, you know, because I was getting it for disability. I told my dad, I was like, SSDI. Yeah.
Ooh, like you see how good I never mind.
Look, they have a different,
well, I told my dad though,
letter in there,
like,
but we know it's the same shit.
Like, it is the same shit. It's the same shit.
Actually,
it's a little bit more.
I got, you know what? No, it's less.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
That was the
no,
yes.
It's less, and if you get married, you lose it.
Wait, if
you're less, and if you get married, you lose it, and you can only have like 2,000 in the bank.
Hold on. Give me one. Give me. Y'all continue. I gotta go to the bathroom.
If you're disabled, you cannot get married, or else you lose your SSDI.
It's crazy.
It's fucked up. Yeah, that's 100% a fucked up thing. Sorry, like
no, because I remember people were getting like food stamps and stuff like that. That was more than the food stamps I was getting. And somebody was making like $1,200 off a bank for SSI because they have because of whatever reason, and I'm over here like I get $700 to live off for a month.
Yeah.
And you're getting $1,200.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
like,
insane.
Like so I was like I'm not getting enough. I wasn't making enough to secure myself any type of real future.
Right.
And that's when I started talking about that, like, hey, I understand I'm getting SSDI and all that stuff. I need to get a job. I need to make some way to make some type of income for myself. We need to figure out how this is going to happen. Because I'm not.
Yep.
This is not satisfying me at all.
Well, it's just not sustainable either. Yeah.
No.
Nope. I get it. That makes complete sense. I mean, so did like your dad then like help you get the job you have now?
Yeah. So no, we went through a company that specifies in people with disability trying to apply for jobs and stuff. And then that's how I got my first job, which was as a grill cook at Bob Evans.
Okay.
Don't start your first job as a grill cook at Bob Evans.
No, yeah,
it was terrible.
That's a rough one.
I got into it with my boss because my boss, I told my boss, I was like, hey, me having what I have and stuff, and times and stuff like that, and having a routine is very important to me. So I was like, hey, it's 12:15 and I'm still here. When am I clocking out? Oh, well, you'll clock out when the work's done. No, you told me my time in was from this and this. He was like, no, and he yelled at me. And he was like, no, your time out is when I say your time is out. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and clock out now. You can do whatever you want with your time then. And that's what I did. And then I came back the next day, and because I talked to my dad, and I came in 2 hours late. And my boss was like, why'd you come in 2 hours late? And I was like, well, if you get to decide when I'm leaving, I'm gonna decide when I'm coming in.
Yeah.
And we'll play it by ear like that. He didn't like that answer.
No, not at all.
He didn't like that.
No, there is a schedule for a reason. Yeah.
For a reason. And that's not when I quit my job. I quit my job during the busiest time, which is Father's Day, because I was doing like 3 people's job by myself. And when I asked one of the people that are standing around who's one of the bosses, hey, can I get some back? They said, no, you got this. I was like, okay, I'm letting you know right now, the only reason I'm asking for help is because I don't have this. And then they were like, no, you got this. And then came back later, like, why is this food taking an hour to come out? And I was like, because I'm doing the job of 3 people and I asked for help. And he's like, oh, it's because you're doing this wrong. I'm like, all right, you can do it yourself then. I'm out.
Yeah. Managers at restaurants are hilarious. They always think that yelling at the cook's going to make it happen faster, and then they get real surprised when the cook walks out and there's no one left to cook. Like, they're like, oh, shit.
I don't understand that. Like, the waitresses can be stealing and stuff like that, and people know about it, and nobody fires them or nothing, and it's never the waitress's fault. It was always the grill cook's fault. And I was like, you guys understand that the grill cook is the lifeblood of this place, right? Like, you can't sell food if there's nobody to cook the food.
Right.
Oh, wait. How the hell we went to... So you a cook?
We got through conversations, because I asked if his dad helped him get his job, and he said no, his first job was as a line cook at Bob Evans, and then we started talking about shit about...
Ohio shit.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
You're right, they don't cook food out in New York.
Hell no. It's Grubhub. Grubhub just poofs that shit.
It manifests into existence at the portal.
They've trained all the rats
somewhere in a sewer. You got ratatouille rats and shit over there cooking the food for you.
Ratatouille out there just cooking food. New Yorkers all forgot how to cook because Ratatouille had it.
It's so crazy. Like, they make the food appear, and now there's no delivery person just on my doorstep. So they made the food appear, and the delivery person disappeared. It's a beautiful thing.
It's dropped off at the store. It's dropped off on the store.
But no, I love that.
Worked out here taking 2 jobs because of hard times now.
Yeah, exactly. Inflation's hit.
Inflation. I mean, you gotta get that bread. Money don't lead to happiness. My ass. Give me some money. Give me some. I can get. I know 5 people off the top of my head that I can make their life happy with money.
Yeah, instantly, easy.
Instantly, ASAP. ASAP. Amazing.
Like, there's diminishing returns on it. Like, once you start breaking like $100K a year, then then it's not more money isn't going to give you more happiness, right? But like when you're at $100K a year, all your shit's paid and taken care of, you're comfortable.
Hell
you're
yeah.
good.
No, now
you don't gotta worry about all those stresses. Like, that is happiness.
Well,
like, now middle class. I feel like high middle class is like where you want to be for maximum.
I'm just on some shit.
Because you get too much money after that, you start going crazy.
Well, no, I think if you get too much money and you got to pay like taxes on it, That can lead to unhappiness.
No, because when you have too much money, then you just pay accountants who hide your money.
Speaking of which,
and make donations or whatever, and then write the donations off on your taxes. It's fine.
In 2019, I think it was, Jeff Bezos, fucking Amazon, Jeff Bezos, got the what's it called, the earned income
hold
credit.
on, I am streaming on Twitch, and they are owned by Amazon.
Fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me end the stream.
Texting me right now. I don't want to make him mad.
No, but this is true. It was in the.
Don't poke the Bezos dragon.
Jeff Bezos got the earned income credit, which is for people who made less than $12,000 in a year, and the government paid him out like I think it was like because he had 2 kids, so I think he got paid out like $3,000 or $4,000 or something that year from the earned income credit or whatever. Like, so
is that the Donald Trump shit?
Because technically on paper he was not given a salary, he was paid in stocks, and so he didn't have income, so he made zero money. So he literally, made zero money on his taxes. So he didn't pay taxes. He just got money back from the government.
Oh my goodness. I love that. That reminds me of
That's
Bloomberg.
100% a thing that happened.
Yo.
That's how what's his face? Musk is the richest man in the world because he doesn't get paid salary. He gets paid in stock. And then he takes a loan. He goes to like banks and gets a loan out against that stock.
Yo, not a financial advisor over here, but this is my accountant.
This is how they all, because you don't pay taxes on a loan. You just gotta pay back the loan at some point.
Then you make huge donations at charities that you can write off as a tax write-off as well.
If you ever get money, then you just do tax write-offs. That's why every time you go to Walmart and they're like, "Oh, do you want to donate to blah blah blah?" No, because all you're doing is letting Walmart get a tax write-off.
Yep.
They take that money.
They're writing it off on their tax.
They get a tax write-off. Every company that does it, McDonald's, Walmart,
hell yeah!
And they all hide it as like a thing. And now when you go to swipe your card, it's like, do you want to round up to what? Like, no, I don't want to fucking give enough orphans or whatever money, because all you're doing is trying to fucking give your CEOs higher fucking stuff. How about this? Pay your employees more so they're not all on fucking food stamps too. Like, fuck you guys. Like, yeah.
This homeless shelter or whatever that you're trying to donate to or whatever, 20% of your employees are going to end up there.
They did a news article on, I think it was the Walmart in Canton, Ohio. They I think it was like 80% of the employees that worked at the Walmart were on food stamps, and they did a food drive for the employees of Walmart.
That's crazy.
So people could like donate cans and stuff for the employees.
The only thing what's nuts about it is people will hear that and be mad at them. You're taking food out the homeless, like they want the can drive to be for homeless people instead of Walmart.
Yeah, Walmart intentionally pays its employees so little, so that way, one, they don't have to give them like certain benefits, but also then like the government will pay them like with fucking like food stamps.
It'd be like so that you're eligible for food. If you was making more than 14 an hour or whatever, 20 hours a week,
stamp comes back through. So basically, you're the government to supplement their wages.
That's like kind of what I was talking about, like with the SSDI or whatever. Like, according to them,
I'll be right back.
I can only have $2,000 in the bank. If I have more than $2,000 in the bank, then I'm no longer disabled to them. And if I make more than $3,000 in a week,
they cut you off.
Or in a month, they cut me off because I am no longer too disabled.
And you're supposed to submit your pay stubs they want like
every
monthly.
month.
Now that was the shit that was my problem. I was working, and all right, I don't know if you know, Shouka, let me fill you in as far as my mental health background. I'm a little counselor in an apartment treatment program for transitional housing for people that were trying to get back into society. So basically, it was congregate level 2 housing, which means they were in between group home settings and actually getting low income housing. So basically, in a group home setting, is when it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Hold on, Ayo popped up. Let's shout out Ayo.
Yeah, Ayo did
What up,
show up.
Yizzle? How you feeling, my dude?
What up, Ayo?
Booting. How you feeling? Y'all already know another man that don't need no introductions. Mr. Questions, a.k.a. the fucking server owner is here, motherfucker. Hashtag BoMBOnTop. What's poppin', Ayo? How you feeling, my G?
I had a great day, man. I saw Shouka in here. I had to show some love, you know. I had to pull up.
Oh, we missed it already. Go ahead, talk to Shouka. You gotta turn your camera on? No? Alright. Well, talk this shit.
Yeah. No, I just got home. Yeah, it was the kid's birthday party, man. It was a successful. Yeah. It was just.
Hey, congrats.
Yeah, man. Big 10. The Big 10.
You've successfully raised a kid for 10 years. That's a huge achievement, man.
Thank you. I did it. It was me.
You did it. Yeah. Well, it was your team. It was your team. You know, you and your girl. Your
you know what I'm
team.
saying?
But
my staying game is solid. You know what I'm saying?
But no, I mean, honestly, I know it sounds like I'm joking. I'm being dead serious though. Like, it's being a parent is very commendable and stuff.
What's up, Shouka? How you feeling? How you living, man? How's the podcast going? Thank you for joining.
Good.
Appreciate you.
Need to rewatch it at some point. There's a lot of stuff that was going on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure, brother.
We got deep in the fields within the last hour.
Oh, we in the fields?
Yeah, talking about mental health and some of
I'm always ready to shed a single hoods here.
Single hoods. Yeah.
just
I got a 40 in the fridge to pour it out. Let's go.
Oh. Love it, man. But how was your pod? How was your experience so far? Oh, I appreciate it. I love that, man. Yeah, man. I had the kid's birthday party. So
man, you gotta do you. You gotta. Personal life is very, very important. 100% about that. I get it. I understand. I'm mad. I see you shaved though. I'm a little mad about that.
Oh yeah. I feel like I look stupid.
Look younger than me now. That's crazy.
Thank you. How old do I look?
Oh, not sure what's going on. Tell Ayo to move me back in. Oh, move feature back in here.
Oh, yeah, I didn't nobody moved anybody, so I don't know.
I just started acting crazy. It wouldn't let me I came back and just clicked to turn my camera back on and my Discord just went nuts. It was insane.
What's up, Feets?
What up? Okay, hold on. Turn it on camera. Oh, okay, it's on.
Hey, we had a little bit of a fast forward motion happen while your camera was catching up, but we're good.
Oh, okay. Is that them the new thotty glasses? Is that the thotty glasses you're talking about?
Yeah, it's my new thotty glasses. You know what I'm saying? All white.
Okay.
All white everything, you know. And then
I haven't seen you in a minute.
If I'm feeling extra thotty, I'll take these off. Just put the other ones on. You know what I'm saying?
Something looks different. Did you shave or something?
Yeah, he shaved. He looks younger than me now.
Yeah, I cut it.
Oh my god! I'm like, hold on, you look like a different person. I was trying to figure out what it was.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying you should have saw people today. They were like, "What the fuck?
Who are you?" I need to see I need to see your ID.
They double check. They double check.
Yeah,
that's you.
I don't know.
Wait, which kid here at this birthday is yours?
What's up?
It's just be like, which kid at this birthday is yours? You know, they'd be checking you.
Yeah.
I've never met so many happy dads. Yeah, they were just like, "Oh, I'm so glad to be out the house and just be."
For what?
I don't know. They were just.
Where were you? Were you seeing dads?
Yeah. Oh no, because it's my kid's birthday party.
Birthday party.
Oh, okay.
That's why I came super late to the podcast. It was my kid's birthday. We went to we threw it at a trampoline park.
Clean cut. Clean
cut. Your kids just had a birthday. What?
They're twins. They gotta separate the weeks.
Yeah, his birthday did pass, but we didn't celebrate it. We gave him a birthday cake and stuff like that. But nah, today was the day where we went.
That's the celebration.
Nah, you're a man now. Guess what? No birthday, nothing.
You're a man now. You're like 7.
Welcome to adulthood.
Bro,
someone's gonna come up and give you an extra stress in life during your birthday. Welcome to adulthood.
Yo, how he got almost $150 in Roblox, whatever that shit is.
Yeah,
Roblox.
He already spent it.
Yeah, that's it. That's gone. So everything is it's shit that's $150.
That sounds like some stuff I have a younger brother, right? He just recently turned 10. My dad So like the age gaps between my siblings is insane. But my older brother, which is on my mom's side, is 9 years older than I am.
Mm-hmm.
My sister, who has the same mom and dad as me, is 2 years younger than I am. And then I have a baby brother who we have the same dad, who is 16 years younger than I am.
Dang.
Yeah. So
Pops is getting it in.
I went over to the house one time, over to my dad's house, and my baby brother's like hanging out on a 4-wheeler, like a little mini 4-wheeler. I was kind of looked at my dad. I was like, "How's my 4-wheeler at? I never got no 4-wheeler as a kid. What's this?" He was like, "Oh, I just like him better than you."
Oh, I get
At
it.
least they were honest, you know.
Yeah. Like I respect the honesty. Like you're an asshole, but like
No, not even. I'm like, it's okay because mom was better than you anyway. I love mom.
Yeah, Grimes, you're muted.
Oh shit. My bad.
My
bad. I'm sorry. I was just laughing at what you were saying. I would have told him, fuck that. I like mom better anyway, and I still do. Fuck you.
My dad would have been ready to throw hands or some shit at that.
Wow!
Allegedly.
Nah, you just go steal that 4-wheeler from that kid.
Yeah, I would have definitely picked his ass up and like, this is my shit.
This is mine now. Like,
I wouldn't even like push the pedal. I just would have like walked on and shit like a tricycle.
You heard of hand me down, but this is a hand me up. Okay, I'm taking it.
What size is that truck? They look like my size, actually.
Yeah.
My size. And I'm taking these fucking little gummies and shit. I would have been taking mad high C Capri something. I ain't never mind. Now I'm doing too much.
You know what I am mad about though?
My
baby brother, 16 years younger than me, right? 10 years old, is already in like a size 5 men's.
Cause he's taller. His mom's is bigger than your mom's.
No, he's gonna be shorter than me. That's the crazy part. Like his Oh,
not taller. Oh, you mean like he's bigger? Why is he a size 5 and he's?
I don't know. He just got some big ass feet.
Okay, I can see that. I'm not mad at that. That means he has girth. No, I'm joking. I don't know.
Whoa.
We were talking about booty juice earlier. We didn't get back to the booty juice.
It's time to cut Grimes off for the night.
Hell, fucking no. Fuck that. You can't turn me down, baby. Turn me. No, I'm joking. But no, but I was in the middle of a point, but homie was leaving, so I wanted to say peace out to him. But to reiterate the point, because he was talking about how Social Security, they kind of dictate, they kind of tell you that you can't have a certain amount of money saved up. And it was so fucked up because I'm over here trying to teach people to save money, and then when they save money past $2,000, they couldn't save money anymore. Now, me as the counselor trying to teach them, that doesn't mean, like, what the government is telling you is, no, don't save money no more. What I'm trying to teach you is, yes, motherfucker, you need more than $2,000 is not enough to fucking live on.
Put it in your mattress.
Yo, everything. Shoe
that's
boxes.
Kind of what you gotta do. You gotta pull out a withdrawal and just kind of store it somewhere else.
As long as it's not in the account, they're not gonna give you a hard. Same thing with food stamps. When you got your food stamps and you're getting fucking $500 a fucking month, spend that fucking go get kosher food, go whatever is the most expensive shit.
They right now are trying to like completely mess me over.
Of course, because you got
COVID and everything that happened or whatever.
But
they're over here like saying like that I owe them $2,000 or whatever.
Yeah,
they overpaid me and all kinds of stuff.
The state of Ohio did that to everybody. I don't know if they messed it up in other states, but
it's in other states.
So every person that was on unemployment because of the pandemic got a letter saying, by the way, you owe like $30,000, and you're like, wait, what the fuck? So like, they tried, and then they're like, no, and so like they're trying to make us come back and tell them, and like, I already submitted all the shit you need for all that stuff.
Yeah,
so,
I called them up the first time I received this letter, so they're like, oh, it's fine, we took care of it. There was a whole bunch of errors in the system, whatever, and now I'm still getting letters that are saying that I owe $1,800 and then another $200.
You're gonna need like a fair hearing, so you gotta call that number on that page and get a fair hearing and show up with your the more documentation, the better. Because
I've kept every paper.
Once you show up with paperwork, they like, all right, I don't give a. I'm not gonna say they don't give a fuck. because they do review the paperwork.
But like, I have
But what
every
I'm saying
paper,
is-
I have every piece of mail they sent me, I have every bank statement
no.
for exactly
Well,
how much was
my
dropped
dude,
in.
if you
Like,
if you're still, and I don't want to get too much into your situation, so I'm gonna talk generally.
I was about to say.
So, oh no, yeah, hey, yo, you missed the whole shit. We already went through fucking
he told me,
16 years old realizations of life. But all right, whatever. But what I'm saying is, when you go and you start working, like Social Security or the government, whoever represents that department, they feel like that's like a fuck you. They want to keep you on their fucking roll or whatever. So once you start working, and they're like, oh, so you was able to earn all this income after I gave you all this income? You didn't report that last month. So next month, I want you to give me that back, and you're cut off. And then you got to go fucking give fucking work, pay stubs and explain to them that it's a part-time job, so all the hours fluctuate. Like, yo, all of that shit is like a huge thing to them. They don't want, don't, cause, and
it's such a problem. That's why so many people that are on like unemployment and stuff like that just don't do anything, because it's just easier to like.
So I actually had an issue when I called them up to ask them up and tell them up. One of the ladies there actually told me straight up. She was like, "Oh, I don't understand why you're complaining about this. You shouldn't even be on this because of the fact that you can work. You must not be that disabled."
They're
I'm
offended.
Like, you're a part of our government telling me this. Where do you get off telling me that?
But
look, believe me, if I could just give you my autism and pull it out and be like, here you go, I don't want this no more.
This is yours.
Then
now.
I would do that.
We can have it.
She's like 20 autisms deep. Like she's just like
it works. She her own shit. Like my thing about it, the bamboozlement though behind it is how they want to keep you dependent on them. But they want to give you caged. They want to keep you. They want to keep you in that bracket of not making enough.
They want you to. They don't want you to get ahead. They want you to either make barely enough, working full time nonstop, breaking yourself, and then that they proved that you're not. You're employable and you're not disabled, or you're so poor you can't do anything, you can't live, you can't do anything at all. You basically can't, you don't have like any rights really, because like you can't get married and shit. Like you don't got like that option, because if you get married you lose it.
That's
like
true too.
It's insane.
That shit is nuts.
So, and that's why the crazy part, like I was telling Future, I was getting only $700 something a month.
That sounds pretty good where you're from though, I think. In comparison over here.
It's still not.
It's still not. So that's $500 for rent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to pay utilities, which is probably another $130.
Minimum.
So that leaves me with $60 or something to get what? McDonald's for the next month?
No, toiletries.
No, toiletries. You get $60 to get toiletries, and then you get food stamps to go buy. Yeah. That's how it's set up. It's set up. This is on purpose.
$100 a month. My food stamps like $100 a month, so I had to really be careful with what I could not buy anything expensive. Yeah. It was all great value stuff, and even then, I was still going nights where I was going hungry.
See now that might be something you can fight to get more food stamps. That Social Security shit is written in stone.
But I
think it's harder.
That I don't have.
It's harder to try to get more money from Social Security than fucking it is. You gotta prove to them that
they can only change it in like Congress. Like you can't.
Yeah, you can't change that shit. You can't get and the only way you get that bump up. That's why I kept saying congregate level 2 housing. When I was working in congregate level 2 housing, which was the apartment treatment program, being that they was in a program, they only got that bump up because the rent of the housing had to be paid. So the rent was $900. You're only getting $700. That don't add up. So we'll give you this. They gave them like $1,090 or some shit like that to pay $900 and some change in rent, so that they had $200 to spend for the month on top of the $190 in food stamps. So it came out to $40 roughly for them to get their toiletries and fucking their food. But what's so crazy about it, being that they was a part of the program, they can't stay home all day. So they would have to be a part of programs or day programs, or, depending on your age or whatever the case may be, or a GED program to go get your school.
Yeah, and how
or
are you
work
paying
program.
for gas passes?
No,
how are you
no,
paying for
no
train
gas.
passes? How are you paying
it
for
was
gas?
Train, exactly. So transportation. So now when you got to go get this fucking Metro card that takes away from it, now I can kind of fuck with you and help with you. Now the thing about my program is that we used to give them something like a stimulus check. It wasn't a stimulus check, but it was $60 in food money. So that's an additional fucking $240 that you had. So that $240 plus the $200 from the SS, now you got $400 and some change to fuck with. So in my program, they couldn't really say anything. You had enough money to go fucking have, you had your rent paid for you. You had a PNA, which is a personal need allowance check, which was basically the rest of your Social Security. So you would get a Social Security check that was $1,000, whatever. We took your check, paid your rent for you, and gave you what was left. So that one, whatever, that 100, let's say $150.
Yeah, doing a podcast.
And here was like my whole point of that. What's your quality of life at that point?
At that point, no, and that's what I mean. As an adult, you're not thinking about furthering, trying to figure out what your diagnosis is. You're not trying to, there's no purpose in life. Right now, you're accustomed to getting a check every month and just spending it. Like, it's routine. Yeah. And that was the issue of how I felt like it didn't work. And then on top of that, my boss was using my relationship with my client. You see, I'm a very talkative guy. I can talk to you. I got the gift of the gab. I can listen to your problems and give you feedback to how we can fucking work on these things. When I want to talk about you proceeding in life and being better at life, getting the GED, getting a job, getting a house, low-income housing, saving money, that's awesome. But when they used my relationship with my client and they be like, oh, well, you didn't pay your rent, because not everybody, like, it was like people that was grandfathered in. We went bankrupt. Look it up, FEGS, FEGS, Federal Employment Guidance Services. They ended up... FEGS. F-E-G-S. FEGS. FEGS.
Lock that down. The Twitch bot might get you. Like, yee.
Well,
who got close for that? Holy shit.
That is a government.
But you're saying the same thing I am, though, where it's like, at that point, you are literally just living just paycheck to paycheck. There's no way to move up.
There's no growth.
You are just a cog in the money machine. Like, that's all you are.
But and that's why it's so sucky and this is so whack. Because being that you that cog and we're in an apartment treatment program, I said congregate level 2 housing. That's like transitional housing. You're not supposed to stay. This is not housing. You don't stay here and live here forever. Transitional means you went from group home to here to learn how to get your GED, maybe learn how to get a job, take your medication, and go into... What happened is you would end up going into some type of income housing that is... You pay for it, it'll be rent controlled. So once you move out and your Social Security check is $700, your rent would be $395, and you would have that same $200 plus the food stamps so that you would be able to be accustomed to that lifestyle, because in this program, you was already trained to have money taken away to pay your rent, a PNA check given to you so you had money to spend, plus you utilize your food stamps in a way that you had food in the house. That's the thought process behind it. But it didn't really work that way. People came into transitional housing and tried to stay here forever. It's supposed to be like a 2-year transitional period. Motherfuckers was living there for 20 years, 30 years. My oldest client was 72, deaf and blind. That's another thing. I was a deaf and blind, it's sign language shit. So like, I'm like, dogs. And then me, I'm not the smartest motherfucker in the room, but I try to have some type of intellect. I come into the program like this program is broke. My job is to help them move on. But it's the government that restricts me from helping them move on. So how do I do my job? What am I doing?
You just in a
the government doesn't want you to.
So now you got nonprofit organizations that apply for grants through Medicaid to keep the program open, to keep funneling this money into the government. I had to get about that shit. Long story short. I'm sorry to make it about me. Shouka, I'm just saying, I get your frustration. Like, it's crazy. I do, like, that's why I'm on Twitch. Now I'm on Twitch. Buy the shirts, watch the fucking ads. Hashtag.
That's and the whole point of me, like, well, just wrapping this all in a neat little bow. The whole point of me bringing any of this out here and talking about it and stuff like that is I want people to kind of normalize being able to talk about autism too, because I feel like there's a lot of people even now still like there's some stigma towards particular disabilities versus other ones. Like, you know, everyone knows about ADHD. There's not as much stigma towards ADHD. Like, my dad has ADHD, ADD, whatever. But there's not as much towards, like, if you want to talk about, like, autism or whatever, because you talk about autism, they're immediately like, oh, that person's just slow. Like, I hate to use that word, but
No,
I don't think that's true.
But that's been my.
I don't think that's true.
Stop.
Wait.
I don't think that's true.
I think the majority of people think that.
Yeah.
I don't think. I mean, but the only reason why I don't think people think that is because there's so many, like, there's like movies though. Like, they're like, oh well, this little boy is autistic, and then this motherfucker's on the piano getting crazy though. He's not slow. That's not slow.
Can I keep it funky? Can I keep it funky real quick?
People only see autism as two things: either they're slow or they're a genius. Like that's
okay.
It. You know
That
what I mean?
okay. All right. Yes.
That's like the movie thing is like they're like
okay
quiet genius.
Yeah, if they're not a genius.
I think autism is a superpower. I'm not gonna lie.
I thought so.
Yo, the fact that you get to speak your mind and somebody uses it against you, like, oh, he's autistic. Like, no, like my man's just speaking his mind.
No, but I mean,
he's talking facts. Like,
it's like the talent aspect behind it, though. To be able,
tyrant.
Not tyrant, talent aspect.
Talent.
Yeah. So like
Hey, J40.
For motherfuckers to actually be able to go and paint a picture upside down, and to them, that shit is regular. And then they turn the shit and you see it and you're like, oh shit,
damn.
This is that right there is not slow.
So
but there's like no spectrum is what you're saying.
Yeah,
they think
my
it's
personal experience
here
with my
or
personal
here.
experience though with it is that I've told people like, hey, I'm autistic or whatever, and then immediately there'll be like, well, your opinion of something is less valid than mine because your brain doesn't work normal.
Those are shitty people.
That's
just
and I've had that used against me though.
That's because you live in Ohio. That's Ohio.
There was a great comedian. There was a great comedian I was listening to, and like he was saying it. He was like, yo. He was like, fam, the fact that you could be so brutally honest and just walk the fuck off and like people would understand. He was like, that's amazing. He's like, what? He was like, yo, why do I have to sit through a date for 3 to 4 hours and hate myself for 3 to 4 hours?
I saw that. With the Batman, the chocolate milk and Tracy, he was like, he's my superhero because he was able to tell that girl like, fuck you, bitch. If you don't like fuck Batman, then I'm not fucking with you. And he walked off.
He said the 3 things I like in life is Batman, candy, and like something else.
Like
puzzles, trains, and chocolate milk.
Yeah,
like dog.
That's it. And she was like, I don't like Batman. He was like, fuck you. You don't like Batman? I'm out. Like, that's it.
Like, I'm not mad at that.
But that's not how it is normally days though. Like for me, like I can't have. I'll be real honest. I can't have a super intellectual conversation with my dad because my dad will be like, you think differently or whatever because you're autism, or you might be looking at something from a different perspective because you're autistic. And I'll be like, no, this is how this happened. Like, this is how this dude treated me or whatever. And it's like, well, you might have thought it was that way because you're autistic. And it's like, no.
So they're playing against it. Yeah, they're playing.
There are people that I have met in my personal life who are like, no, you might not see it the same way, or your reality is warped because of your autism.
Yeah, that's super. Okay, I see where you're coming from. I gotcha. Yeah, that's super whack. Like, don't play it against me.
Yeah, I don't like that conversation. I don't want to offend your father. I'm gonna just leave it alone.
It's not a lot for me, but me and him agree to disagree on a lot of things.
I'm just on some shit like when you go to him and you say, "Yo, this is crazy," and he's like, "Oh, well, you think differently." Everybody think differently. What are you talking about? And you're like, oh, well, you think differently because you're autistic. No, motherfucker. I think differently because I'm black. How about this one? The N-word. Ask about the N-word. Ask how you feel about saying the N-word. And then ask a black person about how they feel about saying the N-word. That's some different thoughts. And they're not autistic. They're not autistic. They're not autistic.
You should all the time.
People do try to ask me about it, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying that shit right there, it bothers me. Cause
yeah, and it bothers me.
Everybody's different.
Yeah.
But not everybody's autistic. So that doesn't mean because you're autistic, your thought process is different. No, your thought process is different because you're a different person. We're all different. We don't all have the same views. We have our own opinions. We have our own thoughts.
Hey, J40 with the rate of 17 people.
Ooh, J40. Yo, why you rated the Shouka and not me? Nah, imagine. Yo, hashtag BoMBOnTop Podcast episode 32.
BoMBOnTop. Let me give you a shout. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Well, that's the
wrong shout out.
Yeah, check out Shouka.
Shouka in my own stream.
I mean, he is on the podcast, BoMBOnTop Podcast, episode 32, season 2. We got my co-panelists. We got Ayo, Mr. Questions, aka the server owner. Watch yourself. We got Young FFs in the building. YouTube extraordinaire. Myself, Brahms, aka Mr. CEO of this bomb shit. And our special guest today, we got Shouka in the building. We got to talk about a lot of things as far as his content, the upbringing, the future, what he wants to do on this stream. Not so much a rebrand, but evolving what he already accomplished. And we're diving in when it comes to mental health. So, not to put all his business out there, even though he put his business out there. That's his story to tell.
I am 100% open with everything I've gone through with my business, because I feel like if people want to hear my story, they can hear my story or whatever, ask me about it, and I'm cool with that, because that way it gets perspective out there for people that might have similar or deal with similar things but have had to take different routes than I have, or are thinking about taking different routes than I've had to do. And I don't want people to suffer from stuff that I've suffered through and be able to help myself pull myself out from, and not be able to also be able to try to help other people pull themselves out, because I've also had amazing support groups myself. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
I don't want somebody to struggle with something that I've struggled with and feel like it's beating them down and be like, no, you can, I beat this. You can beat this. Like, just you gotta go through the motions. You know, if that makes sense.
Yes, that definitely makes sense. That's the fucking shit that we was talking about with Social Security. They feel like they just got to go get that check. But once you come accustomed to, I got $100. I like the thought process of budgeting your money. You shouldn't just spend all your money on a whim one day because you want to just go get high and get drunk. So that's what it was. A lot of substance abuse with the clients that I had and shit. So that's why
budgeted for it.
No, that's a different thing. I used to tell them that.
Unless you put it aside.
I said that.
Money.
I said
for
that.
Like 2-3
hey,
months.
You want to know what's so crazy?
Just go get hammered.
Hey, yo, do not clip this. Let's say a counselor was selling drugs at one point.
Okay.
And one of the people that they were selling drugs to happened to turn into their client, allegedly.
Right.
So now this counselor would have to tell their client to stop doing the same drug that counselor at one point sold to them.
That is wild.
That is
probably had a conundrum.
That shit is mind-boggling. So now that being said,
can you tell us how that counselor, like, did you ask that counselor how they felt about this?
Yeah, I want to know what was running through their mind at the moment of realizing when they saw this person.
Wow.
Oh shit, I know this guy.
Well, what ended up happening was that counselor had the gift of the gab. So what the counselor said was, it's one thing to have the money to do these drugs, but you don't have the money to do these drugs. You cannot afford to do these drugs. So we are not going to chastise.
That is wild. That like
it's
someone
nuts.
pulled up and you're like, I know 100% that you don't have the money to do this.
Exactly.
So I gotta turn
this
you
counselor knew the budget of the client. So it was on some shit like, now check this shit out. If You want to go and spend your food money on drugs. As a person, that's your choice. Because we do teach individuality. Like, if you want, you have to know, our job was to teach you the consequences of your actions. So, if the consequence of your actions of spending your last $5 on a bag of weed was you don't get to eat until next week, and you made the conscious decision,
that's on you.
You would have to do that shit. Now, the thought process, like to any rational, normal, again, we're going to do the normal thing that we talked about. For the normal person, they're going to say, hell fucking no, I don't want to do, I want to spend this last $5 on something to eat. And then when I get my money, I'll manage it better and I'll get drugs later. But for somebody that's dealing with an addiction, they feel like it's worth it to go and get the drug instead of eating. They could go outside and beg for $1.
I can get food later. My high is more important.
Exactly. And then it's a lot of thought process that go into that. They chasing the high that they had before. It's not the same reaction when they do the drugs. Like, again, I'm not going to give... Yeah, I mean, if y'all want to talk about it, we can. You
go through the drugs and you have that good, 30 minutes or whatever. And then the realization comes in after.
Even.
Oh, I'm hungry.
No, not even. It might not even be I'm hungry. It might be I want more drugs. And that's the realization. Where you don't have enough money to support your habit. So you thought that $5 was going to be good enough to chase the high that you had last week.
It's like a mentality thing.
And then you go chase the high, and then the high wears off, and you're hungry, and you have no money for the high. And that's where harm reduction comes in. Because there are less harmful drugs than some of the other, more addicting drugs that they were taking. But again, we're
talking about Ohio, right?
Yes. In this specific example, me and Featured were in the same rehabilitation facility where I stole his Pokemon Blue. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. That never happened. I never went to Ohio. Fun fact.
No, but my Pokemon Blue was stolen.
But the Pokemon Blue was stolen.
Yeah, by my cousin. Shout out Chris.
Wait, is Chris part of the 3% Creole family bloodline?
Technically, Chris isn't even blood. Like,
he's just a thief. If he ain't blood, he's just a thief. He's just a thief.
Nah, the biggest thieves in anyone's life is their blood. Like,
that's true.
Well, it's because they can do it and then think they can just keep doing it or get away with it because we're blood.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Again, that comes to how you react. If motherfuckers steal some shit from you, you gotta let them know. Fuck you, you cut off, don't steal it from me. You can't be like, hey, I understand. And then they're gonna do it again and they're gonna think you're gonna say, hey, I understand. And they're gonna keep fucking robbing shit from you or whatever the case ideally.
But that was a big thing with like where I had to cut off some people who were family members in my life.
Of course.
Out of my life because it's like and then people will be like, oh, they're family though. And it's like, look, family is what you make it. Family is what you're born into. But like my friends, that's the family I choose to be around.
Well, no, but good friends. I mean, let's not. We can't. We have to be specific when we say things like that too. Because when you say friends, and then you compare it to family.
The friends I trust that I know have would like Jake and stuff, or Night of Salt and stuff like that I know would have my back, has proven time and time again that he would have my back. That at this point he is my brother, like that's what I mean.
But is that something that comes with age though? Because like let's say we compare it to a parent. You might like a friend more than your parent, but your parent made sure you had something to fucking eat every night. Assuming in this scenario, I'm not talking about personally. In this scenario, I don't want to.
Yo, a mosquito just dead ass landed on my hand and bit me.
That's important.
I'm sorry. My bad.
I mean, it's because you
family.
They're mad at you.
What's a family?
No, what I was saying is,
What's the mosquito family?
You got your mother and your father that piss you off every day, and they're not nice, they're not friendly. But they made sure that you had clothes and they made sure that you ate. And then you got your friend.
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
definitely
making you mad is different.
There's just that you're not getting along with your parents, just because you're a kid. But then there's just like straight up crazy fucking abusive.
That's been gaslighting you for years, even though they were clothing you, was just trying to manipulate.
No. I mean, and I get you with that. That's like when they go and they take your fucking Social Security money and they spend that on the clothes and their drugs. Like, that shit wasn't supposed to happen. I should have got more of my cut. Like, that's a fucked up parent. But I'm just on some shit like, what exactly did the friends do for you that the family didn't do for you? So when we talking, I know I went to the parents. You said something like a brother, maybe even a cousin. Okay. So that might be a little bit different. Brothers and cousins are different than mother and father to me.
Yeah.
In my upbringing.
I guess it also all depends on what type of family you grew up with and where your mentality's at. Because, like, my family, there are more stable members of my family than others, but I would say there's also a lot of family members that I have that are close to me that were abusive, I guess would be the correct word. That weren't, that they
hurt more than
into that because that would take another 2 hours, but
I hear that. I got time. No, I'm just kidding. We gotta save time for that. We gotta save time for the after party.
I actually have to cook dinner for me and the girl here.
Oh, it's too late for that.
Oh shit!
I'm hungry.
We should have let him go. We should
have let him go for 2 hours ago. All right. So wait, let's because I feel like the mental health conversation. Like, I ain't gonna front. Hey, yo, I asked a question for you because we do care, but at the same time, it's like,
absolutely,
on the podcast, promoting your brand, promoting the things that you want to do on Twitch. Now, don't get it twisted. If you do want to have a Twitch dedicated to mental health, I see that a lot as well. People can come, talk to you. You can spread that awareness, do your part as far as awareness, spreadness, if that's a thing. But
I just want people to know that, like, I'm an open door. Like, if you need to come to my stream and you're not like there to just disrupt the like, oh, my dog, bit me on my toe and now I'm mad and I want to shoot my dad or whatever. Like, don't that's weird stuff. But like,
it happens though. I'm pretty sure that's a real thing.
That was a really specific
That's in Ohio, son.
Okay, so shout out to Terry. I've seen some viewers of his come in and say some off the wall stuff.
Oh.
But if you're like, hey, I've had a bad day at work. My boss is really laying into me. I tried to talk to my significant other about this, and now they're laying into me because they're like, well, you just gotta suck it up because it pays the bills. And then, I tried to go to my friend, and my friend was like, what are you bitching about? I stubbed my toe and twisted my foot within the same week and stuff. Like, if everyone you've turned to or whatever is like telling you, deal with your own bullshit, or that they have it worse than you, and you just need someone to listen and maybe try to work through something or whatever, my door's open. And that's kind of all I wanted to say. Like, if you need somebody to just listen or whatever, or maybe not even come up with an answer, just so you feel heard, my door's open.
I hear that. And that's what I like for anybody. Yo, BoMBOnTop Podcast, episode 32, season 2. Shouka said his door's open. He is going to be working on not so much of a rebranding, but an evolvement of what he wants to work on. As far as when you look at Shouka, you're going to see the brand that he has envisioned for himself. I do appreciate everybody for coming through. I did ask my last question. Any last questions to go along? Go around? Oh, hey, I'll turn this camera off. He might not even be there.
No. I do not have any further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor. Me personally, Shouka, we do want to rate out to a person of your choice. And I do want to thank you for being on the podcast. I also want to extend the invitation for Shouka to come back as a co-host, and he can have somebody on the podcast that we would like to ask questions to, and again, extend our platform the best that we can do, and maybe give them some shine and some love the same way that we have shown to you today.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me know.
I mean, I feel like Keon would be pretty cool to have for a podcast sometime.
That would be dope. I don't know. He's not really bomb. I mean, I'm joking. We don't do that. That's not. This is supposed to be something to get them into bomb.
I mean, Keon's a prospect, right? You know.
I have no idea. That's one of Teddy friends. You can tell whose friends is who friends.
Oh, okay.
Keon is Teddy friend.
Cheeseball streamer right now.
That is. That was an AO friend that I think is more of a featured friend, only because of the similar content.
It's one of the Phasmo boys. You can't be mad at
that. Oh no, that's my homie.
That's
but I met him. I met him through. We had him on the podcast already. Cheeseball season 2.
No,
episode 28.
I was talking about rating out.
Oh no. We could definitely know. But I was just saying how we met him, and we met him. I thought me.
It doesn't say he's on for me. It says he's hosting somebody, so it doesn't look like he's on.
Oh, my thing's lagging behind.
I'm just talking shit.
That.
Like I love everybody that even comes through. Like I do want to appreciate even Feature pulling up. I appreciate. Thank you, my dude. I'm happy that you did pull. This shit was fucking dope as pie. I have a good time every time Feature's here. I have a good time. I mean, I talk my shit, but I talk my shit about everybody because if I don't talk shit about you, you're not important. On some real shit. Let me say it now. Clip it. If I don't talk shit about you, you're not important to me. And that doesn't mean anything though, because there's still featured Karuma, Shouka, Ayo, Teddy. You could be important to them. But to me, if I'm not really talking shit about you, I don't really know you. That means that I haven't talked to you enough and we haven't really had a heart to heart. And you're probably just here because you're gonna leave in 3 months. And that's cool. Not mad at it. Get your follows. Get your affiliation, promote your brand. I love it, my dude, but I'm not gonna go and big y'all up if y'all are some scumbag.
You know what? I know who we're rating out
to.
Who we rating out to? Somebody that's been, every morning talking about Bomb on Top, asking everyone how every day's going. Let's go ahead and rate out to Galvino the Great.
Galvino, that's the homie. I'm with that.
Galvino the Great.
He got underscores in there. Galvino
_the _great. Yeah.
Alright, that definitely worked out. And I do want to take this time out to not only thank my co-panelists, shout out to Teddy for being over here, Ayo for popping up, and Featured for pulling up as well, but to our special guest, Shouka. Make sure to go check him out on Twitch and YouTube. I want to look forward to some YouTube fucking content, bro. I want to see all of this, and I want to help you, though. And I want to try and get everybody here featured. I need your help, my G. I mean, I don't need it, but I want it. And if we're going to do this Dungeons and Dragons shit, and if you're really with it, I think you are one of the people that should be able to show up. I'm trying to get people around you that'll show up so that what happened don't happen again. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Hashtag BoMBOnTop. Shout out to fucking Shouka for being our special guest today. And shout out to you guys for coming through, chilling with us. Shout out to all the raids, all the subs, all the biddies, the love, the titties, all that Twitch shit that we be talking over here. Hashtag BoMBOnTop. You see we got the bomb merch.
BoMBOnTop. Let's go.
Hashtag. Anything y'all want to tell them before we out of here, fellas?
Have a beautiful rest of your night.
Have a beautiful rest of your night. Let's raid out to Galvino. Hashtag BoMBOnTop. Show them the love. We'll see you next week. Have a good one. Alright, I rated out to Galvino.
And so did I.
We're going to end the stream.